Chapter 201 A 1-minute battle. Chang Feng looked at Yu Tianyin and others with strong murderous intent in his eyes, but thinking of the rules of the spirit fighting arena he suppressed the murderous intention in his heart. However, he was still not in a good mood. He decided that he would teach Yu Tianyin and others a lesson today. Looking at the other party's still unbelievable look, Chang Feng sneered. Net moment, his body suddenly flashed and ran towards Yu Tianyin. At the same time, a super spiral pill was quickly condensed in his hand. The sound of blue arc lightning intertwined filled the surroundings, causing the air to tremble. Vibration in the airflow. Yu Tianyin looked at Chang Feng and walked directly towards him. He was attacked. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his face turned livid. Are you treating yourself as a soft persimmon? He thought so. At the same time, the third soul ring floating behind him suddenly lit up and he shouted loudly, Lonjochu Iao Jade Sky Thunder. In an instant a thunder dragon condensed from his hand, and after a dragon roar it flew in the direction of Chang Feng. Chang Feng was very fast. Before the opponent's soul skill approached, he swayed and moved to the side to avoid the soul skill, accompanied by the noise caused by Yu Tianyin's soul skill falling on the ground. Bang bang. Chang Feng didn't have time to see what was going on behind him. He still ran towards Yu Tianyin. This scene fell in Yu Tianyin's eyes, making his heart suddenly sink. He never expected that the opponent's speed would be so fast even without using soul skills. It was really beyond his expectation, but he was not one to sit back and wait for death. Seeing Chang Feng still approaching him, especially the ball of lightning condensed in Chang Feng's hand, made his eyelids jump wildly and made him feel a sudden chill in his heart. What he probably knew was that the power of that sphere was extremely extraordinary, and he also knew that if he received a blow the consequences would be unpredictable. After reading this, his eyes were full of solemnity and he shouted, Dragon Transformation. In an instant he saw that Yu Tianyin's hands were covered with silver dragon scales. Each dragon scale had a slightly engraved pattern. At the same time his hands swelled up and looked like they were bulging. A piece of strong muscle. There was a spark of thunder and lightning in his eyes and he was awe-inspiring. Without any hesitation he also ran out of the team and ran in the direction of Chang Feng. The two of them looked at each other with evil eyes, their eyes filled with endless cold light. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone and they all became nervous about it. Could it be that they are preparing for a physical fight? Thinking of this, many people present were excitedly waiting for the upcoming scene to happen. As they expected, after Chang Feng was 1 meter away from Yu Tianyin, he quickly threw the super spiral pill condensed in his hand to Yu Tianyin's chest at a very fast speed, and he himself was in a flash. He retreated to the edge of the ring. The pupils in Yu Tianyin's eyes shrank suddenly. He looked at the spherical attack in front of him, gritted his teeth and still faced it. Yu Tianyin raised his hands. At this moment his hands had become sharp dragon claws, almost indistinguishable from the dragon claws, and the dragon claws were radiating cold light. The claws on his left and right hands were curled and he swung towards the super spiral pill that Chang Feng threw towards him and could not avoid it. Bala bala. Seeing this, Yu Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought to himself, that's all. But the net moment when he looked at the raised non again, his heart suddenly trembled and he thought to himself, it's over, it's too careless. Subconsciously he crossed his hands to block the huge impact of the raised non. Bang 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 bang. A burst of smoke filled the air and a huge hole was blown out of the arena with gravel flying everywhere. Everyone in the audience stretched their necks and looked intently in the direction of the smoke. They wanted to know what happened to Yu Tianyin. Chang Feng crossed his arms and crossed his chest, looking at this scene. I felt a lot happy. At this moment the Thunder Academy team suddenly heard Captain. The tone was full of anxiety. At the same time they looked at the instigator Chang Feng. They all glared angrily, clenched their fists and looked livid. Soon the smoke dissipated and Yu Tianyin finally appeared in front of everyone. However, Yu Tianyin's appearance at this time does not look so good. Yu Tianyin was kneeling on one knee with her right leg squatting with her left leg, and her hands and arms were hanging down naturally. They were soaked in bright red blood and they looked like a pair of red arms. As for the claws of the two hands transformed into dragons, at this time they were beyond recognition. All of them were broken, not even 1 out of 10 was left. There are only 1 or 2 intact fingers. At this time Yushin's heart was as heavy as water. Not only was his body hurt but his heart was also hurt. Just now, although his dragon-shaped hands had resisted the attack of the sphere, for some reason the soul power permeating the sphere was very violent. The moment he blocked it, more than a dozen blue arc lightning followed his dragon-shaped hands and accidentally splashed onto his base. At this time his roots had no reaction at all and he could vaguely smell a burning smell. His face turned pale for a moment and his eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he had lost the joy of being a man. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the man standing at the edge of the ring. It was him. He was the one who caused all this. Yu Tianyin looked a little ferocious at this time. Her eyes were red and she shouted at Chang Feng, asshole, I will never forgive you. However, although his voice had a high pitch what surprised everyone in the ring was that it was very spooky and made people feel a little uncomfortable. At first Chang Feng didn't think much about it and no one else thought about that either. Net moment. Yu Tian'in struggled to stand up. He looked at Chang Feng with eyes full of resentment and hatred and said fiercely, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely. Today if I don't kill you I won't be called Yu Tian'in. I also want you here taste my pain before you die. I will treat others in their own way. Give me your life. Dragon transformation. Yu Tian'in's hysterical look made everyone very surprised. At the same time they also had doubts in their heart. This is the boy who looked funny before. Could he be joking? Even in the Thunder Academy team Lei Dong and Lei Tian looked at each other and the others were very confused. What happened in this? They do not know. So they all looked at Yu Tian'in's movements in unison. However, will Chang Feng be as Yu Tian'in want? All I can say is that Yu Tian'in has overthought all of this. Without any hesitation an idea suddenly came to Chang Feng's mind. That means should we get rid of the other party? After careful consideration he decided to give up the idea for the time being. Compared with old Jack, Yu Tian'in can be killed at any time but there is only one old Jack. Thinking of this he was naturally a little unhappy. He thought that even if he couldn't kill the other party he could still make the other party lie in bed for a year and a half. Chang Feng looked at the other person like a wolf with a ferocious gaze surrounded by sparks of lightning running towards him. Chang Feng was calm and composed. When the opponent was 3 meters away from him Chang Feng said calmly, Ice domain open. In an instant the entire Tiandu spirit fighting arena was filled with a bone-chilling chill causing everyone to shrink. Damn, what the hell, the temperature has dropped so much. It was normal just now but now it's like this. What caused this? It's really evil. The commotion in the audience seats was a bit loud and noisy like a very noisy vegetable market. As for the VIP seats, the e-prescience of those who had e-perience, this kind of thing changed field. It's actually a field. Yes. Everyone in the VIP seats couldn't help but take a breath. With disbelief in their eyes they all looked at Chang Feng on the ring. At this time Chang Feng locked Yu Tian'in directly weakening 30% of his strength. At the same time the same happened to other people in Thunder College causing their e-prescience to change drastically. Therefore in the eyes of Chang Feng who has 360 degrees of blindness in the field, Yu Tian'in at this moment is full of flaws and very slow. Chang Feng had no interest in continuing to quarrel with the other party. He shouted coldly, Lan Xiao. The net moment there was a bang sound in the field. A blue shadow flew out instantly, let out a scream and fell heavily under the ring. After that Chang Feng looked at the rest of the Thunder Academy group. His eyes were filled with cold light making people dare not look at them. Seeing that the other party had no intention of pressing anything, Chang Feng said coldly without saying a word, in that case just get off here. Whoops, there was a sound. I saw Chang Feng's figure shaking several times in quick succession and then I saw several voices flying out of the ring in no particular order and landing heavily under the ring. At last, Chang Feng was the only one left standing in the ring. He looked in the direction of the referee. Aren't you going to announce the result yet? At this time the referee was still in huge shock and could not recover for a while. In just 1 minute the battle was over and he was still alone. What's more important is that this young man standing in the ring actually has a field. Not long after the referee took a deep breath, Flash came to the ring and then announced Tiando Royal Academy vs Thunder Academy. Tiando Royal Academy win. As soon as he finished speaking the audience in the stadium burst into thunderous applause. They looked at Chang Feng in the stadium, their eyes full of disbelief and respect. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 202 Yu Xiao Gang block the road. After the game, the qualifiers in Tiandu City have all ended and according to the established procedures an awards ceremony will be held. Moreover, only the top 5 teams can go to the VIP booth to receive qualification certificate. This time the result of the competition was somewhat unexpected. Holy Academy and Spirit Academy tied for first place while Tiandu Royal Academy and Shrek Academy tied for second. Blazing Academy ranked third, Divine Wind Academy and Huangda team ranked fourth and Tianshui Academy ranked fifth. The ceremony held was not very complicated. Under the announcement of a beautiful female host, Chang Feng as the captain of the Tiandu Royal Academy team and Ning Rongrong as the deputy captain of the Tiandu Royal Academy team, together the captains and vice-captains of other teams stepped onto the podium. However, when Chang Feng stepped onto the podium on behalf of the Tiandu Royal Academy team, he immediately felt several unkind glances towards him. Among them especially Yu Tianheng Hua Wu, a girl in a red dress from the Scarlet Fire Academy, and Tang San. At this time Tang San looked at Chang Feng and thought to himself, the teacher said that this person was so ruthless and vicious so as not to become a cancer in the future. If there is a chance he must get rid of it. Regarding the teacher's words, he chose to believe it. And Yu Tianheng thought, this person is the scourge of my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family. If you have the chance you must teach him a lesson. If you can find an opportunity to secretly ask people from the family to get rid of him. Lose. Huo Wu looked at Cheng Feng with fierce fighting in his eyes, meaning Cheng Feng took a close look at their respective presents, but Cheng Feng just glanced at them calmly and then looked away. As for his heart, Cheng Feng stirred up a storm. What's going on with Tang San? Why is he inexplicably hostile to himself? Is it because he defeated Yu Tian'in before? However, Cheng Feng secretly remembered Tang San's hostility in his heart. He decided to go and meet Salas later and then ask him to do a favor and create an opportunity for him to give Tang San a good lesson. When he thought that Tang Hao was dead but his strength could not be underestimated, he was going to ask Shui Qinghe to check if there was any trace of him in Tiandu city or if there were any strong men from the Haoshan sect who were following him. If everything is confirmed, then thinking of this he sneered in his heart. Our Majesty the Tiandu Empire together with the Master of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect and Bishop Salas Platinum will personally issue the qualification certificates and bonuses to the 7 teams that entered the promotion competition. When he saw the qualification certificate, Cheng Feng's eyes flashed with disappointment. The certificate was just a letter, nothing special. Immediately afterward, bonuses were also awarded. Tiandu Royal Academy and other teams standing on the rostrum all received the same number of gold soul coins, a total of 10,000 gold soul coin. These rewards were all awarded by the Tiandu Empire, and if you enter the finals, then the top 3 prizes will be awarded by Wuhan Palace. After the awards were awarded, Emperor Sui delivered a speech. Emperor Shuya quickly glanced at all the participating team members standing on the podium, especially staying on Cheng Feng for a few seconds. Then with a faint smile on his face he said, "First of all, here children, I would like to congratulate you. As a participating team of Soul Masters, you have successfully qualified for this year's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. As the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, I regard you as the Emperor. Honor. You are all the future of the Tiandu Empire. Considering your outstanding performance in the competition, I have decided to confer the title of Viscount on you, and the other participating colleges in your respective colleges will receive the title of Baron. I want to keep the fiefdom when you want to serve the Tiandu Empire after graduation and then allocate the fiefdom to you." At this moment Bishop Salas hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, isn't this a bit too much?" Emperor Shuya said that Bishop Salas was going against him at this time. Feeling dissatisfied, he glanced at Salas lightly. "Is there anything wrong with me doing this? As the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, do I need to get the approval of your Spirit Hall to award titles?" Bishop Salas's heart sank suddenly and he said with a cold face, "Your Majesty, you are setting a precedent this time. You must know that in the past competitions there was no such thing as awarding a knighthood. What's more, is the title given by your Majesty the best? A bit high?" Immediately afterward Bishop Salas turned to smile and looked at Cheng Feng and his party. "Children, here I want to say that the escort army of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace is also being summoned. If you want to follow His Highness the Holy Son in the future, you may not be able to achieve a position like mine. First of all, agree on the treatment. First come, first served. Do you really want to miss this opportunity? If you are interested, you can come to Wuhan Hall to find me in the NET month. You are welcome to find me at any time, don't forget it." Emperor Sui's eyes were gloomy and his deep voice suddenly sounded, "Bishop Salas, if you intervene so decisively in the internal affairs of Tiandu, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Bishop Salas looked at Emperor Shuya and smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, I have received an order from above and have to do it. Among them is the great priest of our Wuhan Hall Enshrinement Hall. I really dare not. Don't listen to him. You know our great minister is a level 99 peerless Douluo Pert. If he gets angry, it's really hard for me to explain. Your Majesty, let's just let this matter go." Emperor Sui's eyes were slightly angry and he thought to himself, "Bastard, how dare you threaten me?" But after he remembered the person from the Enshrinement Hall of Wuhan Hall, he controlled himself and did not have an attack. The unwillingness of Emperor Sui and Bishop Salas caught everyone's eyes and made them look thoughtful. Ning Fengzi on the other hand watched quietly, smiling without saying a word, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Emperor Sui took a deep breath, kept smiling and said, "Children, the NET promotion competition will still be held in the Tiandu Empire. The only difference is that the venue has been changed. The competition venue will be Royal Paddock. In addition, the 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms that have passed the qualifying competition will also come to the promotion venue to compete with you. No matter what, I still hope that you can do well in the promotion competition. In the promotion competition for the top 5 students who have won the most games, the Empire will provide you with the soul beasts you need for your NET title promotion. You can choose by yourself. I promise everyone here that I can guarantee it." Many of the academy students present were heartbroken when they heard Emperor Shui's promise. In their opinion, this condition is far more important than the previous 2 rewards. For soul masters, soul power is the more important thing, and if the strength strength can be improved and it is safe. If you improve you will be even more lucky with Emperor Shui's promise. Many people were interested in the top 5 places including Tang San. As for Cheng Feng, he was completely indifferent. Then let's stop here. I believe that you will make a choice in the future. I hope to see you all again by then. After finishing speaking, Emperor Sui left with the support of a group of officials from the Tiandu Empire. Later, when Cheng Feng was about to leave, he saw Bishop Salas nodding to him. He remained silent and quickly looked over. But at this moment a fiery red figure stopped in front of him. "Are you the Cheng Feng that Feng Xiaotian said?" Cheng Feng glanced at Feng Xiaotian, who was looking here, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "That's right. Do you dare to fight me without using martial art? When I saw you fighting with Thunder Academy just now, you were very strong physically. I want to challenge you." Cheng Feng frowned when he heard this. He didn't have time to play such tricks with a fighting maniac. Wouldn't it be nice for him to use this time to practice and become stronger? Cheng Feng replied calmly, "Sorry, I still have things to do and I don't have time." At the same time, Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly sounded. "Cheng Feng, you promised me that you would teach me soul skills. Have you forgotten?" Seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Not to be outdone, Ning Rongrong glanced at Hua Wu, making Hua Wu very angry. Net moment, Hua Wu's bad temper came to the fore and she said fiercely, "I'm going to compete with you today." I saw that Hua Wu's right leg suddenly flew up and then kicked Cheng Feng's forehead. Her legs were slender and her speed was very fast. Cheng Feng didn't expect that the other party had such a hot temper, and for a while he didn't take any precautions. His eyes flashed, his body swayed quickly, and when Hua Wu was about to attack he moved sideways and avoided it. Then Cheng Feng became angry and asked Hua Wu, "Are you provoking me?" But what he didn't expect was that Hua Wu refused to give up. The net moment, her right foot quickly attacked him again. Cheng Feng was really angry this time. Without saying a word, when the opponent's leg attacked, he quickly grabbed her heel, which made his hand numb. But he didn't take it seriously. He directly grabbed her heels with both hands, then violently swung her around for more than 10 times before throwing her in the direction of Feng Xiaotian. As for the strength, he had a good grasp of it. He simply calculated it in his mind and then executed it. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth wide and looked at this scene in shock. Cheng Feng ignored other people's faces and prepared to leave, but before he could take a few steps, a short-haired man who looked to be in his 40s and had a gloomy and ugly face walked towards him. Yu Xiaogang. Cheng Feng glanced at him indifferently. "What's the matter?" Yu Xiaogang's originally ugly face turned dark after listening to Cheng Feng's questions, and his eyes were as gloomy as water. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 203. Angry at Yu Xiaogang. Cheng Feng saw the change in Yu Xiaogang's e-pression. "Step aside." Cheng Feng glanced at Yu Xiaogang and gave him a cold look. Well, Yu Xiaogang's body stiffened and his e-pression looked very dull. After so many years of suffering similar treatment, he has become numb. But Tang San, who rushed over shortly after, just glanced at the scene, then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Cheng Feng with a hint of hostility. But Cheng Feng didn't look at them. He just asked lightly, "What did you want to do when you blocked my way?" Yu Xiaogang looked at Cheng Feng in front of him and sighed in his heart. It would be great if he were his disciple. Then he could have one more person to help verify his theory, but he did not continue to think about it, but said solemnly, "I'm here to ask for an explanation for Tian'in." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Cheng Feng had not spoken yet, but Ning Rongrong on the side said directly, "What's there to say?" In full view of everyone, Cheng Feng defeated Yu Tian'in. Why couldn't he still? Are you convinced? Master, do you think what I said makes sense? Yu Xiaogang glanced at Ning Rongrong looking a little dazed. After that he regained his composure and said, "However, in a competition, when you defeat someone you should be honest, not ruthless. Do you know that Tian'in may never be a normal man again from now on?" You say, should I give him an explanation? Everyone present was stunned after hearing what Yu Xiaogang said. What? Yu Tian'in is no longer a normal man? What does this mean? Cheng Feng, I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me? Ning Rongrong didn't care at all about Yu Xiaogang's increasingly ugly face and turned to look at Cheng Feng with a trace of expectation in her eyes. But in Ning Rongrong's heart she was already smiling from ear to ear, secretly saying in her heart, "She deserves it. Who told you to show off everywhere? Now you can't even be a man. It's really satisfying. I mean, why is the weather so good today?" Cheng Feng did not respond to Ning Rongrong's question. In his opinion, he did not believe that Ning Rongrong did not even understand this. In his mind he still remembered the description of Ning Rongrong in the original work. In this regard she understood maybe even more than him, and the thoughts in his mind that are inappropriate for children always come from her mouth. At the same time, when Cheng Feng suddenly heard about Yu Tian'in's fate, he just thought for a moment and roughly figured out that Yu Tian'in's injury should be related to his failure to pick up his super raise non. Thinking of this, he felt very happy. However, when he saw Yu Xiaogang standing standing in front of him. His mood was not so wonderful. He looked at Yu Xiaogang, his eyes flashing. I've heard of you. You are the master in the legend. I remember you. There are several important reasons. First of all, it seems that you are the master who first moved towards me because of your martial spirit. How could I not have heard of the person who failed to mutate in the right direction and was kicked out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Then the master did something outrageous and was expelled from the spirit hall. Of course, these are not the most important. I think the reason why I have a deep impression on you, master, is that I came to Tiandu City to spread the news about master's glorious deed. For example, master Yeyu Beinu is very hungry in this regard. Even the sows raised by ordinary people in Tiandu City are not spared. They have strong taste. Master has set a precedent in this regard. What Cheng Feng said was like thunder from the ground. Just as they were about to leave, a dozen other Soul Master Academy teams not far away turned their gazes over with gossipy eyes. Especially some female Soul Masters. Their eyes are shining brightly, their little faces are flushed, and they seem to be full of excitement. You, this is slander. My teacher is not such a person. Before Yu Xiaogang could speak, Tang San beside him was already furious. He stood up and defended his teacher loudly. Cheng Feng looked at Tang San and glanced at him faintly. You are the master disciple who is also one of the 3 disgraces of heaven. Do Tang San, I have admired you for a long time and you have such a charming demeanor. I admire you very much. What kind of person is the teacher? What kind of person is the disciple? The ancients do not deceive me. This may be what the legend says. The person who is close to Zhu is red and the person who is close to Mo is black. Cheng Feng's words attracted the attention of many people present. They looked at Tang San in blue with a trace of contempt flashing in their eyes. Dare to do it but dare not admit it. The person they hate the most. Tang San glanced at him and naturally took in the prescience of everyone present. His eyes turned cold and he looked at Cheng Feng. Did you do this on purpose? Cheng Feng shrugged, spread his hands and said nonchalantly, on purpose? You are mistaken. Who wouldn't hear such rumors when walking in the alleys of Tiandu City? There is no need to do it on purpose. It's obvious. What's the matter? Besides, I've done everything and I don't recognize it. I really admire the inheritance of the master and your excellency. It is indeed the same line of inheritance. You are seeking death. Tang San looked at Cheng Feng coldly, his words filled with chilling. Mistress, stand down. If you are impatient you will mess up the big plan. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San calmly. Tang San hesitated for a moment and finally he listened to Yu Xiaogang's word and stepped aside. However, his prescience was always very ugly, especially when he looked in the direction of Cheng Feng. He had many more thoughts and his eyes were full of emotion. Cold light. I only believe that the pure will become pure and the turbid will become turbid. I don't recognize things I have never done, but I will recognize things I have done. I think that as a genius the basic judgment ability should be yes. You should know the truth of this matter, right? Cheng Feng looked at Yu Xiaogang's prescienceless face and narrowed his eyes slightly. Who knows about this? Maybe it's fake, maybe it's true, but I've always believed it. I'd rather believe it than believe it. No, some things have caused such a big fuss. I believe it is definitely not groundless. Cheng Feng's words made Yu Xiaogang's heart sink suddenly. I'm not here to talk to you about this matter but about Tian'in. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, as the elder of Wuhan Palace, I will use your cruel and vicious actions to you maliciously hurt others and applied to the higher authorities to investigate the matter between you and the Thunder Academy. Perhaps you may be kicked down because of this and you may not be able to participate in the NET promotion competition. When Cheng Feng heard this he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, just go ahead. I believe everyone has a yardstick to measure the truth of the matter. As for your threats, I don't care at all. Cheng Feng sneered and looked in the direction of Yu Xiaogang, his eyes full of ridicule. Yu Xiaogang didn't pay attention to Cheng Feng's attitude and instead said, what if we add pressure from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Do you think it possible? Cheng Feng felt funny in his heart about this and said coldly, that's it. What did I think it was? Yu Xiaogang didn't care about Cheng Feng's attitude but continued, as long as you are willing to join the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Re family and serve the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Re family for 20 years, then this matter will be wiped out. Moreover, you can get my personal guidance. Under my guidance you will definitely become the youngest titled Douluo in Douluo continent. Speaking of this, a confident light flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. But Cheng Feng chuckled, you want me to join the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family and serve for 20 years with just one sentence? Could it be that I'm dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Also, you alone can't even reach the Soul Master level. I am already over 40 years old. What can I teach this little soul sect? Yu Xiaogang didn't pay attention to Cheng Feng's ridicule. In his opinion, it was just to achieve the goal. All the patience is worth it. Yu Xiaogang had a faint smile on his face and his eyes shone with wisdom. He looked at Cheng Feng and said, have you ever heard of the 10 core competitiveness theories of Wuhan? That's what I wrote. Chang Feng looked at Yu Xiaogang at this time and couldn't help but feel funny. Gone? Yu Xiaogang was stunned for a while and asked, this theory of the 10 core competitiveness of martial arts is my life's hard work. At present I have only passed it on to my disciple Xiao San. This is very precious and can make you less. Isn't it enough to take some detours? Ha 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 ha. Chang Feng held his stomach and laughed, but it was like a slap on Yu Xiaogang's face. The sound was loud and harsh. Tang San, who was on the side, could no longer see it and asked coldly, what's so funny? At first glance you don't have any knowledge. You don't even know and you are still laughing there. You are really ignorant and confident and you don't know. Where do you get such confidence? What the teacher teaches is definitely the most precious thing in the world, but you just don't understand its value. I have no idea. Chang Feng felt a burst of laughter and then he replied calmly, I studied the 10 core competitiveness theories of Wuhan when I was years old and every one of them is remembered in my mind. Only just what? Yu Xiaogang looked a little excited. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him had actually read his martial arts theory and studied it. This made his eyes look at Chang Feng a little softer. It's just that it took me a few years to figure out what all the bullshit on this list is. None of it is useful to me. It's just a waste of so much of my time. In short, it's misleading, but it still has a role. At least the summary is good for civilians. They can understand some things about soul masters through it. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were slightly cold. So are you kidding me? Seeing Yu Xiaogang's body trembling, Chang Feng felt surprised and thought to himself, this is a state of anger. When did I have the ability to anger people? Chang Feng shook his head. I'm just telling the truth. No, you are lying. Since you have read it, you should know its value. Why do you have such an attitude? Yu Xiaogang stared at Chang Feng. Chang Feng glanced at him indifferently. It seems that if I don't let you give up, you may not be able to recognize the fact. Well, today I will be a good person and let you sober up. What do you mean? Based on the 10 core competitiveness theories of Wuhan that you have always been proud of, let's start a debate here. Let's see how valuable it is. Okay. Yu Xiaogang's face was ashen and his eyes were full of confidence. In his research on martial art theory, he has never been afraid of anyone. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 204. Poke Yu Xiaogang's heart. The conversation between Chang Feng and Yu Xiaogang was naturally heard by everyone else present. At this time they were looking forward to what would happen. A person who has become famous in the past can be said to be an outstanding person in the study of martial arts theory, and he also has the title of master. The other one was born in the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena and is a rising star. They also want to witness this happening, especially they are more interested in Chang Feng because in their opinion it is very rare for a person to be so powerful at such an age. As a result, when this person is still studying martial arts theory and may still have very rich knowledge, I just want to see what's true. The first one, according to my research among the core competitiveness of the top 10 martial spirits, is that the strength of the martial soul is directly proportional to the innate soul power. The innate soul power of the powerful martial soul is generally high, and those with strong martial souls generally have higher innate soul power. Most of those with weak souls do not have innate soul power and cannot even cultivate. This is unquestionable, so you can't refute it at all. Yu Xiaogang's word caused many people present to turn their attention to Chang Feng. They also wanted to know how Chang Feng should respond. Chang Feng laughed out loud when he heard Yu Xiaogang's word, and then he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Yu Xiaogang, then at Tang San, and asked, among the top 10 core competitiveness of martial spirit, the second one is that there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. This is that what the master summed up? Yu Xiaogang nodded and replied, indeed. Is there any problem? Yes, there is a big problem. The most obvious thing is that the master who proposed this core theory of martial arts, how should you explain this situation in your case? As far as I know, the master is not young now, so he should. You are over 40 years old, but the master's soul power has always been at level 29. With your low strength, master, how can you dare to confirm that this theory is correct? Hasn't the master ever doubted that this theory is correct? Incorrect? Chang Feng's words made Yu Xiaogang's face suddenly darken. He looked in the direction of Chang Feng, his eyes so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water. He couldn't answer this question. At the same time, other people present looked in the direction of the master. Their expressions were strange and they all lowered their heads in deep thought. But at this time Tang San stood up and came to the rescue for the master. Chang Feng, what you said is too absolute. You know, my martial soul blue silver grass is recognized as a useless martial soul in Douluo continent, but under the careful guidance of my teacher I am now a soul master. I may not be as strong as you, but my strength is far behind. I opened up a lot of peers and put a lot of distance between me and them. Moreover, many people with powerful martial souls have been left behind by me. I can't lie about this, right? How should you explain this? Tang San's words made many people present look at Chang Feng again. again. They wanted to know how Chang Feng should refute this time. Could it be that the master's theory of the 10 core competitivenesses of Wuhan was correct? In their hearts they also became uncertain. The corner of Chang Feng's mouth curled up and he did not immediately respond to Tang San's question. Instead he looked at Tang San and asked lightly, haha, isn't the human martial spirit of the Clear Sky sect the Clear Sky Hammer? What, you still have it? A martial soul blue silver grass? As soon as Chang Feng finished speaking, many people present had shock in their eyes and they looked in Tang San's direction thoughtfully. When Tang San heard Chang Feng's question, his e-pression darkened. He didn't expect that in desperation he wanted to save his teacher, but he got himself involved. It seems that this is really the case. Tisk tisk. Douluo continent's twin martial souls are still members of the Haoshan sect. Could it be that you are a peerless genius secretly cultivated by the Haoshan sect? The Haoshan sect has been unable to retreat for so many years. Could it be that is there some huge conspiracy brewing? Chang Feng looked in Tang San's direction with a hint of inquiry and curiosity which made Tang San furious. Tang San saw many people around him. They all frowned and looked at themselves, their faces darkening. Haha, Haoshan sect? I am not, at least not now. If I say what kind of force I come from, then what I can tell you is that I am from the Tang sect. Tang San kept his face calm and looked at Chang Feng and said, Tang sect? Never heard of it. Maybe you just made it up. You know, I have heard about all the forces in Douluo continent, but you Tang sect have never heard of it. But Tang sect has the name is Tang, and the direct descendants of the Haoshan sect are all surnamed Tang. After all, they are still related. If you say that you have nothing to do with the Haoshan sect, who would believe you? After all, you are from the Haoshan sect. Sometimes identity determines stance. How can you do it? Tang San's eyes became much darker. Besides, it's a big joke that the master asked you to verify his second martial soul theory. If you, the owner of twin martial souls, are useless, then wouldn't everyone in the world be the same? Isn't it useless? Having said this, Chang Feng paused. Then he looked at the people around him and said, besides, everyone comes from various forces, so they should all know whether a real loser can counterattack and become a genius. Everyone must have a lot on hand. Data, you will know this if you ask yourself. Also, the first martial soul theory put forward by the master is that the strength of the martial soul is directly proportional to the innate soul power, right? People with strong martial souls generally have high innate soul power. As for those with weak martial souls, most people without innate soul power, it is even impossible to cultivate at all. One thing we can know from this is that the cultivation speed of a soul master with high innate soul power is several times that of ordinary martial soul owners. Tang San, you should. We clearly understand how terrifying the cultivation speed advantage brought by having full innate soul power is, right? Under normal circumstances, people with 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power will not be able to compete with those with innate soul power even if they work hard for a lifetime. Your cultivation speed with full soul power is all because your talent has already determined the upper limit. In other words, the first martial soul and the second martial soul proposed by the master are contradictory. Do you think this is the case? Chang Feng's words were so impactful that everyone present suddenly became enlightened. Moreover, they were surprised to learn that the young man in blue was actually a person with innate soul power, and he also had twin martial souls. Suddenly they looked at Tang San a few more times, and at the same time they were secretly calculating something in their heart. Yu Xiaogong's face paled when he heard this. He couldn't respond for a long time. He thought hard about the questions raised by Chang Feng in his mind, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. Seeing Yu Xiaogang like this, Chang Feng glanced at him lightly and said, do you still need to hear about other problems with martial soul theories? I'm still happy to help with this. Chang Feng's words immediately shocked Yu Xiaogang out of his thought. He looked at Chang Feng with incredible eyes. No need, maybe I wasn't rigorous enough at the beginning. I will verify and improve other things in the NET time. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand expressionlessly and said excitedly. Chang Feng was shocked. Yu Xiaogang dared to look directly at his problem. This was something he had never thought of. So are you giving in to me? Chang Feng squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Yu Xiaogang, whose face was pale and his body was trembling. His eyes were full of compulsion. A long time. Yu Xiao just uttered a sentence from her mouth with difficulty. I lost. I don't deserve the title of master. Chang Feng had no intention of letting go of Yu Xiaogang, and then he continued to speak. So you admit that the 10 core competitivenesses of Wuhan you proposed are wrong? When Yu Xiaogang heard this, he slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of Chang Feng full of scrutiny, confidence and determination. No, I just admit that it has shortcomings. As for whether it is wrong, I don't think so. Wrong, and I will provide evidence to prove it later. It shows that my theory is not wrong. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang's eyes had regained confidence at this time, Chang Feng didn't say anything more and just chuckled. Facts speak louder than words. Whether you admit it or not, this time I won. When Yu Xiaogang heard Chang Feng's words, he didn't understand it at first, but when he saw many people people around him looking at him with a hint of contempt, his heart sank a little again. This time he knew that his reputation might be ruined and it would be a mess. Facing Cheng Feng the instigator, he looked at Cheng Feng quietly, his eyes full of reluctance. His hands were clenched into fists and his face turned pale. Perhaps he had used too much force. The net moment his body couldn't help but staggered. Fortunately Tang San on the side helped him in time. Tang San looked at the master with an anxiety on his face. Teacher, are you okay? Yu Xiaogang struggled to stand up from Tang San's hand, looked at Cheng Feng and said solemnly, I will produce evidence to prove to the world that my theory of martial arts is correct. Cheng Feng didn't take it seriously at all and said, perhaps before that someone has come up with a better idea. Yu Xiaogang's eyes narrowed. He looked at Cheng Feng and said, were you prepared? Is everything you did to destroy my reputation? Cheng Feng didn't answer. He just replied lightly, remember in the beginning it was you who provoked and caused trouble, but in the end it's just you who brought it upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. When Yu Xiaogang heard this, his body trembled. He looked at Cheng Feng, his mouth was trembling and he couldn't say a word. Mistress, let's go. After Tang San glanced at Cheng Feng indifferently, he supported Yu Xiaogang and left. However, their departing figures, especially that of Yu Xiaogang, had a hint of loneliness and hesitation. Seeing this, Cheng Feng smiled and said to the people around him, if there's nothing else I'll leave first. See you in a month. After saying that, Cheng Feng walked out of the Tiandu Spirit Arena. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 205. Lu Erlong forcibly breaks into the prince's mansion. After Cheng Feng left the Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena, he headed towards the prince's residence. After the qualifiers ended, there would be a 1-month gap and he planned to use this month to practice. Before leaving, he wanted to talk to Xue Qinghe to prevent the other party from breaking up if he was unhappy. Thinking of this, he walked quickly through the streets and alleys. When he arrived at the prince's residence, Cheng Feng stepped into the gate of the prince's residence under the respectful eyes of all the servants. At the same time they bowed to Cheng Feng and saluted, saying, I have met you, sir. Cheng Feng nodded and walked straight towards the study where Xue Qinghe was. As soon as he entered the study, he saw Xue Qinghe walking around the room with his hands behind his back, seemingly in trouble. Are you troubled by something? Xue Qinghe turned his head when he heard Cheng Feng's voice. He did not respond immediately but kept a faint smile on his face and said, congratulations on winning the qualifying round and successfully entering the promotion round. Cheng Feng waved his hand. This is just a small thing, nothing to celebrate. By the way, what's wrong with you? You look very worried. Is this still you? After finishing his words, Xue Qinghe glanced at Cheng Feng, his eyes a little white. A big event happened in Douluo continent. Seeing Xue Qinghe stop talking after saying this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but frown. To be honest, what he disliked the most was that he only spoke half of his words. At the same time, this also made him a little uninterested. Oh, what does this have to do with you? Xue Qinghe put his hands behind his back, looked at the corner of the study and walked slowly to the window. Douluo continent, I'm afraid it won't be so peaceful anymore. Cheng Feng looked at Xue Qinghe's dejected look. He also felt a little surprised. More importantly, he felt a little confused about what she said. What do you mean when you say Douluo continent is not peaceful? Recently, for some unknown reason, beast tides have occurred frequently in many soul beast forests on the Douluo continent, causing a lot of casualties. But strangely, there is one thing that I haven't been able to figure out. Cheng Feng suddenly heard Xue Qinghe's words and asked curiously, is there anything you can't figure out? They go to great lengths to launch the beast tide. According to the investigation of my subordinate, they seem to be looking for something. You're saying that the Soul Beast clan launched a beast wave just to find one thing? Isn't this a joke? Cheng Feng was still deeply shocked by the news. What else? This time the situation is very serious. All the towns in the Tiandu Empire that are close to the Soul Beast forest have been attacked by the Soul Beast. The civilians have suffered heavy casualties. There are memorials piled up there as high as 1 person, all related to this. Why do spirit beasts attack humans? Cheng Feng looked at the pile of memorials as high as a person pointed by Xue Qinghe and his heart was full of questions. Xue Qinghe's face looked a little solemn and his eyes were a little confused. Seeing this, Cheng Feng understood that even Xue Qinghe didn't know the real reason. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, and the figures of Daming and the others appeared in his mind, thinking Daming and the others should not have participated, right? In his heart he still believed in Daming. Daming seemed very calm and wise and would not mess around. As for Erming with Xiao Wu, he believed that with Daming here they would not be involved in this matter. However, the most important question now is to find out why the Soul Beast suddenly rioted and what are they looking for. At this time Cheng Feng's mind was a little confused and he couldn't think of any clue at all. Moreover, he was also a little worried. If this matter got serious, it would still be a question of whether Daming and the others could handle it. He thought of the golden figure and the 3-headed Soul Beast he had seen not long ago, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. If it was the sleeping Silver Dragon King who gave gave the order, then Ming Dynasty and the others might not be willing. You must also follow that person's orders, otherwise you will have to bear that person's wrath. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's presence was no longer rela-ed but a little heavy. Then he turned to look at Xue Qinghe. Is there any news from Wuhan Palace? Xue Qinghe was silent for a while and then said, there is no news yet. However, that woman has sent her most important elders Zhu and Ghost to the place where the incident occurred to find out the news. Chang Feng nodded and sighed softly. I hope they gain something. After that the room fell into silence. A long time. According to the news I received, you crippled Yu Tianin of Thunder Academy. I'm afraid he won't be able to become a man from now on. The healing soul master can't do anything because the injury is too serious. Chang Feng's eyes turned cold. So there was no presence on Xue Qinghe's face and his eyes were a little cold. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re family just sent a contra to put pressure on me, and they even threatened me to hand you over to them. It's just that they threatened the wrong person. Well, I asked Mr. Ying to break both of his legs and throw him into the street. Chang Feng's presence softened and he was silent for a while. Then he said in a serious voice, thank you. Xue Qinghe just waved his hands and said, I just can't stand it, that's all, it has nothing to do with you. Chang Feng was non-committal about this. He looked at Xue Qinghe and said, after all you still helped me. Whether it was intentional or not, I will remember this favor first. Xue Qinghe's eyes moved. Don't speak too early. If I ask you to help in the future but it is very difficult for you, will you help me? Chang Feng squinted his eyes slightly and said seriously, no. After hearing this, Xue Qinghe's face was full of disappointment and even the smile on his face froze. But Chang Feng's net words made him smile immediately. Because something like this won't happen, I will return this favor before then. Seeing Chang Feng's confident look, Xue Qinghe blinked his playful eyes and said in a long tone, really? I hope you remember these words today. Otherwise I will be angry when the time comes. Chang Feng nodded seriously. I understand. When Xue Qinghe was about to continue talking, suddenly a voice came from outside the door reporting to His Highness the Crown Prince. There was a woman outside the door who forced her way into the prince's mansion. The woman shouted that she wanted His Highness the Crown Prince to hand over Mr. Chang. Give it to her, otherwise she said she would demolish the prince's mansion. Xue Qinghe stiffened and asked calmly, who is that woman? Reporting to His Highness the Crown Prince, I happen to recognize that woman. She is Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lanba Academy. The words fell. Suddenly Lu Erlong's roar came from afar. Xue Qinghe, hand over that bastard Chang Feng, otherwise I will tear down this prince's mansion and use it as firewood today. Xue Qinghe stiffened and glanced at Chang Feng angrily. What are you going to do about this person? Chang Feng naturally heard the unhappiness in Xue Qinghe's heart, so he replied, this person must start and finish everything. After all, you have decided to protect me, so you can't give up halfway at this critical moment, right? When Xue Qinghe heard this, he couldn't help but gave Chang Feng a hard look, then turned around and said lightly, not everyone can ride on my head in this princely residence. After saying that, Xue Qinghe shook his sleeve and walked towards the door of the study with obvious dissatisfaction on his face. Chang Feng looked at Xue Qinghe's back and fell into deep thought. Then he glanced at the pile of memorials as high as a person on the desk and his eyes were lost in his thought. As for the sounds outside the study, he turned a deaf ear. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 206 True and False. Chang Feng. However, God did not fulfill people's wishes. Just when Chang Feng didn't intend to pay attention, another voice suddenly came from outside the study. Humph, Chang Feng, you bastard, if you don't come out, do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? If you are a man, just come out. Chang Feng's presence froze and he immediately withdrew from his thought. The net moment. Chang Feng, you little bastard, come out here. Everyone stop her quickly. Bang bang. Ah, these voices came to Chang Feng's ears and he looked a little stunned. It seems that this Lu Erlong is really angry and dares to take action in the prince's residence. Does her Lanba Academy still want to gain a foothold in Tiandu City? While thinking about this, Xue Qinghe's voice suddenly sounded, Ying Lao, catch this crazy woman. She dares to act so recklessly in my prince's residence. It's totally unreasonable. Tile Douluo, how is this possible? Lu Erlong's surprised voice sounded, however, even if this is the case, I will not let it go. Chang Feng, just wait for me. Even if you hide in the prince's mansion for a while, I don't believe you will hide for the rest of your life. Just wait for me. I will let you go. After that the sounds outside fell silent. Presumably that woman has left. When thinking of this, Chang Feng sighed lightly. In his opinion, why Lu Erlong came here was just to get an explanation from him about Yu Tianin's matter and Yu Xiaogong's matter, nothing more. At this moment the swelling river went away and returned. His elegant face with a faint smile on his face is as refreshing as a spring breeze. Chang Feng withdrew his gaze and looked outside the study. Is that crazy woman gone? Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's eyes flashed with a hint of joking. Why are you afraid? You are actually afraid of that hot-tempered woman? It It's really rare. After Chang Feng finished listening, the corners of his mouth twitched. What state am I in? What state is she in? I am probably no match for her now. When I reach the Soul Emperor, I won't be afraid of her at all. A sound came from the mouth of the Swecking River. Chang Feng's face turned a little dark after hearing this. With a sullen face he stared at Swecking He. What is it that funny? Swecking He was not afraid. He said calmly, I thought you would fight her to the end, but I didn't expect that you would back down. It's really beyond my expectation. I call this a strategic retreat, you know. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say retreat? Chang Feng replied calmly. Swecking He couldn't help but feel funny in his heart, but he didn't dwell too much on this matter. What will you do in the NET month? Stay in my mansion and avoid that woman? After finishing his words, Chang Feng replied calmly, how is that possible? I will go out for a training trip, but I will come back before the promotion competition starts, so you don't have to think too much. Swecking He nodded. Yes, I understand. By the way, that woman is squatting outside the prince's residence. How do you deal with her? Chang Feng frowned, subconsciously raised his right hand and gently touched his chin, murmuring, is she still outside? This woman is really persistent. Looking at this situation, she is not ready to let me go. Immediately afterwards, Chang Feng slowly raised his head, glanced outside the study and said, is there any other passage here? Swecking He was stunned when he heard this. Is this your response? Chang Feng replied, isn't this okay? The corners of Swecking He's eyes twitched. He thought Chang Feng would have any good ideas, so that's it. It's also quite ridiculous. However, he didn't show it on his face. After looking at Chang Feng, he lowered his head and thought for a while. A long time. He slowly raised his head with a smile on his face. I know a place where this might work. Chang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Where? Swecking He did not answer immediately, but turned his head with a hint of unnaturalness in his eyes. Where exactly? Seeing Swecking He not answering, Chang Feng's tone sounded a little uneasy. When Swecking He heard this, her ears turned a little pink. Then he whispered back, the place where I often bathe. After finishing speaking, Swecking He did not dare to look at Chang Feng. Chang Feng's body froze after hearing this. That fine. I think it's better to leave here as soon as possible. Please take me to that place. Swecking He quickly returned to his normal presence and said calmly, okay, come with me. After saying that, Swecking He quickly turned around and walked in front, followed closely by Chang Feng. Not long time after being led by Swecking He, Chang Feng came to a palace. The moment he entered the palace, the scent of the palace filled his nostrils, which made him feel very energetic. However, when he glanced at it casually, he was stunned for a while. Swecking He looked along Chang Feng's line of sight and couldn't help but blush with some shame and anger in his eyes. What are you looking at? Be careful, your eyeballs fall out. At this time, Swecking He thought to himself, how could he do this? Staring at my belly band was too much. While thinking about this, Swecking He glanced at Chang Feng angrily. However, Chang Feng's eyes were not on the golden belly band that Swecking He thought, but on a mask net to the belly band. This mask made Chang Feng feel dazed for a moment, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. This mask looked very simple with a jade-like metallic luster on it, and its appearance is his favorite Sun Wukong look. But what he was confused about wasn't such a thing unique to his world. Why does something like this appear here? The more he thought about it, the more incredible it became. Could it be said that there are other time travelers in this world? This is amazing. Thinking of this, a cold sweat flowed down his back, unknowingly soaking his clothes. Chang Feng, what's wrong with you? Swecking He's voice immediately brought Chang Feng back to reality. Observing carefully, Swecking He discovered that what Chang Feng was looking at was not the belly band he thought, but a mask, which made his face blush subconsciously. However, above this, he still had doubts in his mind. What was so good about this mask? Why did Chang Feng's presence change drastically when he looked at him? So at this moment he looked at Chang Feng and asked curiously, is there anything special about that mask? Chang Feng didn't answer him. At this moment he still has not recovered. After a while, Chang Feng calmed down and looked at Swecking He. How did you get this thing? Swecking He couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. He thought about it carefully, then considered it and said, this thing was given to me by an older brother when I was a child. By the way, that older brother's appearance, if you think about it carefully, is very different from what you look like now. Very similar. If the two of you weren't so different in strength, I would have thought you were the big brother. What? Is this true? When Chang Feng heard this, his presence changed drastically. Swecking He nodded seriously. By the way, aren't you two brothers? Swecking He asked again. Chang Feng didn't answer. He couldn't give an answer to this question. He looked at Swecking He solemnly. Can you tell me about that person in detail? Swecking He did not immediately press his position. He walked around the desk with a smile on his face. He is a very interesting person. The first time he ate my chicken legs, the second time he ate my pears, the third time he ate my candied haws. Chang Feng was sweating profusely and his face turned dark. This person shouldn't be him, he thought, but Swecking He's net words made him stunned. By the way, that person told me that if I meet someone named Chang Feng from now on I should stay as far away from him as possible. Having said this, Xue Qinghe looked strange and looked at Chang Feng. The corners of Chang Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This man is truly speechless. By the way, did he tell you his name? When Xue Qinghe heard Chang Feng ask this, the weirdness on his face became more obvious, leaving Chang Feng confused. What's the problem with this? When Chang Feng looked at Xue Qinghe, there was a hint of evil in his eyes. That person, he told me that his name is Chang Feng. As soon as Xue Qinghe finished speaking, Chang Feng stiffened and several black lines appeared on his forehead. Is there something wrong with this person? He slanders me like this and wants to act like me. Is he messing with me? Could it be that he has a grudge against me? But I haven't seen him before. It's really weird. Xue Qinghe burst into laughter. Did I say something wrong? Chang Feng glanced at Xue Qinghe dissatisfiedly. No, I'm not laughing at this. I feel from the bottom of my heart that that person may be the same person as you. Are you kidding? Chang Feng asked back. When Xue Qinghe heard this, his face looked solemn. I'm not joking. I can tell you very seriously that he is you and you are him. The only difference is that he is much stronger than you, but your two auras are from the same source, and even the origin of your martial soul is exactly the same. Combined with the fact that the appearance is basically the same, I concluded that he is you and you are him. After hearing this, Chang Feng couldn't believe it at all. But when he looked at Xue Qinghe's serious look, he didn't mean to be joking at all, and he felt suspicious. What is going on with all this? And he also told me. When he said this, Xue Qinghe paused and said no more. Chang Feng was surprised, but he didn't pay much attention to it. There was always a thick layer of mystery in his heart that lingered. Is the Chang Feng mentioned in Xue Qinghe really himself? He stood stroking his chin, thinking deeply. My head was a mess and a mess. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 207 Shocking News. A long time. Chang Feng sighed softly. He looked at Xue Qinghe and asked, where is that passage? Xue Qinghe pointed in the direction of the bath. That's it. In the bath? Chang Feng looked stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the water in the bath. Xue Qinghe nodded slowly. Where is the bath? What is the specific location? Chang Feng looked at Xue Qinghe with a hint of curiosity. It's 2 steps forward to the left from the center of the bathtub. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng jumped directly into the water and said, then I'll leave first. We'll see you later. There was a plop sound. Countless water splashes were made and it fell heavily to the side of the bath, making a tinkling sound. Xue Qinghe felt a sense of astonishment as he watched Chang Feng disappear before his eyes. 5 minutes later, there was an old house in disrepair in a remote alley on Tiandu City Street. At this time, Chang Feng raised his head and looked at the old house in front of him, covered with cobweb and dust everywhere. There was a musty smell in the air, reaching Chang Feng's nose from all directions. At a casual glance, there were a lot of white and green hairs growing densely in the corner of the wall. Unexpectedly, there is such a passage in the palace, which is really shocking and surprising. Could it be that this passage was built a long time ago by people from the Tiandu royal family? This is too far-sighted. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for the ancestors of the Tiandu royal family, whom he had never met before. After quickly gathering his thoughts, Chang Feng glanced at the passage behind him with complicated emotions. Then he turned around and left this old house that was in disrepair. This house is located in a small alley near the west gate of Tiandu City. The surrounding environment is quiet with few pedestrians passing by, and there is a tall tree every 5 steps away, making the place a little more eerie. The sunlight cannot penetrate through the gaps between the tree leaves, and only occasionally a few lucky rays of light can fall on the ground near this place. Not long time, Chang Feng walked to the street and felt the buzz of people around him and the crowds of people. He couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed in his heart. As he continued walking, he suddenly saw Luo Gang's figure from a distance. Luo Gang was walking in a hurry with a worried look on his face. This scene happened to fall into Chang Feng's eyes. There is almost no time to hesitate. Net moment, Chang Feng followed quietly, following Luo Gang's back all the way. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at a luxurious courtyard. When he saw this courtyard, Chang Feng was stunned, because the luxurious courtyard he saw in front of him was very familiar to him. And this luxurious courtyard is the home of Bishop Salas. He had stayed here for a few days before and was very impressed by this courtyard. It didn't take long for him to remember that he had told Bishop Salas to pay more attention to the Tiandu City Heavenly Branch Douluo Gang. It seemed that Bishop Salas had listened to all his words. No Luo Gang looked like this, and it seemed that he had encountered something that he couldn't solve. And when he couldn't contact him, he came to Bishop Salas's house, which showed that Bishop Salas and Luo Gang has established a good relationship. Otherwise, Luo Gang would not ask Bishop Salas for help in the first place. Thinking of this, Chang Feng watched Luo Gang's back wandering aimlessly outside Salas' courtyard and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Bishop Salas walked out of the courtyard. As soon as he saw Luo Gang's figure, he warmly welcomed him in. Bishop Salas and Luo Gang had just stepped over over the threshold and were about to step in. When Chang Feng saw this, he turned his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly followed and shouted, "Wait a minute!" Chang Feng's voice fell into the ears of Bishop Salas and Luo Gang. Bishop Salas was shocked and his eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, he looked around subconsciously and found that no one around him was paying attention. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but Luo Gang was somewhat familiar with this voice and he didn't remember the specifics immediately, because what he saw was a boy wearing a cat face mask. Luo Gang's eyes flashed with surprise. If we talk about the Tiandu arena, the most famous person is probably the boy wearing the cat face, but now this young man was right under his nose, which somewhat surprised him. When Bishop Salas saw this, he hurried to Chang Feng's side. He shortened his body by half, looked at Chang Feng respectfully and whispered, "Master Bulletin, what are you doing?" Chang Feng replied calmly, "I saw Luo Gang walking in a hurry and watching something happen. I felt uneasy, so I followed him to take a look. Unexpectedly he came to see you, Salas. It was just the same, therefore I know that Salas has done a good job in this matter, and it is obvious that you have listened to what I said." When Bishop Salas heard this, his eyes brightened a lot and a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your praise. This is exactly what I should do as a subordinate. It's not worth mentioning." Chang Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Master Bulletin, this is not the place to talk. Please move to the house to talk." After hearing what Salas said, Chang Feng just thought about it for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Luo Gang, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked when he saw Bishop Salas being so respectful to the boy wearing the cat face mask. He couldn't help but have infinite reverie about the identity of the boy wearing the cat face mask. It seems that this young man wearing a cat face mask is from Wuhan Palace and he has a very high status. With these thoughts in mind, Bishop Salas led Chang Feng closer to Luo Gang. Luo Gang saluted in Chang Feng's direction. Chang Feng didn't say anything more, just nodded. Then the three of them stepped into the courtyard one after another. Soon Bishop Salas led Chang Feng and Luo Gang to a quiet courtyard. This courtyard has a quiet environment surrounded by flowers and plants and empty of people. The surrounding air is filled with a burst of fragrance which smells very good and makes people feel relaxed and happy. After Chang Feng quickly looked at this place, he said, "Bishop Salas, your place is really good. I didn't find it when I lived here before. It's such a good place." Bishop Salas did not hesitate. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Master Bulletin, from now on this courtyard will be your exclusive residence. Master Bulletin, you can come and stay at any time." Chang Feng just shook his head and said no need. Seeing the confusion in Luo Gang's eyes as well as some respect and restraint, Chang Feng laughed. "Luo Gang, looking at you like this, do you have any news to tell Salas?" Luo Gang suddenly heard Chang Feng calling his name and his eyes were filled with horror. Then the net moment, he suddenly realized something and his eyes widened. Soon he quickly regained his composure and took a deep breath. Luo Gang glanced at Bishop Salas out of the corner of his eye and his heart moved, then looked at Chang Feng and said, "Sir, I do have news to tell Bishop Salas Platinum, but since you are here my subordinates, I will tell you directly." "Well, Bishop Salas is one of our own, please tell me the news first." "Sir, the soul beasts in the Broken Soul Mountain Range have been rioting. There have been many instances of soul beasts actively attacking nearby towns, resulting in heavy casualties among civilians. I have just received news that in the net period of time the Broken Soul Mountain Range will attack towns hundreds of miles around and killed every human being. This is the information our people found out." After hearing this, Chang Feng's expression changed, because he remembered that Wenlin village was within 100 miles of the Duanhun mountain range. After thinking about this, he looked at Luo Gang and asked, "Is this news true?" Luo Gang lowered his head and replied respectfully, "This news is absolutely true and there is absolutely no trace of falsehood." Chang Feng rolled his eyes, worry deep in his eyes. After that he looked at Bishop Salas and said, "Bishop Salas, later please help me deliver a letter to His Royal Highness Shui King, he the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. Remember, you must deliver it to him personally." Bishop Salas nodded. Although he was confused, he didn't ask any more questions. Chang Feng didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took out a pen and paper and started writing on the spot. A full quarter of an hour passed. Chang Feng finished writing the letter and solemnly handed it to Bishop Salas. Then he looked at Luo Gang and said, "You continue to stay in Tiandu Arena, pay attention to the goings on in Tiandu City, especially help me pay attention to what happens in Tiandu City every day until I return to Tiandu City again. The time is tentatively set at 25 days. I obey my orders." Luo Gang replied respectfully. Chang Feng nodded and after looking at the two of them again he continued, "Then let's do this for now. I'm going to the Duanhun Mountains to check out some things and I'll be back within a month. By the way, Salas, if Ning Rongrong comes to me, send someone to help me reply to her secretly. I will go to practice, but I will come back before the promotion competition starts." Salas nodded solemnly. Chang Feng nodded and then he disappeared into the distance in a flash. On this trip he will go to the Broken Soul Mountain Range. range. Broken Soul Mountain Range. He is coming. This time he wanted to figure out why the soul beast in the Broken Soul Mountain Range would actively attack human. Thinking of this, Chang Feng rushed towards the Broken Soul Mountain Range as fast as lightning. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 208 Tien Du General Peng Zi. Chang Feng had many worries hidden in his heart and his journey was full of hardships. After traveling for a day and night, Chang Feng arrived at a town near the Broken Soul Mountain Range. However, Chang Feng was very surprised that the entire town was empty. An empty town with no life at all. If it weren't for the houses and chimneys that could be seen everywhere, he might have almost thought that he was in a dead city. Walking in such a town, even though the sun above his head was a bit bright, for some reason Chang Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Although I didn't see any people or soul beast here, it was so quiet here. Quiet, sometimes very scary. And Chang Feng looked around with his eyes in such terrible silence. Looking left and right, Chang Feng felt almost numb. The sound of sand and sand sounded suddenly. Chang Feng's ears stood straight up, his nerves were tense and his face looked solemn. He did not continue walking down but stood in the distance quietly holding his breath and listening to the direction of the sound. Net moment, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened and he quickly looked in a direction to the left, because the sound came not far from this direction. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. That is what exactly is making this sound? In his opinion, this kind of thing should most likely come from a soul beast, but for a while he couldn't be sure at all. Without much hesitation, he just hesitated for a moment and then decided to go around. If you can avoid trouble, just avoid it. Not long time. At this time, Chang Feng walked to a door that was ajar. He discovered that behind this door there might be something that attracted him, but as he got closer, alarm bells rang in his heart and his eyelids twitched wildly. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly filled my heart. However, he only hesitated for a while, and at this moment there was an unusual sound from behind the door. Hiss hiss. As soon as Chang Feng heard such a voice, he quickly took dozens of steps back. When he felt a little safer in his heart, he looked intently. Whoosh! A black shadow was so fast that only a black shadow could be seen with the naked eye, and it was heading in the direction of Chang Feng. Chang Feng's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and shrank back. The black shadow brought a gust of breeze and floated over Chang Feng's head. Immediately afterwards, Chang Feng moved to the side. At the same time, his right hand immediately condensed a spiral pill composed of blue arc lightning. The moment the condensation was completed, he threw it in the direction of the black shadow. However, the black shadow was extremely fast. When the rays non was a few inches away from it, it was like a slippery loach easily dodging under the rays non. Then the black shadow stayed in mid-air and Chang Feng could see its appearance clearly. The beak of an eagle, the head of a sheep, the eyes of a snake, the claws of a bat and the wings of a hawk. It was flapping its wings looking at Chang Feng with a sinister cold light. The body looks very small, only about the size of 3 fists. Suddenly being stared at by the other party, Chang Feng felt a chill rising deep in his heart. He squinted his eyes and looked at the soul beast in front of him that had just launched an attack on him, his eyes full of coldness. He looked at the other party carefully, unable to judge the other party's age. Moreover, he has never seen this kind of soul beast at all. At least the memory in his mind does not have any relevant information. But Chang Feng roughly judged in his mind that although the opponent was smaller in stature, it was definitely not a simple century-old soul beast or even a 1,000-year soul beast. He could only vaguely judge from the opponent's aura that the age of this hostile soul beast should be between 1,000 and 10,000 years. Net moment, Chang Feng narrowed his eyes and shouted 9 moon steps. In an instant, Chang Feng turned into a blue lightning. In mid-air, he quickly approached the unknown soul beast in front of him. At the same time, he shouted super rays non. In an instant, Chang Feng concentrated a huge rays non in his hand almost instantly, and when he was 1 meter away from the soul beast, he threw it fiercely. At the same time, there was a sneer in his mouth. Ice domain open. In an instant, the domain opened, locking the opponent instantly while suppressing the opponent's strength. To Chang Feng's surprise, when he opened the ice realm, the other party's eyes actually showed human fear and surrender. What was even more surprising was that the other party actually stayed there without any intention of moving, and his body was trembling a little. But Chang Feng didn't want to let it go. Since it attacked him with the hostility of killing him, he had to be prepared to be killed by him. In an instant, the super rays non enveloped the opponent instantly. Suddenly, the cry of chirp kept ringing in Chang Feng's ears, which sounded a bit sad, frightening and helpless. The net moment, Chang Feng quickly retreated backwards, maintaining a distance of more than 10 meters from before, and then stared in the direction where he had just stopped. Bang bang! There was a loud noise and smoke filled the surrounding area. Afterwards, the smoke dispersed, leaving behind a mess. As for that soul beast, it had disappeared and only some minced meat remained on the ground, meat with a few streaks of blood red marks. Seeing this, Chang Feng was pressionless. His pression was full of alertness. This village is deserted now. now, but there may be an unknown crisis hidden at every step. Especially among the soul beasts there were types that he didn't know exist. This made Cheng Feng even more concerned. He looked around and found only empty silence, but apart from that he also didn't expect that the ice field would have such a great effect on the soul beast, which was really unpected. However, walking in such a place and having such an effect in the field greatly increased his sense of security. He stood there and pondered for a while. Cheng Feng continued to move forward. This time he wanted to understand why the spirit beast would actively attack humans. Everything must have a reason. This is Cheng Feng's view. But after walking for half an hour, Cheng Feng found that he had not seen any other soul beast. In this regard, Cheng Feng had no intention of relaying at all. He continued walking less than 100 steps further. Suddenly there was a sound of fighting from the front. This scene surprised Cheng Feng. Without any hesitation, Cheng Feng quickly walked forward. Less than a minute, what comes into view is such a picture. An adult man with messy hair was fighting with a century-old spirit beast. What shocked Cheng Feng was that this adult man did not use soul power but relied on his physical fitness to fight with a century-old soul beast. His moves were fierce and murderous. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but become curious about the adult man's identity. At the same time, at this moment, the adult man spotted Cheng Feng's arrival out of the corner of his eye, and he felt awe-inspiring. Especially the fact that Cheng Feng was wearing a cat face mask made him extremely wary. His eyes only hesitated for a moment, then he murmured, "Well, I've been playing with you for so long, now let's end you on your way." The net moment in Cheng Feng's shocked eyes, he saw that the man in front of him suddenly jumped up and hit the century-old spirit beast head hard, several times faster than before. In an instant the brains of this century-old soul beast were splashed and blood spread all over him, making him full of murderous aura. Then he turned his eyes to Cheng Feng and looked at him carefully for a while. Cheng Feng felt a lot of murderous intent from this adult man, but when he looked carefully he discovered that this murderous intent was not directed at him but looked like it had been formed over many years. He looked at the grown man in front of him with an indifferent look. "You're also here to kill the soul beast? I feel a familiar spirit beast aura from you. Presumably the cunning spirit beast that escaped from me before has been killed by you." Cheng Feng's body trembled and he looked at the other party, feeling a little solemn in his heart. "That's right," Cheng Feng replied calmly. "It seems that you are very capable. I have been here for more than a month. This place used to be full of spirit beasts and I killed almost all of them. I finally avenged my relative. Since you killed the soul beast that escaped from me, then I owe you a favor. But I as a person never like to owe others favors." Having said this, the adult man paused and said, "I will return the favor to you." Cheng Feng waved his hand. "No need, you don't owe me this favor. I kill it just because it wants to kill me, that's all." "Yeah, but in the end it was you who killed it, and I before swore a poisonous oath that I would kill all the soul beasts in this town, so I still owe you a favor." Seeing the firmness in the other person's eyes and the resolute look on his Chinese character face, Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel dazed. This look is very much like that of a soldier. So he said, "Have you ever joined the army before?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the adult man in front of him were filled with grief and his mind seemed a little wandering. A long while, the adult man spoke slowly. "Yes, I used to be a young general stationed at the border of the Tiandu Empire. My name is Peng Zi. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 209 Mission to Solve Mysteries of Past Event 1. Cheng Feng was surprised. Peng Zi glanced into the distance, his back looking a little lonely and desolate. "That's right one." Seeing this, Cheng Feng didn't say much. He could clearly feel that the other party was on guard. In this regard, Cheng Feng did not want to continue talking about this topic, so he changed the subject, looked at Peng Zi and asked, "You were here a month ago. So the soul beasts from the Soul Dead Forest in the Duanhun mountain range will attack humans? Do you know the reason?" Cheng Feng didn't have much hope for the answer to this question. He just changed the topic, that's all. But what Cheng Feng never expected was that the other party seemed to understand him somewhat. This made Cheng Feng feel a little stunned. Looking at the ever-changing expression on Peng Zi's face, Cheng Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. Cheng Feng calmed down and then said calmly, "You seem to know the reason for this. If you tell me the reason, I won't have to repay the favor you mentioned before." When Peng Zi heard this, his body froze and he couldn't help but tremble a few times. Then his expression was surrounded by pain and there was even more infinite regret in his eyes. Seeing this, Cheng Feng was a little confused, but he did not take the initiative to ask but quietly waited for Peng Zi's reply. Perhaps it was the military aura in Peng Zi, perhaps the perseverance in his eyes, or perhaps it was the fact that he was a man with a story that made Cheng Feng feel a little more appreciative. Time passes by minute, not long time. Peng Zk slowly raised his head with difficulty and looked at Cheng Feng. "Would you like to hear me tell a story? For so many years I have traveled all over Douluo continent and met all kinds of people, but but you surprised me from the sound of your voice. You sound very young, probably around 15 years old. You have a strong soul and look like a genius. From the accent you sound like someone from the Tiandu Empire people. Moreover, your eyes look very clear. They are the cleanest eyes I have ever seen. You must have a good heart. When talking about this, Peng Ziyi paused. Cheng Feng looked at Peng Ziyi in shock with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. If the other party hadn't met him for the first time, he wouldn't have been able to believe it. It was really surprising that a person could observe so meticulously. Moreover, he always felt as if he had been seen through by the other party. But Cheng Feng didn't show anything strange and asked instead, maybe you saw it wrong? But Peng Ziyi just smiled, looking particularly miserable. I did see someone wrong once, but since then I have never seen anyone wrong again. I believe in myself. Under my eyes I can see many things that others don't have. Cheng Feng was non-committal about this. I'm afraid this is unconvincing. Yes, my words are unconvincing. Net moment. Peng Ziyi looked at Cheng Feng and said, but no matter what, you are from the Tiandu Empire. Just for this reason I can't help but feel a little better. After all, I used to be stationed at the Tiandu border, guarding the border, and Tiandu people have been living for 20 years. In the blink of an eye things have changed. Cheng Feng looked at the other party as if he was lost in memories. Looking at the other party's complicated expression, he did not disturb him. A few more minutes passed. Let me tell you a story. After listening to this story you will understand why soul beast riots are happening everywhere in Douluo continent. Cheng Feng looked shocked, nodded and looked at Peng Ziyi. Peng Ziyi then said, back then I was stationed at the border of the Tiandu Empire. There was a difficult city called Stone City. As the name suggests, the entire city is made of stone. Stone City, close to the border of the Douluo Empire, is a battleground between the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire. Because there is an amazing gold mine underground in Shishan, and interest people can do whatever it takes, let alone the interests between countries. At that time I was just a little kid, a young general stationed near the gold mine. My daily leisure tasks were just patrolling, but at that time the troops stationed at the border of Shishan would often have minor frictions with the troops stationed at the border of the Douluo Empire. Therefore more of my daily tasks were to work desperately. There was a crazy fierce battle with the Douluo Empire garrison, but since in order that night everything has changed. I still remember that night the stars were twinkling in the sky and the moon hung high in the sky. The wind at night was very strong, blowing up a piece of sand and splashing into the tent. This blow lasted all night. At that time I suddenly received a very strange mission and was ordered to go to the underground dungeon of Stone City to garrison. At first I thought this transfer was a demotion, but what we didn't expect was that the people above told us that if we go to that underground dungeon to garrison, everyone will be upgraded. At that time I was so happy that I secretly drank a jar of wine that night to celebrate myself. However, when I came to the underground cell where I was stationed the net day, I was shocked. When he said this, Peng Ziyi's body was still trembling and there was some fear in his eyes. When Cheng Feng saw this, he had some doubts in his eyes. What's wrong? After hearing Cheng Feng's question, Peng Ziyi calmed down a little. A long while. What I didn't expect was that place was not a dungeon at all, but a scary place. The people there are all terrible people. Some of the people who were stationed in that dungeon with me were not willing to do it on the spot and wanted to leave there. However, it is easy to get in but difficult to get out. I watched with my own eyes as those people tortured their comrades who wanted to leave there to death. They removed all the hands, feet, heads and hearts of my comrades in arms and sealed them in clay pot. Those people are simply not human. They were smiling while doing these things, which looked really creepy. Even the blood on my dead comrade was not spared. It was all drained and put in a big vat. After the person died, he was hung up and bled. These people are simply worse than animals. At that time we were all shocked. Although we are soldiers, we did not expect that the people who would kill us would be people from Tiandu. They are a bunch of lunatic. That underground place is the filthiest place in the world, and it is also the hell on earth. They want to create a war weapon that combines a human and a soul beast. Do you think they are crazy or not? Seeing Peng Ziyi's very excited look, Cheng Feng was indifferent. The most terrifying thing is that I saw a monster they created that was a combination of a soul beast and a human. That soul beast was a bear soul beast, but it had human hands and feet, and even its heart was replaced with a human heart. The only one is the bear head. However, this monster's food is no longer the meat it loved to eat before, but human flesh meat with human blood. That group of lunatics, they went to all the soul beast forests in Douluo continent to capture cub soul beast and adult soul beast. Their ferocity towards these soul beasts would make even a human feel extremely uncomfortable after seeing them. Hearing this, Cheng Feng seemed to have a cloud lifted from his heart. Immediately afterward, Peng Ziyi continued, just like that, finally in order to create this kind of weapon they madly slaughtered the soul beast. Even us, the people of Tiandu city, were not spared. I still remember that in Red Sun city all the people in the city were slaughtered by them, leaving no one alive. In this environment I wanted to escape escape from there, but at that time I retreated. My family including my children were still under their control. I had no choice but to obey their orders and stay there. Later I found out that these people are the evil soul masters mentioned by Wuhan Palace. They do everything they can to increase their strength. In order to create this kind of war weapon, the top leaders of the Tiando Empire actually cooperated with this group of evil soul masters who were worse than beasts and killed countless civilians. It can be said that the top leaders of the entire Tiando Empire are all evil and dirty. I have been working hard to escape from that place, but they are too strong and have no chance. Until one day that man came and saved me. He also rescued my family and children from that group of hateful people. When he said this, when he looked at Cheng Feng again, his expression suddenly changed and he couldn't help but excitedly took a few steps closer. By the way, that benefactor, he is dressed like you, wearing a cat face mask and wearing these clothes. The only difference is that his aura is very powerful, making people afraid to look directly at him, as if looking at him is like blasphemy. You won't be. Seeing Peng Ziyi looking so excited and respectful, Cheng Feng was thoughtful, but Peng Ziyi's net words almost made Cheng Feng vomit blood. You're not that benefactor's son, are you? Cheng Feng replied calmly. Think too much. Peng Ziyi was shocked and confused, but he heard Cheng Feng's dissatisfaction and suppressed this shocking speculation. Thanks to the help of that benefactor, I took my family to live in seclusion in this town. However, what I didn't expect was that because I had been stationed in that place for a long time, I had a strong spirit beast aura, but for this reason it's all a trick of fate. Cheng Feng looked at Peng Ziyi extremely sad and full of with a guilty look on his face. He thought in his heart, so this is what happened. In this way, the riots of the soul beast in the soul beast forest across the Douluo continent are also the soul beast's revenge on the group of humans. What they are looking for should be those shady evil soul masters. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel sad for the countless civilians who had been implicated and died. At the same time, he didn't have the slightest fondness for the evil soul master. In his opinion, evil soul masters should not exist in Douluo continent. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 210, Resisting the Soul Beast. Basically that's it. Peng Ziyi sighed with complicated emotions. Cheng Feng nodded. If I had refused the transfer from my superiors, in that case I would have been demoted at most, and I would not have been contaminated by the soul beast breath. And if I had not been contaminated by the soul beast breath, then my wife and my son, they will not die in vain. Not to mention everyone else in the town died because of me. Even after so long, I can't forgive myself. Cheng Feng looked at Peng Ziyi with tears streaming down his face, looking heartbroken. He could only listen silently. He couldn't even say words of comfort because they were not so familiar with each other yet. Fortunately, today I have killed all the soul beasts that killed my closest relative. Now I have died without regret. I can finally go underground to see my wife and children. However, I have received a favor from you which makes it impossible for me to leave in peace and find my wife and children. Seeing that Peng Ziyi seemed to have regained some fighting spirit, Cheng Feng couldn't refuse. He was worried that if he refused, Peng Ziyi might commit suicide in the net moment. Looking at the other party's expression, he didn't look like he was joking at all. He was full of iron-blooded will. Regarding life and death, everything is indifferent, but the death of a close relative made this tough man always brood and cry. He can be regarded as a very affectionate person. Perhaps the collapse of adults happens in an instant. For Peng Ziyi, the death of his wife and children is a pain that can never be healed in his heart. But the superior he once trusted so much was the culprit who pushed him into the dark abyss. I believe that this incident also left him with wounds that are difficult to heal. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng took a deep breath. There are other nearby towns that have living people but are constantly attacked by spirit beasts. Cheng Feng looked at Peng Ziyi and asked this question. In his opinion, Peng Ziyi should be very familiar with some news about nearby towns than he was. Peng Ziyi did not live up to his expectations. He looked at Cheng Feng and said, currently the scope of influence of soul beasts to attack humans has expanded to 70 miles around the Duanhun mountain range. Soon it will probably expand to the surrounding areas, hundreds of miles. Moreover, now the population of the 70 miles away from the Broken Soul mountain range has been wiped out. Almost no one in the towns that were closer could escape, and they were all killed by the soul beast. When he said this, Peng Ziyi's face looked a little heavy and he also blamed himself. Cheng Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wenlin village is 100 miles away from the Broken Soul mountain range, and the soul beast clan has not yet attacked there. But now there is an important issue, which is to stop the attack of the soul beast in advance. He remembered that Wenlin village is to the west of the Broken Soul mountain range. As long as he goes to the west direction now and stops all the soul beasts that are constantly attacking humans, then the safety of those in heaven will not be so important. Worried, this thought flashed through my mind and I couldn't get it out of my mind for a long time. Net moment. I want to go to the west to resist the spirit beast. Peng Ziyi's eyes eyes lit up when he heard this. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then solemnly saluted Cheng Feng. Thank you for your generous action. As a soldier, I Peng Zi will keep your kindness to the people in mind. This time I will go to the east where there are more spirit bees. If I am lucky, I will return this favor alive, but if I am not lucky this time, then let me protect the people of Tiandu again. I am a soldier and protect the safety of the people. This is my mission and I hope you can understand. I will fight to the last drop of my blood and protect the people as much as possible. This is my responsibility as a soldier. When Cheng Feng heard this, he couldn't help but respect Peng Zi. Protect civilians as much as possible, even if you return the favor that I don't care about at all. Also for me this favor is because you are too persistent. Peng Zi was unmoved and gave Cheng Feng a military salute. Then he said, Peng Zi takes the order. We must protect the people to the death. After finishing speaking, he looked at Cheng Feng and sighed. How great it would be if Douluo continent was dominated by young people like you in the future. Cheng Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard this and replied, I'll do my best. Peng Zi had a lot of affection for Cheng Feng in his heart. Net moment, Peng Zi left without any hesitation in the direction east of the Broken Soul mountain range. Looking at Peng Zi's back, Cheng Feng's eyes showed admiration. How great it would be if there were more people like this in Douluo continent, and then they were all from heaven. After Cheng Feng sighed in his heart with complicated emotions, he looked towards galloping away in the direction west of the Broken Soul mountain range. At the same time, Wenlin village. Great Elder, I heard that the spirit beast is coming to attack our village. Is this true? Yes, Great Elder, we have so many children here. What should we do? Great Elder, send all the children and women out first. We adults stay to resist the spirit beast and buy time for the children to escape. Yes, Great Elder, we are not afraid of death, but the children are still young after all. They are the fire of our heaven and we cannot just cut it off in our hands. Luo Jinbei looked helplessly at the people in heaven around him, but he was very happy that everyone was so united. Everyone present gathered around Luo Jinbei in the middle, looking a little worried. Not long time, Luo Jinbei just pondered for a while, then looked at these people and said, everyone please be quiet and listen to what I have to say. As soon as the word fell, the noise in the room suddenly fell silent. Everyone remembers the authority of the Great Elder in their bone. At the same time, they also respect Luo Jinbei very much. Therefore they all obeyed Luo Jinbei's words obediently. Even the most talkative person in the crowd covered his mouth with both hands at this time. Everyone present looked closely at Luo Jinbei. When they thought about it, although the first elder was young, he was wise, far-sighted, methodical and very popular. Generally speaking, the words of the Great Elder are very reasonable and practical. Luo Jinbei took a deep breath and continued, everyone, we are here today. I want to explain a few points to you. First of all, the soul beast will not attack here yet, so please keep it in mind. Do whatever you need to do, don't spread rumors or believe them. Let us in heaven get the first-hand information. Secondly, people without long-term worries will always have immediate worries. If we don't do anything, those spirit beasts will attack here sooner or later. Therefore I am considering bringing some people to defend against the spirit beasts. Moreover, everyone must believe me. I will stop those soul beasts. We will never let them take another step forward. At this time everyone should not be confused. As long as we unite as one and work together, then all difficulties will no longer be difficulties and the difficulties will no longer be difficult. It will be solved easily. So everyone should go about their business. Don't worry, do whatever you need to do. Listen to me, everyone should disperse. After Luo Jinbei finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Great Elder, I can also resist the soul beast. I want to contribute to our heaven. Yes, Great Elder, we can all resist the spirit beast. I can do that too. Luo Jinbei couldn't help but stare, and after scanning everyone present, he said, what are you talking about? We have people in heaven to deal with these matters. As for you, just comfort your family members and talk to your children. Don't go out recently. Remember, you must take care of your children. Everyone please leave me. If anyone is making noises, I'm in trouble. When everyone heard this, they were moved in their heart. At this time they recognized heaven even more. As a civilian, he enjoys a life that he could not imagine before. There is no exploitation or class here. Children can get education and no one has any calculations. Here it has become a paradise. Perhaps heaven is not so good. Everyone became more convinced of Luo Jinbei. At the same time they also respected and admired the mysterious emperor who founded Heavenly Court more. In Douluo continent, the only force that dares to speak for civilians like them, consider their opinions, respect them and allow them to live a decent life is Heavenly Court. Therefore heaven occupies an extremely important position in their hearts and they all regard themselves as members of heaven. They do not allow anyone to slander heaven and they have a strong sense of honor for heaven. Seeing everyone present disperse, Luo Jinbei showed a smile and murmured to himself, the future of heaven must be bright. Brother Feng is right. If this continues, heaven will sooner or later become the master of Douluo continent. I really look forward to that day coming, and I look forward to Brother Feng leading everyone one to change the world of Douluo continent. Afterwards Luo Jinbei arranged for people from heaven to go to nearby towns to defend against the spirit beast. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 211 Chang Feng's killing. It won't be long. Chang Feng came to a small town. This town looking up is full of fallen flowers. If the timing hadn't been wrong he would have really wanted to spend more time here. Looking around I found that the people here all had happy smiles on their faces. The laughter and laughter are connected together. Being here Chang Feng frowned. This place is 70 miles away from the Broken Soul mountain range and is within the range of the soul beast's imminent attack. If Peng Zi didn't lie then the spirit beast should be coming to attack the town here soon. But these people in the town did not realize that the danger was approaching. Is it true that I don't know, or is there someone behind the scenes who is deliberately concealing it? Chang Feng was not clear about this. He walked to a stall selling clay figures and looked at the many lifelike clay figures in front of the stall. Xiao's clay figurine pretends to be a buyer. He picked up a clay figurine and pretended to look at it for a moment. Putting this one down he picked up another clay figurine. This action attracted the attention of the stall owner. The stall owner is a fat middle-aged man. The hair on the top of the head is sparse and bald, but there are a few hairs on both sides of the head standing unyieldingly. A wisp of breeze blows and these hairs are all tilted like the strokes of Chinese characters parallel to each other, and no one disturbs anyone. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at Chang Feng, who was wearing a cat face mask, and his eyes changed. Net moment. Sir, which clay figurine have you chosen? Just pick one and I'll give it to you as a small one. It sounded like the tone was full of respect. Chang Feng was surprised. Really? However, you are also a skilled clay figure. It takes a lot of time to make a clay figure. I will not take advantage of you. The money you should pay will not be less. You should be a local here, right? The surroundings were extremely noisy, but the fat middle-aged man listened to everything Chang Feng said word for word. He was a little uneasy in his heart. Since he didn't know the purpose of this soul master who looked like him, he could only satisfy him as much as possible because he was just a commoner. He would go against the soul master or anger the soul master. He couldn't imagine it. After just pondering for a few moments he looked at Chang Feng and respectfully replied, Sir, I was born and raised here. I have been here for more than 40 years. After hearing this Chang Feng rolled his eyes and asked, don't you know that the spirit beast is about to attack? I see that the people in this town don't seem to know and there is no worry on their faces. This exactly. When the middle-aged man heard Chang Feng's words he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After knowing that the soul master in front of him had no malicious intentions he felt relieved. Then a smile appeared on his face. Sir, you may not know. Before we were indeed very worried and panicked about this for a while. But before you came here a large number of soul masters had already arrived. They told us that they will protect us and will never let a soul beast attack us, so we are not worried. Moreover, these soul masters are a bit different from other soul masters. They don't treat us in a condescending or bossy manner. The attitude on the contrary is to treat us with great respect. When he said this the middle-aged man paused and continued, those adults are now guarding the 4 directions of the town and guarding it strictly, so we feel at ease. Moreover, compared to us who are farther away, who would be willing to leave their homeland if they could. When Chang Feng listened to this man's words he clearly heard that they were words from his heart and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Then do you know which force these soul masters come from? The middle-aged man glanced at Chang Feng warily. Although there was still respect in his eyes, he was more wary than respectful. Younger ones don't know about this. When saying this the middle-aged man's eyes flashed several times in succession. Chang Feng could tell at a glance that the other party was not telling the truth, but he did not bother to embarrass a commoner. However, he was a little surprised. How could the behavior of these soul masters be so similar to his style in heaven? Could it be said that they are people from heaven? Or is it an emerging force that is rising and a competitor to heaven? When thinking of this, Chang Feng glanced at the middle-aged man again out of the corner of his eye and found that the man was ready to close the stall and leave, so he understood that the man did not want to talk anymore. In this regard he did not force anything. However, I am a little more curious that these soul masters have such a favorable impression among the common people. The net moment. Chang Feng walked through the streets and alleys of the town and checked around before preparing to leave for the west, one of the directions where the group of soul masters were stationed. It won't be long. When Chang Feng came to the west entrance of the previous town he realized that the situation here was not that good. It can be said that the situation here is in sharp contrast to the peaceful and beautiful scene seen before. Here there is only endless fighting and bloodshed. Watching the people in the field trying their best to fight with the spirit beast, even risking their lives to prevent the spirit beast from passing through, Chang Feng had always maintained a calm heart, but at this time he could no longer be calm at all. His heart was greatly touched. The broken arms and limbs were splashed on the ground. Human blood and animal blood raged raged across the sky. This place has become a purgatory on earth. At this moment the group of people suddenly said, for the sake of heaven everyone come with me and charge and kill. At this moment Chang Feng's breath couldn't stop leaking out. He looked at those violent soul beasts with infinite indifference. This time even if the King of Heaven came he could not stop the killing unleashed in his heart. At the same time he regretted in his heart that these were the people of heaven who did not fall in the future war for hegemony but fell while stopping the soul beast here. At this moment Chang Feng was angry. The mountains and rivers change in anger. Only when the mountains and rivers are stained with blood can the hearts of the people be comforted. Moon's stab. Chang Feng shouted, and in a flash he came to the sky where everyone was fighting with the soul. He looked down at these ferocious. The soul beast has no mercy in its eyes. I am the Emperor of Heaven and everyone who belongs to heaven must stand back. Chang Feng quickly showed the heavenly emperor's order to everyone and then gave the order directly to everyone. These people are all the elites of heaven and he doesn't want them to fall here. Moreover, the injuries of these people can be healed over time as long as they are treated promptly. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the golden emperor's token and everyone showed excitement. The Emperor of Heaven is here to save us all. With the Emperor of Heaven here none of these spirit beasts can escape. The Emperor of Heaven is here. Fortunately now I don't have to die young. The Emperor of Heaven is here and I finally don't have to regret not having a wife. This time I go back I will definitely get married and have a fat boy. These people were very excited. Because of Chang Feng's appearance the attack of the soul beast stopped. They look coldly at the sudden appearance of this person. They hate the way humans look down at them. Their majesty must not be lost here. The people who belonged to the heavenly court did not hesitate at all. After giving a quick salute to Chang Feng they retreated a few hundred meters away and said at the same time, Emperor Heavenly, I'm here to help you. Let's go to support in other directions. Brothers. Chang Feng nodded. From the corner of his eye he looked at the many corpses lying on the ground and the stumps everywhere. The corner of his eye twitched and his heart suddenly shrank. These people were originally from his heavenly court but now they all died in the hands of these damn soul beasts. At this moment Chang Feng's eyes were filled with fire. He looked at the dozens of spirit beasts on the ground, his eyes filled with infinite killing intent. Ice realm open. A cold sound echoed around. In an instant these dozens of soul beasts were all shrouded in the realm of ice. The moment they were enveloped by this domain all the soul beasts suddenly had a look of fear in their eyes and they looked at Chang Feng in shock. But Chang Feng ignored them at all. He looked at the motionless appearance of these soul beasts. Although he was confused he did not miss this great opportunity to kill them. Super raise non. After shouting violently Chang Feng's right hand instantly condensed a super spiral pill. The astonishing lightning intertwined on the spiral pill as well as the violent soul power aura with a hint of death enveloped the hearts of the beasts. Under the fear of death they roared one after another and looked at Chang Feng with infinite unwillingness. The moment the raise non was thrown towards the beast there were several bang bang sounds that made the earth tremble several times and the violent noises pierced the sky. Blood splattered in the sky and the ground was dripping with blood. Chang Feng looked down at the ground which was all blood red. None of those damn soul beasts were left behind. He looked at these dead soul beasts without any sympathy in his heart. In his opinion these soul beasts deserved to die. The net moment Chang Feng stood on the ground again and then looked at the heavenly man lying on the ground. His heart felt heavy. These people were all his people in heaven but now they fell here. It had to be said that this was something that he felt extremely regretful. He took one last look around and found that all the soul beasts in this direction had been cleared by him. But when he thought that there were soul beasts attacking from several other directions and that someone from heaven might fall down at any moment he dodged and quickly headed towards the east direction which was closest to here. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL Chapter 212 Monument of Heavenly Heroes. Not long time Chang Feng rushed to the entrance of the town on the east side of the town. The fighting here is very fierce. At a glance hundreds of soul beasts are all heading towards the entrance crazily. Each one of them looked as if they were desperate, their eyes full of indifference, and the people in heaven who were fighting them were gnashing their teeth. This scene reflected in Chang Feng's eyes and he naturally saw that heavenly court was gradually falling into a disadvantage. If he were a step too late these people might end up here. What surprised Chang Feng was that most of these people had two great soul masters with soul rings and a few were soul masters. They cooperated with each other to block the advancing soul beasts, but their courage is impressive. In order to prevent the spirit beasts from epandaying their arrogance again Chang Feng thought that it was necessary to suppress their arrogance. Net moment Chang Feng directly summoned the martial spirit, the death side. He held the sickle spirit tightly and looked at these spirit beasts, his eyes filled with killing intent. As a result his figure was like streaks of blue lightning moving quickly through the field. Rescue people in heaven one after another. On the other side of the soul beast, the leading soul beast Chang Feng could tell at a glance that it was a 10,000-year soul beast. At this time time there were more than 30 people blocking it. They all had injuries on their bodies and their clothes were stained with red blood, but they had no intention of flinching. However, their condition does not look good and they all looked depressed. Chang Feng knew that to capture the thief, first capture the king. This principle also applies to soul beasts. Thinking of this, he flashed and immediately came to the 10,000-year-old soul beast. The sudden appearance of Chang Feng stunned the other people in heaven who were resisting this soul beast. But very quickly the net moment there was a sudden sound in the field say something like, "It's the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is here and we are all saved. The Emperor of Heaven is here, everyone is saved." Similar sounds quickly sounded around one after another. Their voices were full of excitement and one by one their morale suddenly rose. Chang Feng never expected that his appearance could bring about such an effect. But Chang Feng just said quickly to the people around him, "Give me this 10,000-year soul, you go help others." Chang Feng's voice was full of unquestionable tone, but it was precisely this tone that made them feel more confident and confident. "We will obey the order of the Emperor of Heaven." Chang Feng just nodded and turned his attention to the 10,000-year-old soul beast in front of him. "The 10,000-year-old soul beast in front of me is quite ugly." Chang Feng is no stranger to the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Looking at the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider in front of him, Chang Feng was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at it with a hint of coldness. But Chang Feng had no intention of relaying at all. Regarding the 10,000 years man-faced demon spider, a lot of relevant information quickly appeared in his mind. He remembered that the man-faced demon spider not only had a solid carapace but also had extremely fast speeds and even its 8 long legs that had strong penetrating power and were highly poisonous. More importantly, if the human-faced demon spider reaches the 100-year level, it can compete with ordinary 1000-year level souls. The most terrifying thing is its spider web. Generally speaking, the webs of ordinary spiders are made of silk, but the man-faced demon spider is different. Its webs are spit out directly. It is not only extremely sticky but also extremely tough and has terrifying nerves attached to it. In particular, the man-faced demon spider can spit out spider webs 3 times a day, and its first action when it sees its prey is to spit out spider web. However, what worried Chang Feng was that it still had weaknesses. The key point of the man-faced demon spider is very obvious, namely its 8 eyes, but it is not defenseless because there is a transparent protective layer on the surface of its eyes. The reason why the man-faced demon spider makes people change their colors when they hear it. All this can be attributed to the terror brought about by soul beasts like the man-faced demon spider because of its strong killing nature. They are often hunted by some powerful soul beasts. It is not easy for them to be able to practice for thousands of years, let alone 10,000 years. However, this time the leading spirit beast turned out to be a 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, which was something he did not expect. Looking at the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider in front of him, Chang Feng stared closely at its 8 eyes without blinking. The 10,000 years man-faced demon spider saw Chang Feng's eyes looking towards it and sensed a hint of malice in Chang Feng's gaze, so it moved its hand towards Chang Feng without hesitation. In an instant he saw the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider quickly moving towards Chang Feng. At the same time, it showed its 4 sharp spear-like legs in front and stabbed fiercely towards Chang Feng's head. The movement was fast, bringing up a gust of wind. Seeing the amazing speed of the man-faced demon spider, Chang Feng was also surprised. At this time he did not dare to underestimate the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider in front of him. He did not want any accident to happen due to carelessness. When he looked at the man-faced demon spider again, Chang Feng had a solemn look in his eyes, but he would never just sit back and wait foolishly for the attack of the man-faced demon pearl to come. The net moment, Chang Feng's figure flickered and quickly disappeared from where he was. Net moment, he appeared 10 steps away, staring at it closely. As for the place between Chang Feng and the man-faced demon spider, no one or spirit beast came to disturb them. The soul beast is afraid of the 10,000 years man-faced demon pearl and is worried that it will kill it. Others are afraid that approaching here will drag Chang Feng down. As a result, the other people on both sides of the field tacitly vacated a piece of land in the field, leaving it for Chang Feng and the man-faced demon spider to fight. Seeing that his attack failed, the man-faced demon spider stared at Chang Feng fiercely. Suddenly Chang Feng felt a chill in his heart. This sound suddenly sounded in the field, arousing Chang Feng's vigilance. He looked at the movements of the man-faced demon spider, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, is it about to spin silk? Chang Feng knew how powerful the silk it spun was. Just after the man-faced demon spider finished spinning its silk, the silk turned into a huge web, seemingly trying to trap Chang Feng in it. But how could Chang Feng follow the man-faced demon spider's wool? In an instant Chang Feng moved. He shouted, "Lowly moonstep." The net moment he was in mid-air 3 meters above the ground. ground. Looking at the man-faced demon Pearl, Chang Feng couldn't help but slowly floated 4 soul rings behind him, yellow, purple, purple and black. Chang Feng held the death scythe tightly in his right hand. Suddenly the 4th black soul ring behind him suddenly lit up and he shouted loudly, "Thunder God Super Scythe Formation!" In an instant thousands of blue arc lightning crackled violently all around. In just a short moment they trapped the man-faced demonic orb in front of them, as if the man-faced demonic orb in front of them was trapped in the world of thunder and could not extricate itself. Everyone else present saw this scene and felt very happy. Could it be said that the Emperor of Heaven is going to destroy it directly? Many people have raised this question in their hearts, but their eyes are looking here unconsciously. When Chang Feng saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the net moment when his eyes were fixed on the place where the man-faced demon spider had just been, his presence changed. Damn it, why did it suddenly disappear? Chang Feng's eyes quickly looked around the field and at the same time his mental power was also rapidly sensing. However, Chang Feng was disappointed by the fact that he did not realize where the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider had disappeared. In response to this, Chang Feng felt nervous. An enemy hiding in the dark and peeping is always unsettling. Out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw other soul beasts still attacking the people in his heaven. Without thinking much, the net moment he suddenly turned into a blue lightning and quickly shuttled throughout the field. He held the sickle in his right hand and quickly harvested the lives of the soul beast one by one. Blood splattered in the air for a long time without stopping. Until he finished harvesting the life of the last soul beast, there was a sudden silence in the field. Others present looked at the scene in front of them in shock, their hearts shaking. There were many yellow soul rings floating in the field, met with purple. This scene was very eye-catching. The net moment the audience quickly cheered, "Long live the Emperor of Heaven! Long live the Emperor of Heaven!" But Chang Feng remained unmoved at all. At this time his eyes sharply scanned every inch of the surrounding land, secretly guessing where the man-faced demon spider might be hiding. Suddenly at this moment, "Emperor, watch your back!" When Chang Feng heard the reminder from others on the scene, he didn't take any care at all. He quickly moved his body to the side and took a few steps back quickly. At this time 4 sharp spears were stabbed into the ground, causing a cloud of smoke and dust to rise on the ground, and 4 deep caves appeared on the ground. Chang Feng looked at the man-faced demon Pearl and the murderous intent in his eyes couldn't stop overflowing. The net moment there was a sneer in his mouth. Ice domain open. In the field suddenly the temperature in the air suddenly dropped and the surrounding area was filled with ice and snow. The bone-piercing coldness quietly spread throughout every inch of the space. The 10,000 years man-faced demon spider had a flash of panic and some fear in its eyes. At the same time it found that its body was motionless and it was spinning a thread in the direction of Chang Feng uneasily. But Chang Feng quickly hid. After doing this twice, Chang Feng no longer cared about the man-faced demon spider in front of him. After carefully observing the man-faced demon spider, he suddenly discovered that the man-faced demon spider in front of him behaved the same as the group of soul beasts he had killed before. Similarly, its body was motionless with fear and panic in its eyes. Chang Feng was extremely surprised by this. He also didn't expect that this ice domain would have such a great restraint effect on soul beasts. It was really a surprise, but he had no intention of letting the opponent go because of this. He stepped closer to the 10,000 years man-faced demon spider. Then he waved the death sickle in his hand and swung it towards the 8 eyes of the man-faced demon spider. In the end he stabbed its 8 eyes 8 times with the death scythe. Only when he saw that it was lifeless did he heave a sigh of relief. Then a 10,000-year-old black soul ring floated over the 10,000-year-old man-faced demon spider's corpse. But what surprised Chang Feng was that a death scythe suddenly produced a suction force and swallowed the 10,000-year soul ring directly without causing any ripples. Chang Feng looked at this scene in astonishment and then looked at the sickle in his hand to see what difference it had after swallowing the black soul ring. However, what made Chang Feng extremely disappointed was that there was no change at all. Soon Chang Feng quickly gathered his thought. He glanced at everyone present and said, "You guys are very good. Leave all the soul beasts in the other 2 directions to me. You go to the town for treatment first. As for the sacrifice people, you take their bodies with you. Bury them properly on the spot and set up a monument. This monument is called the Heroes Monument. In addition, people in the town will be asked to help carve their names on the stone monument. From now on, people who died here will be arranged to be guarded. Offering incense to heaven, they will live forever. They are all heroes of heaven. As for their families, heaven will not treat them badly and will definitely let them live a good life. This is my responsibility as the Emperor of Heaven. Promise of." As soon as the word fell, a trace of sadness quietly rose in everyone's heart. Immediately afterwards Chang Feng flashed and disappeared in the respectful gaze of everyone. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 213 Arrangements for Everyone's Escape in Heaven. Time passes by minute minute by minute. When Chang Feng came to the southern entrance of the town, he found that there were very few people left to resist the spirit beast, but on the ground there were dead bodies lying on it. Fortunately there are not many soul beasts, only dozens. These dead people are all members of his heavenly court. Seeing this, Chang Feng's eyes were blood red and his heart was in unbearable pain. The remaining few people, seeing that the soul beast had a huge upper hand, were determined to die. At the same time they are not reconciled. After paying such huge casualties, they failed to stop the soul beast from advancing. One of the young men who had already broken his right arm shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me, even if it means death I will take one of you away." After saying that, he took the lead and attacked the soul beast closest to him. He looked at this soul beast with fierce eyes and a cruel smile. Bang! With a sound, he and the soul beast directly fought. The soul beast was a century-old soul beast that looked like a wolf. Its sharp claws slapped the young man hard, causing the young man to spit out a mouthful of blood, but the young man ignored it. Point still, rush forward, shout, sword defeats thousands of armies. At this time Chang Feng discovered that the sword in the young man's hand was actually his martial spirit. The young man's sword fell on the century-old soul beast, directly making a hole, and blood gurgled out of the hole. Immediately afterwards the young man continued to attack the soul beast in this desperate way. Chang Feng moved his eyes to several other places and he resisted in this way by exchanging injuries for injuries. Seeing this, Chang Feng's heart sank suddenly. Without any hesitation he directly summoned the martial soul, the death scythe. Holding the death scythe tightly in his right hand, he looked at the soul beast present, his eyes filled with a will to kill. Net moment, Chang Feng's body quickly flashed and he came to the field. Chang Feng's arrival attracted the attention of both parties, but Chang Feng didn't care about their thought. He just looked at the other party's soul beasts. He looked at these soul beasts and found that the highest age was only 1,000 years, and he breathed a sigh of relief. So he waved the death sickle in his hand and quickly shuttled through the field. Nearly every soul beast was killed by his sickle. In just a few dozen seconds these dozens of soul beasts were all lying on the ground, unable to stand up again forever. Then Chang Feng just nodded to the living people in front of him. The net moment, he shouted 9 moon steps. His figure suddenly turned into a blue arc of lightning and quickly headed towards the northern entrance of the town. After Chang Feng left, several people present looked at each other. Tell me, who is the person who just saved us? Maybe it's someone passing by. It should be like this. There was no such a powerful person in this town before. Yes, when we came to this town the soul masters in the previous towns had already received the news and fled the town. Several people were talking one by one, and at the same time they felt a little more ed in their hearts unconsciously. When Chang Feng came to the north of the town, he found that the situation was completely different from what he had seen before. Here all the people lying down are spirit beasts and their corpses are piled up like mountains. On the heavenly side fewer people died and most of them were just wounded. Looking at this scene, Chang Feng was indeed a little surprised, but the net moment a familiar voice sounded, making his eyes happy. Everyone please clean up the battlefield and remove all the soul beast corpses here. These soul beast corpses must contain a lot of nutrient. If you give the children raw food and grow fat, there should be a lot left. There should be a lot left. Just give some to every household in the village. Yes, great elder. When Chang Feng looked at the familiar figure giving orders, he looked full of majesty, but his mind was still in a trance. Seeing this, Chang Feng walked over and took off his mask. Jinbei! Chang Feng shouted. Luo Jinbei suddenly heard someone calling him, so he quickly turned his head, and when he found it was Chang Feng, a smile appeared on his face. Luo Jinbei quickly approached Chang Feng. This scene caught the eyes of others and instantly caused an uproar, because among these people there are those who have seen the wind. Suddenly someone present took the lead, looked at Chang Feng and shouted loudly, I have seen the Emperor of Heaven. After everyone else in the field heard this, they all hurriedly saluted Chang Feng and said, I have seen the Emperor of Heaven. At the same time they were very surprised. Most of them had never seen Chang Feng. They thought that the Emperor of Heaven, who had no head or tail to the dragon, would be very old. As a result, what they saw was a young man about the same age as the Great Elder. This shocked them very much. The Great Elder's talent can make people ignore his age, and the Heavenly Emperor, who is taller than the Great Elder, will probably be even more outstanding. While they were thinking this, Chang Feng nodded to them. Everyone feel free to do whatever you want. No need to be polite. Then Luo Jinbei and Chang Feng gave each other a warm hug. After they separated, Luo Jinbei asked directly, Brother Feng, aren't you in Tiandu City? Why are you here? Chang Feng replied, if Luo Gang hadn't told me that there was a tide of soul beasts in the Broken Soul Forest in the Broken Soul Mountain Range, I wouldn't have known about what was going on here. I wasn't worried about this, so I rushed come here. Fortunately we arrived in time. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you about this because I was worried that you would be distracted, so that's why. It seems that Luo Gang can see the situation clearly and is a talented person. Chang Feng nodded and patted Luo Jinbei on the shoulder. Jinbei, you have worked hard all these years to cultivate so many elites for heaven. Luo Jinbei smiled bitterly when he heard this. Brother Feng, stop teasing me. Most of our soul masters in heaven are only second-level soul masters and only a few are soul masters. As for those from the soul sect and above, very few. Chang Feng smiled and said, even so it's already pretty good. Oops, the rest of us in heaven are still resisting the spirit beasts from the other 3 directions. I want to bring people to help. Seeing Luo Jinbei's uneasy look, Chang Feng stopped him directly and said with a smile, you don't have to go in other directions. The soul beasts there are, they have all been taken care of by me. Let's go to the town first, find a place and then have a good chat. Luo Jinbei looked overjoyed when he heard this. Brother Feng, thanks to you this time. Well, let's go to the town first. Afterwards Chang Feng put on the cat face mask again and walked side by side with Luo Jinbei. Behind them hundreds of people followed, walking toward the town in a mighty way. After arriving in the town, Chang Feng found that everyone in the town spontaneously gathered in the direction of the northern entrance of the town. They looked at Chang Feng and his group with gratitude in their eyes. What they held in their hands was food. There was a ragged old woman carrying a basket tremblingly with a few eggs on it. The old woman carried it very carefully, staring at the eggs with her peripheral vision as if she was afraid that they would run away. It seemed that these few eggs, an egg is all the old lady's property. There is a middle-aged man on crutches. He is holding a piece of purple cloth in his hand. It is stained with some traces of time and looks like it has been treasured for many years. There are children a few years old and all they have in their hands are snacks. Watching the children's reluctant eyes imitating the adults but looking magnanimous, but when he stared at the snacks in his hands from the corner of his eye, this scene actually made Chang Feng smile. Until Chang Feng and his party approached, they all stepped forward and pushed the things in their hands into the hands of Chang Feng and the others. This scene made everyone here in heaven feel surprised, moved and warm. Perhaps heaven is your destination. This idea emerged in the minds of many people at the same time. They looked at the scene with smiles on their faces, but tears in their eyes flowed out unconsciously. In response, Chang Feng looked at Luo Jinbei and said, life is not easy for everyone in this town. Jinbei, tonight send someone to deliver something to every household, including food and clothing. Clothes are appropriate. Luo Jinbei nodded. I understand, Brother Feng. Afterwards Chang Feng and Luo Jinbei left here and came to an abandoned courtyard in the town, temporarily serving as a place to stay in heaven. When Chang Feng first arrived here, he found that he was surrounded by people from heaven lying on the ground and they all had injuries on their bodies. Seeing this, Chang Feng couldn't help but feel guilty when he saw the pain on their faces due to their injuries. When these people saw Chang Feng coming, they all struggled to stand up and saluted Chang Feng and Luo Jinbei. I have met the Emperor of Heaven and the Great Elder. Chang Feng waved his hand. Everyone, there's no need to stand up, just rest and recuperate. Chang Feng's calm tone made everyone present feel like a spring breeze. In this regard, everyone present felt even more convinced and respected towards Chang Feng, the Emperor of Heaven. Their eyes shone with gratitude, respect and enthusiasm. As for the fighting power of the Heavenly Emperor, after seeing Chang Feng take action, the people in the Heavenly Court aggravated it. They felt proud and were very glad that they chose the Heavenly Court. A long while, Chang Feng and Luo Jinbei sat facing each other. Jinbei, I have observed the beast tide launched by the soul beast this time, and they are only in a small area at present. Moreover, we have killed so many soul beasts this time. Although the vitality of the soul beast clan in the soul desolating forest will definitely be weakened, it is seriously injured, but it also makes them hate us humans living around them even more. Therefore, if they attack again, I think it will not be so simple to resist them. The beast will all show up at that time if we fail to resist. Have you thought about what those people in Wenlin village will do? After Luo Jinbei finished listening, his face became a little solemn. Brother Feng, I have thought about this before coming here, and Lu Ruzi also gave me a suggestion, which is to send people to send the children to Nodding City. Lu Ruzi told me that now the entire Tiandu Empire, only Nodding City is a safe place. As for other cities, a mysterious holy cult force has emerged. The people in this force are all evil soul masters and they prefer to attack children. Chang Feng asked back, why is Nodding City a safe place? Are there no evil soul masters there? Luo Jinbei replied, Brother Feng, Lu Ruzi told me that Nodding City seems to be guarded by a strong man. Moreover, this strong man hates the attitude of the evil soul master. Chang Feng hesitated. Who is this strong man? Luo Jinbei said, I heard that this person suddenly appeared in Nodding City. I don't know his background. Chang Feng was thoughtful. He pondered for a long time. Nowadays the clouds and waves in Douluo continent are treacherous. Even Nodding City, I don't think it is safe. Maybe we can try that method. Luo Jinbei looked surprised. Brother Feng, do you have any plans here? Chang Feng nodded. I just don't know if everyone will agree. Is there any difficulty? Luo Jinbei looked at Chang Feng and said. Chang Feng nodded. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 214. 14 Heavenly World Pearl. The sky and the earth are endless and we will return to the pill thousands of miles away. This scene has always been lingering in Cheng Feng's mind and he can't get rid of it. He remembered that time the so-called primordial god of the universe gave him a black bead, and that black bead is not as simple as it looks on the surface. It can fully protect your own sea of consciousness according to that person's intention. Gods below the God King cannot invade his own sea of consciousness. Moreover, inside this black bead is a world in which he has lived for 2 years. If these people from Tianting Wenlin village were put into this world, then their safety would no longer have to worry about. However, it may be difficult to persuade them to take the initiative to enter this world. At this time this black bead was suspended deep in his spiritual consciousness. As long as he thinks this black bead can appear in front of him in an instant. Looking at the curiosity on Luo Jinbeo's face, Cheng Feng said in a gentle tone, that place is a vast world. However, the world there is different from this world. But I think if everyone is in that world, life, if things go on like this, can also be our base in heaven in the future. Moreover, that place is absolutely safe and even ordinary gods cannot break into it. Luo Jinbeo looked very shocked after hearing what Cheng Feng said, but he just pondered for a while and then said in a serious tone, Brother Feng, you must not say this to other people. I will also forget this. As for those in heaven, they will come and persuade them. I will persuade them to enter that world. As soon as these words came out, Cheng Feng felt a little moved. He patted Luo Jinbeo on the shoulder and said, thank you for your hard work, Jinbeo. Let's do this. Jinbeo, I'll guard this town first. You go back to Wenlin village and talk to everyone about this matter. This matter must be handled well, and it's best if everyone is willing to do it. Don't worry, Brother Feng, I will persuade everyone carefully. Cheng Feng nodded when he heard this. He still believed in Luo Jinbeo. Brother Feng. Luo Jinbeo looked at Cheng Feng with hesitation. What's wrong? Can I ask you a favor? Cheng Feng's eyes were surprised and he nodded. If you need anything, just tell me and I will definitely help. Luo Jinbeo gritted his teeth, looked at Cheng Feng and said, Brother Feng, I rarely told you about my affairs. From my previous experience so far, I have only found out the cause of death of my parents and the martial arts spirit. A senior official in the palace has a great connection, so I want to ask Brother Feng to help me find out the truth. Back then, how did my parents die and who killed them? I will find him in the future to help. My parents took this blood revenge. Cheng Feng looked extremely serious. Hearing what Luo Jinbeo said, he felt a little touched in his heart. Jinbeo, not only will I help you with this, but if I have the chance, I will definitely bring that person to you personally in the future and let you deal with it. Not only him, but also those who killed my father. Don't try to escape. When he said this, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with a cold light. Luo Jinbeo felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Brother Feng, that senior executive, I only know his name is Peter Stryker. If Brother Feng starts with him, we should be able to find some clues. Peter Stryker, I remember it. After the arrangements are made in heaven, I will return to Tiandu City to make arrangement. Don't worry, I also have my own people in Wuhan Palace. As long as you check carefully, you will definitely find something. Luo Jinbeo nodded. A huge stone in his heart fell to the ground and he felt a little better. Brother Feng, how about I go to Wenlin village now to persuade everyone, because I'm worried that something may change over time. When Cheng Feng heard this, a light flashed in his eyes. That's fine, I'll leave Wenlin village to you, so be careful on the way. After you convince everyone, you can send someone to deliver a letter to me. I'll go to Wenlin village and send everyone to that world. From now on, that world will be called heaven. Luo Jinbeo nodded solemnly. Brother Feng, I understand. I'll leave now. You should rest early. Cheng Feng patted his shoulder. Take care. Luo Jinbeo did not hesitate at all and immediately returned to Wenlin village before it was completely dark. After Luo Jinbeo left, Cheng Feng moved his mind and revealed the black bead deep in the sea of consciousness. Putting it in his hand and looking at it for a long time, he murmured, from now on you will be called the Heavenly World Pearl. Then Cheng Feng took it back with a thought. This bead is very easy for Cheng Feng to use, being controlled by his thought. But what if people are put in and there is not enough food in that world? Could it be that we want them to fight with those sea soul bees? When he thought of this, Cheng Feng objected. He was thinking about whether he could grow crops or something in it. He still remembered that there were a lot of fairy grass in his jade bracelet, so why not give them a try? Net moment. With a thought, he came to the Heavenly World Pearl. At this time he appeared here as an ideological form, not himself, because he was worried that if he came in personally, if someone approached outside the house without him knowing, the bead would be opposed. The scope of the Heavenly World Pearl is very large. Although most of it is desolate, the advantage is that the land is vast. After he came to this world, he appeared in the inheritance place of the original universe god. In his opinion, the entire world of heaven is inside. The only place suitable for people to live should be here. As for other places, they are full of danger and not suitable for human habitation. He raised his head and looked at this land, which covered an extremely large area. It is much larger than the sea, the dead end of the cliff and the main hall here. and this also solved his last worry. He doesn't have to worry about insufficient land area. Then he stayed for a while and then his consciousness eased and returned to the outside world. With a thought, Chang Feng let the bead enter the depths of the sea of consciousness again. Immediately afterwards he walked to the bed, sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated on soul power. One night passed quietly. This time Chang Feng meditated on soul power for a little long. 3 days have passed and there is still no movement in Chang Feng's body. But outside the house it became a noisy mess. The great elder, the Emperor of Heaven, has been in the house for 3 days and has not come out. There is no movement in the house. When Luo Jinbei heard this, his face was filled with solemnity. He had just returned here. Originally he wanted to tell Brother Feng the good news that he had convinced all the people in Wenlin village. But what he didn't expect was that Brother Feng stayed in the room and made no move. Although Luo Jinbei was also worried, he was more thinking about whether Brother Feng was practicing in the room and had reached a critical moment. Therefore he ordered no one in heaven to break into this room and disturb his Brother Feng's practice. Time is passing bit by bit and the worries in Luo Jinbei's heart are increasing day by day. Another 2 days have passed. Luo Jinbei stood outside the house, his eyes filled with helplessness. He thought that if Brother Feng hadn't woken up by noon today, he would have evacuated the people from Wenlin village to Notting City, because in the past few days he had noticed some abnormalities in the Duanhun mountain range. If it is not resettled, if there is a surprise attack by the soul beast, it may be a disaster for heaven. Time flies like the wind. In a blink of an eye it was already midday. Luo Jinbei's heart sank suddenly. He looked at the room in front of him, but there was still no movement at all and his eyes showed disappointment. As far as he is concerned, evacuating the people from Wenlin village to Notting City is still not as safe as Brother Feng. After all, the strong man who suddenly appeared in Notting City has an unclear attitude towards heaven and he knows nothing about the other party. If something unexpected happens, it will probably be a serious blow to heaven. Thinking of this, Luo Jinbei was about to turn around and leave. What I didn't expect was that he just wanted to leave. The door behind him opened with a creak. Luo Jinbei turned his head and looked. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 215. Arrangement of everyone in Wenlin village. Chang Feng walked out of the room. In the past few days he has entered a strange state which is so mysterious that it cannot be explained clearly. Moreover, in this state his soul power quietly increased by 1 level, reaching level 49. What's even more gratifying is that in that state he was thinking more about issues in the field. What I didn't expect was that I had an epiphany. The question he was thinking about in that state was how to comprehend a new realm. As a result, the scene of ice and fire eyes flashed in his mind and it kept appearing over and over again. Suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred and he finally thought of comprehending a new field method. For this newly understood field, if the experiment is successful, then his strength and ability will take another step toward becoming stronger. This new realm was called the realm of life by him. Regarding the field of life, in the past he may have known nothing about it and he may not have even known where to start to understand it, but now he already has an idea in his mind about how to comprehend the realm of life. More attempts were made to verify the flash of inspiration that flashed in his mind. If it is really successful, then the immortal grass in his jade bracelet will be reusable. In this case he can bring more geniuses to heaven. The bright future of heaven can be described as a smooth road. Brother Feng, you are finally out. Luo Jinbei's excited voice sounded, causing Chang Feng to retreat directly from his thoughts to reality. It Jinbei, over at Wenlin village, have you convinced them? Luo Jinbei looked at Chang Feng and found that there was nothing abnormal about his body, so he felt more relieved. Brother Feng, I persuaded you to settle this matter 2 days ago. But Brother Feng, you haven't woken up yet. Luo Jinbei's words shocked Chang Feng. Jinbei, how many days have I been in this state? Brother Feng, it's been 5 days. What? It's been 5 days. I thought it was only 2 days. Oh no, things will change later. Now you and I can go to Wenlin village. Luo Jinbei nodded. Moment. Jinbei, don't resist, I will take you directly towards Wenlin village now. When Luo Jinbei heard this, he understood that Brother Feng was going to use the moon step move to hurry up. For this move Luo Jinbei can only reluctantly use it at present, and he is not yet able to do it as he pleases like Brother Feng. Good. Seeing Luo Jinbei agree, Chang Feng he directly put a hand on his shoulder and then shouted, 9 moon steps soon. Wenlin village. Jinbei, I'll be waiting for you at the school ground in the village. You go and gather everyone together. Also you ask everyone to take everything they have, because that world is still relatively deserted at the moment. Luo Jin nodded and said, Brother Feng, I understand. You go to the school grounds first. I'll gather everyone right away. Chang Feng replied, go ahead. Afterwards Luo Jinbei left in a hurry. Chang Feng on the other hand flashed and arrived at the Wenlin village school grounds. At this time there are some children on the school grounds who are undergoing basic physical training, and some are practicing climbing trees and treading water. This scene made Chang Feng nod his head. Chang Feng's sudden appearance still aroused the children's vigilance. They all worked together to surround Chang Feng. One of them pointed at Chang Feng and said, "Who are you? What are you doing here in our heaven?" Chang Feng said nothing and silently took off his cat face mask. As Chang Feng took off his mask, there was a sound in the field. "It's the Emperor of Heaven. I didn't expect that the Emperor of Heaven is back." The Great Elder said that when the Emperor of Heaven comes back this time he will give everyone a gift. "What I heard from the Great Elder is that only if you perform well will you get opportunities given by the Emperor of Heaven." Chang Feng looked at the children whispering to each other. There was a gentle smile on his face. Among them a 3-year-old girl with pigtails and a pair of snot hanging from her nose staggered to Chang Feng's side, dangling her little feet. She pulled the hem of Chang Feng's pants and said in a sweet voice, "Tang rock candy gourd, eat it." Chang Feng picked her up with both hands and said with a smile, "I didn't bring it with me this time. However, I will give you a small item." Chang Feng took out a FO mask from the Ring Soul Guide and handed it to the little girl. Chang Feng touched the little girl's head and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The little girl clutched the FO mask tightly and replied in a sweet voice, "My name is Nicai." "What? I can't guess that." The little girl's face suddenly became an ease after listening to Chang Feng's words. She continued, "My name is Nicai, not Nicai." This time Chang Feng finally heard it clearly. He felt a little embarrassed, especially the children present who were laughing so hard that they fell forward and backward with laughter. This kind of embarrassment made him feel a little embarrassed. The advantage is that Chang Feng's face is so thick. He quickly put the matter aside and finished it with the children. Not long time, when Luo Jinbei led everyone in Wenlin village here, he saw his brother Feng playing a game of eagle catching chicks with the children. He couldn't help being stunned. Unexpectedly, brother Feng actually has such a side. Of course this scene was watched by everyone else present and their eyes widened. The Emperor of Heaven is actually playing games with these children. This scene refreshed their 3 views, but the harmonious aspect of the venue, especially the children's knowing laughter, touched their heart. Perhaps this is the true appearance of the Emperor of Heaven. A bit childish. When Chang Feng saw Luo Jinbei arriving with everyone, he stopped the game he was playing. Under tens of thousands of eyes he calmly walked to Luo Jinbei. Looking at these people, Chang Feng said gently, "Jinbei, I have told you before so I won't say more." Net moment, Chang Feng thought, and the dark beads suddenly appeared in the field. The moment the dark beads appeared, Chang Feng shouted loudly, "Heaven and earth are infinite open." This mantra is one of the messages that Zuzi sent to his mind, which can expand the space of Zuzi. In an instant the dark beads expanded instantly. In the blink of an eye it became bigger and bigger. What Chang Feng didn't expect was that the dark bead suddenly emitted a dark light, instantly covering the entire Wenlin village. The net moment, Chang Feng suddenly discovered that the Wenlin village in front of him was only filled with bumps and valleys and was completely silent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes he wouldn't have believed that this was still the Wenlin village from before. Suddenly Chang Feng realized something. With a thought he directly entered the heavenly world Pearl. When he came in he found that the people from Wenlin village had now settled net to the inheritance site of the universe god. Seeing this he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In this regard he guessed, could it be the backup left behind by the so-called primordial god of the universe? At this moment Luo Jinbei and his group saw Chang Feng appear and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Jinbei stepped forward, looked at Chang Feng and said, "Brother Feng, what happened just now?" Chang Feng replied directly, "I don't know the specifics. Anyway, just hope everyone is fine." Then Chang Feng walked up to the crowd, looked at everyone and said, "From now on this is the headquarters of our heaven. You don't have to worry about any dangers here. However, what I want to tell you can accept, write it down every time you come down. This is a world different from Douluo continent. This world has a cliff, a palace and a sea. Remember, don't get close there. It's quite dangerous there. Of course this place is big enough and covers an area comparable to the entire Douluo continent. It is estimated that even if you spend your whole life you may not be able to reach the sea cliffs and palaces." When Chang Feng said these words he didn't know that the sea cliffs and palaces were very close to here. However, that person's action reversed this point with his powerful strength. All this who took action no one knows. Everyone present looked shocked and their heart could not calm down for a long time, but they know that it is safe and big here. They looked up and sure enough, as far as the eye could see, it was all barren land. At this time Luo Jinbei said, "Brother Feng, I plan to move all the civilians of Heavenly Court here, including the population of several nearby towns where we previously resisted the Soul Beast, to expand our power in Heavenly Court. But in this case Brother Lao Feng will help." Chang Feng nodded and replied, "As long as you can persuade those people and let them move in, it's a trivial matter. Moreover, you have to make it clear to them that joining Heavenly Court must be voluntary." Luo Jinbei nodded solemnly. Subsequently Luo Jinbei used his excellent organizational skills and quickly calmed the hearts of everyone who came here. While Luo Jinbei was doing doing these things. Chang Feng and his mother Wang Hui came to a place and talked about some common things. In the blink of an eye a few hours passed. After Luo Jinbei finished all these things, he came to Chang Feng's side and said, "First, Aunt Hui, let me talk to Brother Feng about something first." The two walked to the other side, keeping a few meters away from Wang Hui. Chang Feng asked, "What's wrong, Brother Feng? I found that there are no living creatures here, and when the children are growing we can grow crops here, but there is no meat. You see, this land is completely barren. If you find a wild boar you will find it. Not even that, let alone anything else." Chang Feng understood clearly. "I understand what you mean. The soul beasts I killed before should be able to be used for a period of time. As for the future, I will think of a way." Luo Jinbei said, "Brother Feng, I will solve these things." "Brother Feng, please focus on more important things. But right now there is a very serious problem in solving this matter. That is the lack of money. I'm afraid something is not easy to handle." Chang Feng smiled after hearing this, patted Luo Jinbei on the shoulder and said, "I will take care of the money matter." Net moment. Chang Feng took out a gold card from the Ring Soul Guide and handed it to Luo Jinbei's hand. Luo Jinbei took it and took a look curiously. 1 million. "Brother Feng, where did you get so much money?" Chang Feng smiled casually. "I earned this from the Kaibao Glazed sect." "Brother Feng, the Kaibao Glazed sect is so rich. If you have the opportunity you must make more from them. Only in this way will our heaven be stronger." Chang Feng nodded. Suddenly Chang Feng said, "Jinbei, I want to tell you something. That is, our heavenly court is going to start creating a heavenly court legion. There must be both a soul master legion and a civilian legion. These matters are all left to you. Come and do it. And if possible, move all the civilians who belong to the heavenly court here and hide our strength and bide our time. Only then can we, the heavenly court, profit from the chaos and become the biggest winner." "Brother Feng, what is the battle you are talking about?" Seeing the curiosity in Luo Jinbei's eyes, Chang Feng simply replied, "There will be God participating in the battle to decide who will be the master of Douluo continent. Therefore there is not much time left for me. I want to only by becoming a god as soon as possible can we have a great future for my heaven. Brother Feng, leave the affairs of heaven to me for the time being. Brother Feng, you should work hard to become a god. In this case, Brother Feng will become a god as soon as possible. For us in heaven it will be a matter of course for us to grow stronger." "Okay, you've pretty much taken care of it here. Then let's go tell mom and let's go out." Luo Jinbei nodded. Then Chang Feng and Luo Jinbei said goodbye to Wang Hui. Immediately afterwards Chang Feng took Luo Jinbei and left the world of the heavenly world Pearl. After reappearing in the outside world, Chang Feng had a thought and shouted in a low voice, "The world is endless and we will return to the pill after thousands of miles." In an instant a jet black bead reappeared and floated back to the depths of Chang Feng's spiritual sea of consciousness. "Jinbei, let's go back to that town." "Yes, Brother Feng." It didn't take long. The two returned to the town. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 216 Unprecedented Beast Tide. Chang Feng and the others had just returned to the town not long ago. Luo Jinbei took a part of Heavenly Court's troops and went door to door to persuade them to join Heavenly Court. Chang Feng didn't have high expectations for this. He came to the room and meditated. A long time. There was a chaotic sound outside the house, very loud. Withdrew from the soul power meditation practice and opened the door. Seeing the panic in the eyes of the people stationed in heaven, Chang Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He pointed at one of the young men in black attire and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you all look so panicked?" When the young man named by Chang Feng heard Chang Feng's inquiry, he revealed a wry smile. He first bowed respectfully to Chang Feng and then replied, "Reply to the Emperor of Heaven, our people have sent news. At the 4 entrances of the town in the east, southwest and north, each has a group of people, an army of soul bees. They haven't started attacking yet, but the pressure they are giving us is too strong. Many of our brothers have said that they can hardly bear it anymore." Moreover, people in the town began to fall into a kind of panic. Many people refused to listen and thought about leaving the town. However, those who insisted on going their own way were killed by the beast one after another. "And ours, even if we help each other we won't be able to do it in time." Chang Feng's expression became much more solemn. "Jinbei, where is he now?" Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, "The Great Elder has now gone to the first front line at the northern entrance of the town, because the spirit beasts in that direction are extremely powerful. Many of the spirit beasts are extremely powerful and my subordinates are worried that the Great Elder may not be able to stop the attack of the spirit beasts' footsteps." Chang Feng asked back, "You said before that those spirit beasts haven't started attacking yet, right?" Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, "Yes, those soul beasts are entrenched in the direction of those entrances, motionless, and seem to be very disciplined. My subordinates are worried that they are brewing a bigger plot." Chang Feng's heart suddenly sank. The soul beast clan can actually attack the heart. It's really a ghost. "May I have your name?" Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, "My subordinate's name is Wei Mao." "Wei Mao, please pass on on my order. Send more people to appease the people in the town. If anyone dares to cause trouble at this time, catch the troublemaker immediately and don't let anyone go. Wait until the spirit beast retreats. After that everyone must be liquidated. Subordinates obey orders. Looking at Wei Mao's leaving figure, Cheng Feng suddenly worried about the situation over at Jinbei, but there are no people with strong strength and brains to guard the entrances of the other 3 towns. He was worried that if the army of soul beasts attacked directly, they might collapse at the first touch. And the people in this town, when the time comes, I'm afraid all of them will be buried in the mouth of the beast. After careful consideration in his mind, he decided to use the fastest speed to deal with the armies of spirit beasts in the east, south and west directions. Net moment, Cheng Feng's figure flashed and disappeared immediately. The first thing he came to was the entrance to the east of the town. When he came here, there were only dozens of people from heaven stationed here, but the army of soul beasts on the opposite side numbered in the thousands. Even Cheng Feng couldn't help but take a breath after reading it. No wonder he would see the legs of these heavenly people trembling and their faces turning pale. Although the situation is extremely serious, none of the people stationed in heaven have escaped. Their courage is commendable. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng immediately stood at the front of the people in heaven. Cheng Feng's sudden appearance gave everyone in heaven who was stationed here a shot in the arm. At this time they did not speak. Instead they all looked in the direction of Cheng Feng and showed infinite respect. Looking at the dense army of soul beasts in front of him, especially when many of them were 10,000-year soul beasts, Cheng Feng's presence was very ugly. If he fights with these souls later, I am afraid that he will not be able to take care of the people in heaven who are stationed here. By then heaven will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the pressure on Jinbeo's side is even greater. If this side cannot be dealt with as soon as possible, then Jinbeo will be in danger. Looking at the army of soul beasts in front of him, which was as strict as an army, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with uncertainty and shock. Who is their leader? It's really amazing to train these soul beasts to be like this. Terrible soul beast. In front of so many soul beasts, he knew that the number of people could no longer determine much. Moreover, he didn't know if he could stop all these soul beasts. He couldn't be sure of any of this. At this moment the army of soul beasts suddenly moved left and right, leaving a gap in the middle. Seeing this scene, Cheng Feng looked closely. Bang, bang. The ground shook and the sound echoed all around. What caught Cheng Feng's eyes was a tiger more than 10 meters long. It steps forward. Although it is slow, it brings a strong sense of oppression to the surroundings. Every step you take seems to step on people's heart. The eyes are as sharp as knives, making people feel cold. His face was expressionless and his majesty was revealed. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's so big, it's really terrible. Be quiet. Didn't you see that the Emperor of Heaven stood in front of us and didn't even move? Don't let the soul beast on the opposite side look down on you. Cheng Feng couldn't be distracted from the discussions behind his back. Right now he was staring at the tiger-like soul beast in front of him. He couldn't tell the age of this soul beast, but the vague sense of oppression it brought to him was no less than the momentum of Ming and the others. When Cheng Feng fell silent, at least 100,000-year soul beast. How can we fight this? The leaders of the soul beast armies in this direction were all 100,000-year-old soul beasts, so he could not imagine what the leaders of the soul beast armies in the other 3 directions would be like. Human hand over the murderer. Cheng Feng's heart was shaken when he suddenly heard the other party speak. It seems that the other party has determined that it is a soul beast that is at least 100,000 years old. Cheng Feng thought about what the other party said, but he was confused. Who is the murderer you are talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, the 100,000-year-old soul beast in front of him suddenly raised his head. The head roared and the sound shook thousands of miles. It looked at Cheng Feng with cold eyes. I can feel that the murderer is in this town. If it weren't for the order from above, you will all die. Now hand over the murderer and we will leave naturally. Cheng Feng was surprised when he heard this. It seems that there is something he doesn't know about here, but at the same time he was quietly relieved in his heart. It was obvious who had given the order to the upper management of the other party. He did not immediately retaliate against the human beings, but was very restrained. For this he was still very surprised. What did the murderer you mentioned do? Also, does he have any characteristic? Maybe you tell me and I can find that person. I saw that. After hearing this, the other party replied that murderer, he robbed the adult's child. He has an evil aura about him. Cheng Feng. No wonder the opponent has such a large formation and can do this step with great restraint. Could it be that the murderer is the evil soul master Peng Zi mentioned? How courageous. Being able to make 100,000-year-old soul beast call you sir. I'm afraid this unseen soul beast is extremely powerful. As for how strong the other party is, he can no longer imagine. Cheng Feng thought for a while before replying. Should I find the murderer and hand it over to you and you will retreat? We only want the murderer. Cheng Feng understood clearly. Okay, I promise you, but I hope you won't launch an attack before I find the murderer. Also, can you communicate with us from other directions? ones. We must also ensure that they do not attack. Listening to Chang Feng's words, the 100,000-year-old soul beast pondered for a while and nodded. Okay, I promise you, but I only give you 1 day. If you don't hand over the murderer to me, I will rush into the town with my army of soul beasts from the soul-destroying forest and kill you all. Chang Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. 1 day is enough. I hope you can do what you say. I disdain this. You humans are all untrustworthy. If it weren't for the fact that I smelled the breath of our soul beast clan from you, do you think I would be so easy to talk to? Chang Feng was stunned when he heard this. Regarding this matter, he really had no way of knowing that he had the aura of the soul beast clan in him. He subconsciously brought his sleeve to his nose and smelled it, but then a word came to his ear. Only a spirit beast can smell this kind of smell. You seem to be a little not very smart. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to entrust you with the task of finding the murderer. Chang Feng's face turned dark when he heard this. He calmly replied, wait for my news. You can communicate with the soul beast armies in other directions. Otherwise I go to find the murderer, but you suddenly launch an attack. Isn't it true? You humans are like this. You are hypocritical and villainous. It is simply unreasonable for you to think about our soul beast like this. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng saw that the other party raised his head and roared more than 10 times in a row. I don't know what the other person meant by yelling, but not long after I heard the other party say, that's enough. Go and find the murderer now. Chang Feng looked at the other party's arrogant look and then thought of the string of animal words before he nodded. I know what you are thinking. We spirit beasts do what we say, unlike you humans. None of them dare to disobey my king's orders. Hearing this, Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the people in heaven behind him and said, you continue to guard here. Believe me, the murderer will be found. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng flashed and disappeared immediately. This 100,000-year-old soul beast looked at Chang Feng's leaving figure and murmured to himself, in addition to the aura of our soul beast clan, this human being also has their aura. Could it be that this human being is different from them? Are they part of a group? No, the aura on that human being feels very close to our soul beast clan. It must not be their aura, but it could be someone from our soul beast clan who took that step, and this human being is it. Isn't he a slave? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 217, The Soul Beast Retreat. A few minutes later, Chang Feng returned to the town thinking about how to find the murderer. As for the evil soul master, he has not yet reached a very high level of cultivation and can see something. Furthermore, he could only tell that the other party was an evil soul master when the other party opposed the evil aura of the evil soul master. Walking on the quiet streets of the town, Chang Feng put his chin on his hand and pondered. If the entire town is placed under his own domain, will there be a chance that this evil soul master will be opposed? People's subconscious actions can best reflect something. In this town, he knew from Jinbei that basically everyone was ordinary civilians. As for the soul master, it is said that he left the town as soon as the soul beast attacked. In other words, he can use the ice domain to really find the murderer. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought that those who died in his heaven were not affected by him. Thinking of this mileage, Chang Feng's eyes were filled with a hint of coldness. Net moment, he shouted, lowly moonstep. Suddenly Chang Feng appeared in mid-air. He looked down at the surroundings of the town without any hesitation and shouted coldly, ice domain open. In an instant, everyone within a few thousand meters was under Chang Feng's ice realm. The temperature in the surrounding sky suddenly dropped. It won't be long. In the sky above the town there were thousands of flying snowflakes falling into the tiles on the roof of the town. An extremely cold feeling penetrated into every corner of the town. Chang Feng was highly concentrated. With the help of Sui Hua, he was able to monitor every corner of the town at 360 degrees without blind spot. Maybe it's because the weather is really too cold. The heavenly soul master staying in the town subconsciously revealed his aura. Chang Feng remembered every one of them. Suddenly, in a collapsed corner of the town, a man wrapped in a black robe was sitting cross-legged. He subconsciously revealed a hint of soul power. This hint of soul power made Chang Feng's eyes brighten. Yes, this murderer is actually hiding here. Thinking of this, Chang Feng suddenly turned into a blue arc of lightning and rushed towards the man in black robe in the town. A corner of an abandoned house. A man whose whole body was wrapped in a black robe coughed a few times. Immediately afterwards, he took out a dark palm-sized egg from under his black robe. This soul beast egg has not hatched yet. If the first thing it sees after it hatches is me, then it will be my best partner. As long as it grows up, who can rival it? Haha, cough, ahem. It's all worth it. As soon as I recover from my injuries, I will leave here. Fortunately, a force called Heavenly Court has appeared here. With them here, I should be able to hold on for a while. Why is it getting colder and colder today? Looking at the flying snowflakes outside the house, the man in black robe couldn't help but his expression changed drastically. No, this is the field. Could it be that the feeling of being watched just now is true? Damn it, who is it? The man in black robe immediately stood up. up. When he wanted to leave here quickly, Chang Feng appeared. Seeing that the other party seemed to be preparing to run away, Chang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. With me here you still want to run? Can you do it? Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you targeting me? Hearing the hoarse voice from the other party, Chang Feng frowned subconsciously. Save your words for later. Go underground and plain to the dead in my heaven. Are you from heaven? Chang Feng didn't answer and looked at the other party with a cold face. Take your life. Raise non. Chang Feng's right hand instantly condensed into a blue lightning arc ball and he quickly approached the man in black robe. But at this moment the man in black robe sneered, if you want to kill me, just leave your life here. Those people in heaven find an opportunity to get rid of them all. I'm not afraid of Feng Da. Flashing his tongue, Chang Feng shouted coldly and threw the raise non towards the opponent's chest. But just as the raise non approached, the man in black robe suddenly dodged and dodged directly. When he showed his figure again, it was 10 meters away from Chang Feng's right. Seeing this, Chang Feng turned his eyes a few times and thought to himself, this strength seems really not to be underestimated. Net moment, the man in black robe directly summoned the martial spirit. A purple giant python appeared immediately with a faint look in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, soul rings slowly rose behind the black-robed man. Yellow, purple, black and black beating regularly. Suddenly the black-robed man's fifth soul ring became much brighter. A loud shout came from the black robe's mouth. Poison dominates the world. Dozens of purple poisonous arrows turned into venom quickly struck in the direction of Chang Feng as fast as a meteor chasing the moon. When Chang Feng saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. Without any hesitation he dodged and moved a few steps to the left, dodging the poisonous arrows coming from the opponent. The poisonous arrow missed and hit the rotten beams of the house instead. Chi sound. The beams snapped and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Chang Feng stared at the opponent closely and directly summoned the martial spirit Death Side. Holding the death sickle tightly in his right hand, 4 yellow, purple and black soul rings floated behind him, floating regularly. Chang Feng shouted, Thunder Death Wing. In an instant Chang Feng flew directly into the air, looking at the opponent with murderous intent. He waved gently towards the man in black robe and instantly hundreds of wind blades whizzed towards the man in black robe. When the man in black robe saw this, his expression changed. He smelled the smell of death from those wind blades. Having been on the verge of death all year round, he also saw the power of the martial spirit in Chang Feng's hands. Because he actually felt a trace of heart palpitations from that martial spirit, he would not just wait to be killed like this. Although the opponent's wind blade looked troublesome, he was not unable to resist it. Net moment, the SITH soul ring behind the black-robed man suddenly lit up and he shouted, swallowing heaven armor. In an instant the man in black robe was quickly wrapped in a layer of purple armor covering his entire body, completely covering him. There is also a faint purple light emitting from it, full of a mysterious rhythm. Chang Feng quietly watched the wind blade fall on it. Ding ding. After hundreds of sounds, it did not cause any damage to the opponent. Harm. Chang Feng sneered on his face. If you can block it once, can you block it? Net. He naturally saw that the other party's soul skill was extremely consuming of soul power, but his own second soul skill consumes less soul power. This alone is enough to kill the opponent. There is no need to use stronger methods in front of him. Thinking of this, Chang Feng continued to wave the death sickle in his hand. Once hundreds of wind blades emerged and struck in the direction of the black-robed man. After repeating it dozens of times, the light of the opponent's purple armor looked significantly dimmer than before. Seeing this, Chang Feng worked harder and sped up his waving movement. In a short period of time he waved hundreds of times. Then he stopped and looked at the appearance of the man in black robe with joy in his eyes. In the end the armor of the man in black robe was dismembered by these wind blades, and the man in black robe had many wounds on his body. At this time the man in black robe was kneeling with his hands on the ground, gasping for air, and his body was covered in blood from countless wounds. When Chang Feng saw this, he felt happy. However, out of caution he first shouted, Ice Realm open. In an instant the man in black robe was directly locked and he didn't have much soul power left in him. At this time he couldn't resist the low temperature generated by Chang Feng's domain. In an instant the black-robed man's eyes darkened, his face faced the ground and he hit it hard. Chang Feng put away his martial spirit and stood on the ground again. He walked closer to the man in black robe, kicked him a few times and then quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the man had indeed passed out. When he was holding the man in black robe with one hand, a sudden bang sound attracted Chang Feng's attention. When he looked carefully and found that it was an egg, he couldn't help but think deeply. Could it be that this is the adult's child that the 100,000-year soul beast mentioned? Thinking of this, Chang Feng picked up the egg again. Then his figure flashed and disappeared immediately. A blue arc of lightning flashed in the sky, running towards the east entrance of the town. Not long time, Chang Feng's figure appeared on the spot. The 100,000-year-old soul beast looked at the man in black robes held in Chang Feng's hand and couldn't help but press surprise. He thought to himself that he was captured in such a short time. He didn't know who trained this human being. The slave who came out. People, I brought them. Also, this should be the child of the adult you mentioned before. I also brought this. Get rid of all your people first and I will give them all to you. When the 100,000-year soul beast heard this, he was overjoyed. It knows that the adult's order has finally been completed. Moreover, it does not believe that this human being dares to play any tricks in front of it. In the face of strong strength, any scheming means are stupid and useless. After that, I heard the 100,000-year-old soul beast in front of me roar to the sky dozens of times before giving up. And Cheng Feng also saw that the spirit beasts present retreated in an orderly manner. This scene made Cheng Feng's eyes go straight. The soul beast clan is afraid that something extraordinary will appear. It won't be long. Except for the 100,000-year-old soul beast in front of me, all the other soul beasts had completely evacuated. Human, I have fulfilled your request. Now please give them to me. Cheng Feng heard this and nodded. Then he walked towards the 100,000-year soul beast with vigilance, and when he was still 10 steps away from it, he put down the man and the egg. After doing this step back further, the 100,000-year soul beast directly held the egg and the person in its mouth glanced at Cheng Feng and left quickly. After watching its leaving figure, Cheng Feng said to the people behind him, you the three of you go to the southwest and north of the town and take a look. Presumably the spirit beast has retreated. It should be fine. Several people pointed by Cheng Feng agreed on the spot and left in a hurry. When other people present looked in the direction of Cheng Feng, they unconsciously showed a kind of admiration and respect. Cheng Feng was looked at by them unnaturally, so he waved his hand and said, you go to the town to appease people's hearts and tell everyone that the spirit beast has retreated. Everyone replied, we will obey the order. After watching them leave, Cheng Feng clasped his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of the Broken Soul mountain range in trance. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 218. Return to Tiandu City. A tide of beasts made the people in the town confused. Tianting resisted the soul beast and won the respect of everyone in the town. What Cheng Feng never expected was that Luo Jinbeo's persuasion to the people in the town went surprisingly smoothly. After putting everyone in the town into the world of the heavenly world bead, Cheng Feng decided to have some Iparian, but Luo Jinbeo wants to return to Soto City to take charge of the overall situation. After the two separated in the town, Cheng Feng put on the cat face mask and continued on the road. This time he planned to go back all the way, and he has already decided on the place for training. Just choose to be in the spirit fighting arena. 22 days later, outside Tiandu City, a man wearing a cat face mask walked towards the gate of Tiandu City. These days he hangs out in the spirit fighting arena just to develop his physical abilities. Obviously he was very successful. In the past 22 days he basically participated in 20 soul battles every day, fighting all the way from the Balak Kingdom to Tiandu City. Must win every battle. The ability to temper the physical body has reached an extremely high level. Nowadays, even when fighting ordinary people of the same age, he can defeat them without using soul skills. But if it was someone like Tang San, he felt it would be safer to use soul skills. Regarding Tang San, he had always been afraid in his heart. This time he rushed back to participate in the promotion competition. Regarding Tang San, what he was worried about was whether the other party would create a particularly terrifying hidden weapon. Also, if he faced Tang San directly, he would have to face a real problem, which was Tang San's hidden weapon. Can he deal with it? Fortunately, he can still cope with it. He is not stupid, so he will not stand there and let the opponent attack. These days, after participating in the soul fighting, he devoted his energy to the research of the electromagnetic gun. He discovered that the power of the electromagnetic gun was much more terrifying than before. For this reason, he was once worried whether Tang San would be killed, but he thought that Tang San had always had good luck, so he gave up this idea. Tomorrow is the promotion match. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng sighed lightly. He chose a direction and walked towards the prince's residence. This time he came back to report to Xue Qinghe. Also, what is the progress of the things he wrote to him before? The matter entrusted to Xue Qinghe before was also very simple. It was nothing more than asking him to help send people to keep an eye on the movements of Tang San, Mo Weiner and the holy cult people and investigate them. After all, Xue Qinghe has this energy. Not long time, Cheng Feng came to the prince's residence again. Nearly a month has passed, but the servants of the prince's residence have not forgotten him. The little one has met the adult. A respectful voice came from my ears. Cheng Feng waved his hand directly, looked at a soldier guarding the gate and asked, is His Royal Highness in the house? Reporting to your lord, your highness, I am in the study. Cheng Feng nodded and walked inside. When Cheng Feng came to the study, he saw Xue Qinghe immersed in correcting the memorial. He didn't say anything more, just moved a chair and sat down across the Sweking River. You're back. The promotion competition starts tomorrow. Are you confident? Cheng Feng didn't didn't answer. He stood up and walked to the table, took a teacup, poured a cup of water from the teapot and drank it in one gulp. Then he sat back in the chair. However, what he didn't see was that the corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth twitched as he looked in the direction of the teacup from the corner of his eye. It shouldn't be a problem in the promotion round. By the way, has there been any progress on the matter I asked you to inquire about before? Xue Qinghe put down the memorial in his hand and stood up directly. Go to the study window, open the window and look out the window. I did find out some things, but I didn't check any further. Why is this? Because a lot of people died. Hearing this, Cheng Feng froze. Sorry, I didn't expect this matter to be so difficult. It's none of your business. I didn't expect that the forces behind the people you asked me to investigate are not simple. Can you tell me a little bit? First of all, that young man in blue, Tang San. The people I sent to investigate him were all poisoned to death. The dead people had crossbow arrows on their bodies. Also, a soul emperor I sent out also died, and his death condition was it was miserable. I don't know what method Tang San used to find them and then killed them all. Cheng Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this and replied, his most outstanding skill is poisoning, and the ability to detect the people you sent out should be his eye soul skill. Purple demon eyes. Really? Poisoning is so powerful? Isn't he from Haoshan sect? Also, his father Tang Hao has never heard that he can poison. So where did he learn the ability to poison? Where did it arrive? Cheng Feng couldn't give a clear answer to this. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel awestruck as he asked Xue Qinghe so many sharp questions in such a short period of time. Then how do you know about his eye soul skill, the purple demon eye? Could it be that he told you when you were at Shrek Academy with him before? Seeing Xue Qinghe staring closely at him, Cheng Feng felt a headache. He rubbed his brows and said, this is indeed what he told me before. Really? Xue Qinghe didn't believe it. In response to this, Cheng Feng changed the subject and said, besides these, are there any other discoveries about Tang San? Xue Qinghe sighed softly and said, I found that this person acted too calmly, not at all what he should be at his age. I don't know if it was an illusion, or maybe he was too scheming. A little more. A piece of cold sweat broke out on Cheng Feng's forehead and he asked, is it possible that you are overthinking this? Xue Qinghe frowned and looked at Cheng Feng, keeping a smile on his face. I feel like something is wrong with you now. Let me guess. Before he could continue, Cheng Feng immediately interrupted and said, Mo Weiner, did you find anything here? She is a very scary person. Although Xue Qinghe was confused about Cheng Feng's performance at this time, he didn't think much about it. Mo Weiner, she seems to be very quiet all the time. According to my people's reports, she basically stays in the house all the time, can't come out. However, the people I sent out to monitor her were useless and suffered heavy losses. The conditions of their deaths were also very horrific, as if they had been subjected to some terrible torture during their lifetime. After finishing his words, Cheng Feng said, this is Mo Weiner who has a cursed ability. If a woman is affected by this ability, she is likely to become an ugly monster forever. And if it is a man, it is very likely that he will always become a puppet without any thought and be manipulated by others. Xue Qinghe's body stiffened. He looked at Cheng Feng with a serious expression. You asked me to investigate her, but why didn't you tell me about this? Didn't you think that I would be tricked? Looking at Xue Qinghe, who changed his face at every turn, Cheng Feng was speechless. He immediately replied, the reason why I haven't told you about this matter is because based on your status you will definitely not do this kind of thing yourself, which would be disrespectful to your status, and you are an extremely particular person. It is even less likely that you will do it yourself. Secondly, even if you are infected, I have an antidote here that can remove the curse and you will be fine in the end. Thirdly, your intelligence is far better than mine. Above all, I never do anything I'm not sure about, and I always like to think before I act. The last reason is because I was too hasty at the time and didn't think much about it. Really? Why does it sound like you know me very well? Seeing that Xue Qinghe's expression became more relaxed, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Well, after all, we have known each other for a while and I know something about you. Isn't it normal? Really? Xue Qinghe's face was full of disbelief, but something strange flashed deep in his eyes. After checking Mo Weiner, this is all I found. Is it gone? She is very special, especially since she is protected by Epert. It is not easy to find out these things. Okay, what about the holy cult? Have you found anything? As for the holy cult, they have always abided by the rules and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. They didn't find anything, but they even lost a group of people. Really? If they are so quiet, they are not brewing some huge conspiracy, right? Cheng Feng rubbed his chin with his right hand and muttered to himself. Xue Qinghe listened on the side, his eyes flashed thoughtfully. A long time. Xue Qinghe showed a smile on his face and said, this time there are a total of 19 teams participating in the promotion competition. They will compete in 18 rounds of round-robin matches, 1 round every day, and 1 team will have a bye every day, and 9 games will be played. Competition. By the way, this time the promotion competition does not have multiple arenas held at the same time like the qualification qualifiers. It has only one competition venue, which is the grand campus of our Royal Knight. All the competitions will be held in this same area, conducted at the venue. Chang Feng nodded. Yes, I remember. By the way, I haven't eaten yet. Can you get me something to eat? Xue Qinghe smiled lightly. I happen to be eating too, so let's eat together. Afterward, the two of them ate at the same table and chatted about some interesting things. Then after finishing the meal, they went back to their rooms to rest. The night was dark and the moon was bright. Chang Feng fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 219. The idea of killing Tang San. At dawn the NET day, Chang Feng woke up early. After saying hello to Xue Qinghe, he went to the main campus of the Royal Knights alone. When he arrived at the scene, what he saw was the eye-catching central area of the campus. A central area of 100 meters in diameter was drawn out as a competition venue. Compared with the arena in the previous qualifiers, the space here is wider. In a sense, it is also more convenient to display one's strength. Chang Feng, wearing a cat face mask and a white outfit, quickly caught everyone's attention. At the location where the test was conducted on the campus, a temporary VIP seat was built, which was also the referee's seat. The direction was facing north and south, but this time the number of people sitting in the VIP seats was much smaller than the number of people sitting in the VIP seats at the Tiandu Spirit Arena during the previous qualifiers. Looking around, it is in the VIP seat area. In the first row, the most conspicuous people are Emperor Swining Fengzi, Platinum Bishop Salas and others. As for the seats behind the first row, those seated were some people dressed as military commanders as well as some high-level personnel from the Spirit Hall of Tiandu City. In this area, Chang Feng also discovered Huaz Hailan and Ning Rongrong. At this time, Huaz Hailan was waving at him vigorously and it was difficult not to notice. Sometimes Chang Feng wonders if this Huaz Hailan is really that powerful, but he honestly did not dare to test it because he was worried that if he tried it, would he see the dangers of the world? Also, has the other party been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? He couldn't be sure about this. After moving away from Huaz Hailan, Chang Feng looked in other directions, especially the students from other senior Soul Master academies in the university. The emergence of promotion matches is largely due to the chaos of team battles, which makes it difficult to see many things clearly. As for the promotion competition, it appears for this purpose, every student will fully demonstrate their personal strength in front of the eyes of everyone present. At the same time, this is also the best time to evaluate the strength of a Soul Master, but these are undoubtedly redundant for Chang Feng. Many people almost at the same time looked at Chang Feng. His eyes were flashing with overwhelming fighting spirit. Outside the campus, bright armor is scattered around the campus. According to a rough estimate, there are about 10,000 Royal Knight layers of defenses were built to completely surround the campus. Chang Feng had his own guess as to why these Royal Knights appeared here. He just said to himself in his heart, no one is easy to be an emperor. Perhaps the days of peace have been too long, so Emperor Sui wants his most elite warriors to use the strength shown by the new generation of Soul Masters in the competition to inspire their high morale. He is worthy of being an emperor. It's not simple. 19 teams have already arrived at the scene. Even the team that received a bye today is no exception. Soon a middle-aged man came out of the VIP seat and announced the rules of the competition. The rules of this promotion competition are very simple. The middle-aged man glanced at the whole audience and said both sides sent 7 players to participate in the competition. Each player must fight until they are defeated, and the winner will face the NET opponent until there is a chance, until all 7 people on one side are defeated. It was also at this time that Chang Feng realized that the drawing of lots had been completed last night. The high-level Soul Master Academy that has a bye this time is a high-level Soul Master Academy from the Kingdom of Balak. The opponent that Chang Feng's Tiandu Royal Academy will face is the Blazing Academy of the Four Elements Academy, playing the 5th of 9 games today. At this time, Chang Feng discovered that the participating colleges of the Blazing Fire Academy and the Divine Wind Academy team were all looking in his direction, especially Feng Xiaotian, captain of the Shenfeng Academy team. Hua Wushuan, brother and sister Hua Wu, captains of the Blazing Fire Academy team, are the most eager to fight. Suddenly, Chang Feng noticed someone approaching from behind and turned his head to look. Chang Feng was a little stunned when he found out it was Ning Rongrong. Why don't you just sit in the VIP seat? Do you want to participate in the competition? But you are an assistant yourself. Don't you have some ideas in mind? Chang Feng, what's wrong? Are you unhappy when you see me coming? Chang Feng was speechless. Are you afraid that I will hold you back? Don't worry, I won't play. When I come here, I just cheer you up, and also I can watch the game up close. Chang Feng nodded and replied, I understand. What? We haven't seen you for a month and your attitude is so bland. Also, you haven't taught me how to practice the Raise Non-Soul skill this month. There are many questions and I still have to ask you. After Chang Feng heard this, he thought too. He gave the other other party a castrated version of Rei's Nan and deceived him into getting 1 million gold soul coin. If he didn't let the other party really learn something, he would be a bit. He was worried whether the two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glaze sect would come to visit him. After all, they were crazy about doting on women. So he nodded slightly. I'll answer this for you when I have time after I finish the competition. Don't worry, I promised to teach you and give you a meeting, and I will definitely do it. After all, I still have to face it. This brand of integrity cannot be lost. Ning Rongrong smiled happily. Then I will remember it. After you finish the game, I will definitely come to you for advice. Chang Feng could only nod. Suddenly at this moment, VIP seat Emperor Shuiye stood up directly and said loudly through the soul guide, the promotion competition officially begins today. I hope that in the NET 18 days each academy team can show their own strength and show their soul. Teachers should have the style to become famous all over the world. Let's start now. As soon as he finished speaking, the cries of landslide and tsunamis sounded in unison from all directions. Long live! Long live! Long live! At this moment the royal knights held their lances high. The clang of armor and loud shouts merged into one. At this moment the Tiandu Empire's elegance as a great nation was even more vividly demonstrated. Those people in the principality felt awestruck when they saw the muscles displayed by the Tiandu Empire. In the first game, Shrek Academy faced off against a team from the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. Their academy was called the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom Team. Regarding the final ranking in the promotion round, in addition to the big points obtained, the small points won are also particularly important. If there is a big draw, the teams will be sorted by points. Suddenly Ning Rongrong's voice sounded. Chang Feng, tell me, how long will it take for Shrek Academy to defeat the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom Team? Chang Feng couldn't answer this question. He looked in the direction of Shrek Academy. When he saw the figure of Master Yu Xiaogang, his eyes froze. What kind of tactics will he arrange? Chang Feng thought that in the face of absolute strength, the so-called tactics were actually not that useful. The key results will not change at all. This time if I fight against Shrek Academy, I will definitely defeat Tang San. If possible, I will cause an accidental murder. But if Tang San had some powerful hidden weapon in his hand, thinking of this, Chang Feng thought about getting that life realm out before facing Shrek Academy. In this case his blue buff will be endless and he can be called an invincible Xiaoqiang. On the contrary, Tang San, who lacks blue, will definitely be manipulated by himself in the end. Moreover, Hua's Hylan is here. Even if Tang Hao appears, he cannot threaten him. In other words, it may not be impossible for him to torture Tang San or even kill Tang San this time. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's heart was a little ready to move. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 220 Battle against Hua Wushuan. NET. A voice from the field suddenly reached Chang Feng's ears. Chang Feng withdrew from his thoughts and looked at the playing field. It turned out that Tang San had already quickly eliminated a member of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom team, and now he was shouting for the NET1 to come on. Then another team member came out of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. I saw that Tang San used his blue-silver grass martial spirit to easily defeat his opponent. This made Chang Feng frown a little. Why do the people from the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom team look so bad? He could tell at a glance that Tang San only used the first and second soul skills and directly knocked down his opponent. Not long time, all 7 members of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom team were defeated by Tang San alone. Moreover, they didn't cause any trouble to Tang San. Seeing Tang San win so easily, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with some strange light. Shrek Academy once again won their honor because of Tang San's dazzling performance. Facing the loud cheers from the field, Chang Feng looked on impressively. Now let you continue to be proud. Chang Feng withdrew his gaze and quietly waited for the game against Blazing Academy. After an hour, finally we have to face Blazing Academy. Regarding Blazing Fire Academy, the only ones Chang Feng cared about were Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu. As for the others, he didn't take it seriously. Moreover, he could also guess that if Blazing Academy wanted to defeat him, it would definitely let other team members hold him back as much as possible and consume his soul power. Thinking of this, Chang Feng walked slowly towards the competition venue. The first candidate from the Blazing Academy team is Hua Wushuan. Chang Feng didn't expect that he had guessed the opponent's tactical arrangement wrong. He looked in the direction of Hua Wushuan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, which made him look higher on Hua Wushuan. He looked at Hua Wushuan and found that he seemed to be a very elegant person. Hua Wushuan has a medium build, broad shoulders and a very ordinary appearance. His eyes are shining with fiery light. He is wearing a golden red team uniform which contrasts with his not so handsome face, but his aura is particularly impressive. After Hua Wushuan and Chang Feng saluted each other, Hua Wushuan said to Chang Feng, I will knock you down. Although your previous must-have result seemed very conspicuous, I am not weak either. While saying these words, a dignified look flashed deep in Hua Wuyan's eyes. Chang Feng on the other hand looked at him lightly. Net moment. Hua Wushuan directly summoned summoned the martial spirit, the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus, a kind of beast martial spirit. After being possessed by Hua Wuxuan's martial spirit, his appearance changed dramatically. The flames that rose up all over the body when possessed by the martial spirit vaguely showed the shape of a dragon on the back, and the whole body swelled up, and a layer of hot dark red scales was attached to the surface of the skin, and there was even a bulge on the top of the head. The root has a short horn about 3 inches long, and behind him 4 soul rings of yellow, purple and purple slowly rose up, beating regularly. Chang Feng stood there motionless. "You didn't summon a martial spirit to fight me?" A flash of anger flashed across Hua Wu's eyes. He didn't expect Chang Feng to dare to underestimate him so much. He vowed to make Chang Feng pay for this contempt. Chang Feng replied calmly, "No need to deal with you." When Hua Wuxuan heard Chang Feng's words, he felt that the other party was deeply mocking him. His eyes suddenly burst into flames, and he saw Chang Feng furious. In an instant, the first soul ring behind Hua Wuxuan suddenly lit up, and his hands were closed in front of his chest. Dark red light surged out of his palms and instantly condensed into a palm-sized dark red light ball. Xiang Chang Feng. When Chang Feng faced Hua Wuxuan's first soul skill, he just dodged quickly and dodged it. After that, he rushed towards Hua Wuxuan at an extremely fast speed. Hua Wuxuan looked at Chang Feng and could only see a shadow with a stern look on his face. Did not expect. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes at the fact that the other party was so physically strong, but he didn't sit still and wait for death. The net moment, sharp claws appeared between Hua Wuxuan's hands. His body swelled again, and golden red light erupted on his scales, and his whole body was burning with blazing flame. But Chang Feng still continued to rush forward. Soon he rushed in front of Hua Wuxuan. Everyone was less than 2 meters away from him. Then he quickly kicked off the ground and suddenly jumped into the air, turned his body sideways and swept his right leg hard towards the opponent's shoulder. Hua Wuxuan's expression changed. He immediately crossed his hands to block. Boom! Hua Wuxuan's legs scraped the ground and kept retreating. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He never expected that the opponent's kick would be so powerful and heavy, which made his heart sink suddenly. He also felt that the bones in his hands were broken. But before he could take a breath, Chang Feng's attack came again. This time Chang Feng faced Hua Wuxuan directly. He swayed and came directly in front of Hua Wuxuan. Then he raised his right leg high and used a side kick to hit Hua Wuxuan's neck hard. At this time Hua Wuxuan also reacted, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain, and he was secretly an ease. Hua Wuxuan, who was in a hurry, drew his neck down. A breeze blew through his hair, making him feel cold. Then Hua Wuxuan quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself from Chang Feng. But Chang Feng had no intention of letting him go and pressed close to him. Another kick swept toward Hua Wuxuan's waist. Hua Wuxuan moved a little slower this time. As a result, he received a heavy kick from Chang Feng. In an instant, Hua Wuxuan spit out a mouthful of blood and fell back several meters. Bang! With a sound, it hit the ground. The net moment, Chang Feng stepped forward directly. He put his palm against Hua Wuxuan's neck and asked calmly, "Why, it's already this time, why don't you admit defeat?" Hua Wuxuan's pupils shrank suddenly. He felt a chill on his neck. Also, the other party is releasing soul power in his hand. He knew that if the other party really wanted to deal with him, it would be easy. At this moment he realized that he had lost the opportunity to continue to be on the same stage with Chang Feng. He looked at Chang Feng complicatedly and asked, "I have watched your competition before. Logically speaking, you should not have been so strong at that time. Could it be the result of your training this month?" Chang Feng replied, "People always have to make continuous progress." Hua Wuxuan was speechless. After a long while he slowly said, "I lost." Hua Wuxuan's surrender made everyone present feel incredible. They all looked at Chang Feng, who was wearing a cat face mask, with a bit of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Why, this person has a lot of trump cards, as if they are all bottomless pit. How strong is he? Many people have this question in their minds. The same goes for Fire Dan. Originally, when she saw her brother losing to him like this, she felt unconvinced, but she is not stupid. The opponent's strength seems to have not been displayed at all in the previous qualifiers. Thinking of this, Hua Wu took steps and walked in the direction of Hua Wuxuan. This time she was going to go out in person and have a fight with Chang Feng. She wanted to know how much stronger the other party was than her. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 221, God of Destruction in the Divine Realm. Hua Wuxuan struggled to stand up, clutching his chest, and after taking a look at Chang Feng he left the field. Not long after Hua Wuxuan left, Hua Wu walked over directly. Chang Feng looked at the other party and objectively discovered that Hua Wu looked like a very beautiful girl. Her long dark red wavy hair hangs down to her waist. She has a fair face, delicate facial features, and a pair of big eyes that sparkle with a faint silver light. She looks a bit eye-catching. A golden red team uniform which looked particularly fitting on her body, coupled with her long dark red hair. Her long hair was as as eye-catching as a ball of flame. Overall she is tall and well-proportioned. She always has a faint smile on her face and there is a faint red light around her body. Huo Wu was not polite to Cheng Feng. She skipped the mutual salutes and directly summoned the martial spirit. Huo Wu summoned the martial spirit and immediately after the martial spirit possessed her, a layer of faint orange-red shadow that was exactly the same as her figure gradually appeared behind her. The blurry fire shadow was filled with an illusory feeling. At this time Cheng Feng thought to himself, this is Huo Wu's martial spirit Huoying. Naruto is a kind of beast spirit. She uses fire dance as her own shadow. It is extremely special but it can bring out the fire element to the Ma-imam extent. However, for Cheng Feng, who is immune to both ice and fire to a certain extent, he is fire dance's nemesis. Huo Wu looked at Cheng Feng with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes and said, I will defeat you. I know that you had the ability to avoid ice before, but it's a pity that you met a fire attribute soul master like me. You will definitely be defeated by me soon. Just wait and I will take back my brother's failure from you. While saying this, the 4 soul rings behind Huo Wu rose slowly, yellow, purple and continued to beat regularly. Cheng Feng watched Huo Wu's 3rd soul ring suddenly become much brighter and knew that the other party was about to use his 3rd soul skill. The NET moment, resist the ring of fire. In an instant a dazzling ring of flames burst out and spread to half of the playing field. Cheng Feng stood still with his arms crossed, but the NET moment his E-Pression changed. He never expected that this soul skill would be similar to E-Pulsion. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng Feng retreated immediately and stopped outside the area filled with fire rings. When she saw that her resisting fire ring did not eject Cheng Feng from the field and was even easily dealt with by the opponent, she made an instant decision in her mind. She decided to use her strongest means to defeat her opponent. NET moment. Huo Wu immediately rushed towards Cheng Feng. At the same time she shouted in her heart, ring ring. Cheng Feng looked in Huo Wu's direction and saw through her NET move at a glance. Is she finally going to show off her most powerful method? However, Cheng Feng didn't want her to use it directly. He shouted in a low voice, 9 flashes of moon steps. A blue arc of lightning quickly rushed to Huo Wu's side. The speed was so fast that Huo Wu didn't even react. When she came to her senses, her E-Pression changed drastically. At this time Cheng Feng was behind Huo Wu. Looking at Huo Wu's back, he only hesitated for a moment. NET moment. He had no hesitation. He kicked Huo Wu directly on the butt. This action caught the attention of everyone in the direction of Blazing Fire Academy and they were stunned. The other students from the Soul Master Academy who were participating in the competition were all in disbelief, their eyes widening. As for the audience at the scene, they were also a little amazed at Cheng Feng's performance. VIP seat. Hua's Hylan saw a strange look in Cheng Feng's eyes. What she was thinking was that now Cheng Feng was getting closer to that person. Huo Wu felt the burning pain in her butt. In full view of everyone, she never expected that Cheng Feng would treat her like this. What's more, the movements were so rough without any hint of lethargy. In an instant, Huo Wu's body flew forward like a cannonball, drawing a graceful arc in the air. If no one caught her, she would probably be face to face. Cheng Feng actually felt quite embarrassed. He felt that only that part would not hurt Huo Wu. However, as he looked at Huo Wu's falling trend, an unknown thought arose in his heart. If Huo Wu is disfigured because of this, the gang at Blazing Fire Academy will definitely not give up. If this is the case, how can he win their support on behalf of heaven in the future? For a moment these thoughts flashed through Cheng Feng's mind. Suddenly his figure flashed in the direction of Huo Wu. Then he said, moonstep. Cheng Feng, who seemed to be walking in the air, quickly took over Huo Wu's body. He picked her up directly and did not let her face the ground to do friction exercises. In that case, for such a girl, it seems that the 5 elements are immoral. After catching Huo Wu, Cheng Feng went directly to the edge of the playing field to avoid trouble. Then he placed Huo Wu outside the boundaries of the playing field. In this case, Huo Wu will be eliminated directly. Cheng Feng, who immediately let go of Huo Wu, thought like this. However, Huo Wu's eyes were filled with fire the moment Cheng Feng put her down. Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly turned around, jumped up and kicked Cheng Feng hard in the neck. This action happened so fast that Cheng Feng did not expect that Huo Wu would have such a hot temper. He seemed to have overlooked one thing, and that was Huo Wu's personal feelings. He thought about the rules of the game, but he didn't think about Huo Wu's hot temper. He felt that he had made a mistake. Cheng Feng only had time to move his body to the side. He just happened to escape Huo Wu's sneak attack. But before Cheng Feng could take a breath, Huo Wu launched another round of attacks, still kicking him hard. However, Cheng Feng didn't want to fight with her anymore. In his opinion, the game was over. But now what is going on? Where is the referee? Are they all a bunch of blind people? It's already this time and the results of the competition haven't been announced yet, which is simply a sinkhole. The corner of his eye glanced in the direction of the VIP seat. The scene of vomiting blood came into Cheng Feng's eyes. He saw the referee in the VIP seat still sitting firmly and motionless. speechless. The referee is a real dog. Chang Feng couldn't be more angry. Also, this Hua Wu in front of me is really troublesome. Fortunately his Xiao Wu is not like her, otherwise he feels like he is going crazy. At the same time he also paid a moment of silence for Feng Xiaotian. Repeated several times Hua Wu refused to give up. Chang Feng was immediately annoyed. He dodged directly and came behind Hua Wu. Then he quickly grabbed Hua Wu's arms and pulled her arms behind her. Seeing Hua Wu quickly bending her legs, her heels struck behind Chang Feng. However, Chang Feng was faster than her and he lightly kicked Hua Wu on the back of her knees. Directly on the spot Hua Wu stumbled and fell to the ground. Then Chang Feng looked in the direction of the VIP referee and asked calmly, "Aren't you going to announce the result of the game yet?" At this time a referee came out of the VIP table. I saw him speak slowly and unhurriedly. Tiando Royal Academy wins against Blazing Fire Academy. Tiando Royal Academy wins. Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but suddenly alarm bells rang in his heart. He suddenly turned his head and saw Hua Wu's angry Pres Zion. At this time she showed a sneer. Chang Feng didn't know why, but the net moment Chang Feng saw that Hua Wu had gotten the strength from nowhere, tilted his head back and hit Chang Feng. With a sense of determination moved forward indomitably. Chang Feng was speechless. What he was thinking was that the results of the game had been announced and staying here was a waste of time. So without much thought he quickly let go of Hua Wu, and he just heard that Hua Wushuan directly told the referee that Blazing Academy had given up and that he didn't want to stay here anymore. Then he said silently in his heart, 9 flashes of moon steps. Chang Feng's figure quickly disappeared from the scene, but Hua Wu failed in the sneak attack and fell heavily to the ground. At this time Hua Wu realized that Chang Feng had left the net. Second, she quickly stood up and glanced at the field with a fire-breathing gaze. As a result to her disappointment, she did not see Chang Feng's shadow. Where did Chang Feng go? This question appeared in the minds of everyone present at the same time. At this moment Chang Feng had appeared on the streets of Tiandu City. He walked casually on the street, his eyes always wandering in the direction of the royal campus. What a headache meeting a difficult person. If the opponent still bothers him he will quickly end the game and run away. However, in this promotion competition I don't know whether he will meet those from the Holy Academy and the Spiritual Academy, and more importantly whether he will face off against Shrek Academy. Chang Feng didn't know about this. Soon Chang Feng came to a restaurant. Suddenly his stomach made a noise and he walked in without hesitation. At the same time there was a place on the ground 70 miles away from the Broken Soul mountain range. A figure stood quietly in the void here. This man was wearing a large purple cloak which covered his head. He could only vaguely see 2 groups of red rays of light beating in the cloak, but his face could not be seen clearly. However, within that cloak there seemed to be an endless and profound aura of terror gushing out. Under the cloak is a man who looks to be in his 30s. He has short dark red hair like steel needles standing upright. His eyes are flashing red and he looked extremely handsome. He held a cane tightly in his hand. It's just that this crutch is different from ordinary crutches. There is a peaceful and powerful aura flowing on it and thunder is entwined on it. It's hard to look directly at it. Why did that person's aura disappear when he got here? Also, the soul beast in this mountain range have actually interacted with that person. The soul beast clan is indeed untrustworthy. That person is the enemy of the god realm and he actually got close to him. I discovered, how can we not punish him? Then this person looked towards the location of the Broken Soul mountain range. Net moment he held the crutch in his hand and whispered, God of Nirvana. In an instant a purple black thunder and lightning quickly appeared on the crutch and it was filled with a breath of destruction. The surrounding space was shaken. In an instant this purple black thunder and lightning quickly fell towards the Broken Soul mountain range. Boom! In an instant thousands of living creatures living in the Broken Soul mountain range were instantly wiped out. After seeing the Broken Soul mountain range being wiped out, this person murmured to himself, where did that person hide? Forget it, I don't know if there is any news from Shura. Let's go back to the god realm. If you stay too long I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the other guys. The net moment this person's figure quickly disappeared on the spot without a trace. It's like I've never been here before. But the Soul Dead mountain range was wiped out and turned into a piece of scorched earth as if thousands of creatures were wailing. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 222 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. After Chang Feng had a full meal he left the restaurant. When he returned to the street again he saw a familiar figure, Lu Erlong. Without any hesitation Chang Feng turned around and ran away. Lu Erlong was in an extremely bad mood and had been squatting at the prince's residence for so long the little bastard never showed up. As a result she had never had a good night's sleep some time ago. But what did she see just now? It turned out to be that hateful and annoying little bastard. Suddenly Lu Erlong's eyes filled with anger and his fists clenched loudly. One can imagine how frustrated she felt during this period of time. She saw this little bastard. Almost as soon as she saw her, he ran faster than a rabbit. She was about to implode with anger. This time, no matter what, she would not let this little bastard escape from her hands. So she looked at Chang Feng's back and shouted, "You little bastard, stop!" Then Lu Erlong quickly chased after Chang Feng. As soon as Chang Feng heard Lu Erlong's voice behind him, he felt an ease in his heart. He doesn't want to be caught up by the other party, lest she has to vent her anger for her nephew Yushin retaliate with tooth and then lose the fun of being a man. How miserable that would be. Chang Feng's heart sank suddenly when he thought that Lu Erlong, a female Tyrannosaurus, would definitely do such a thing. He knew that Lu Erlong must not be allowed to catch up this time. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, 9 moon steps. Chang Feng quickly passed several taller buildings, and at the same time he specifically headed towards the places where people's vision has blind spot. Lu Erlong, who had been chasing closely behind Chang Feng, suddenly looked up and found that Chang Feng seemed to be walking in the void. Within a few dozen breaths he had disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Erlong's silver teeth were almost broken and she was so angry that she flew into a rage. "I finally ran into him, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye I still lost him." This made her face heat up. The other party's soul power would never be higher than hers, but the other party's methods made her feel helpless. She chased for a few more minutes, but when she couldn't see Chang Feng, she clenched her fist fiercely and swung it towards a wall. Net to her. Bang bang. In an instant the thick wall under Lu Erlong's fist, like shreds of paper rocks, flew and a burst of smoke and dust was raised. Pedestrians around looked at this scene with shock in their eyes. They looked at Lu Erlong with fear and their eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look directly at Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong stood there for a moment and she suddenly calmed down. She thought that the other party was the captain of the Tiandi Royal Academy team and had successfully passed the promotion competition. If she goes to the competition venue and waits for him to finish the competition, she will rush up and give him a severe lesson. She also knew that she could not take action against Chang Feng during the competition, otherwise she would face the wrath of Emperor Shui Yanning Fengzi, the leader of Kaibao Glay sect, and Salus, the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace. After all, they must maintain the fairness of the rules of the game. Once he takes action against Chang Feng, he is provoking them. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed. Then she left without giving up, leaving a terrifying figure to the passers-by, which almost caused a huge psychological shadow on them. Many of them secretly thought in their hearts that such a beautiful person could be so violent. It seemed that they would still have to watch their eyes from now on. Otherwise, I don't know if I can withstand the opponent's punch if something similar happens. At the same time, they looked towards the shattered wall tacitly and swallowed hard several times. Chang Feng threw Lu Erlong away, not feeling very happy in his heart. Instead, Lu Erlong reminded him of the group of people from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. If the other party doesn't care about any face and only wants to deal with himself, so can he still be able to stop it? No, he is a very generous person. This time let's make a good plan to make the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family famous in Douluo continent, right? But how can the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Re family become famous quickly? In an instant he thought of a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But who will make that knife? His eyes quickly moved a few times and a figure appeared in his mind. Bibi Dong. Then there must be key figures. The first reaction was that he thought of Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong has too much involvement with Yu Xiaogang. Facing Yu Xiaogang, she has always been very complicated in her heart. But if Yu Xiaogang is allowed to make some mistakes that men should make, then will Bibi Dong have any old feelings for him at that time? In other words, there is no sense of friendship at all. At this time he thought of the best Eacutor Salus. He will never be directly involved in the whole thing, and it's best to take it out yourself. This is also to prevent Bibi Dong from attaching too much importance to Yu Xiaogang so as not to fall in love with her. A crazy woman is terrible, and Bibi Dong once suffered a secret room incident, and I am afraid that her heart has been overwhelmed by darkness. No matter what a person does, it is possible. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he had a fairy grass like desire grass on his body, and the effect of this fairy grass is just like its name. If he takes it, his ultimate desire will be ponded 10,000 times, which is very terrifying. This kind of fairy grass is generally only suitable for spirit beasts with strong physical strength. I don't know if Yu Xiaogang can bear it, because once this fairy grass is taken, it will definitely do that kind of thing. Moreover, once started, it will continue for 7 days without interruption in the middle. Just thinking about it can send chills down your back. By then Yu Xiaogang's reputation will be extremely bad. You know, the Shrek Academy group is all men. Once that kind of desire arises with Yu Xiaogang's perseverance and a trace of conscience, he will definitely choose a place where he can vent his anger. Otherwise, if you are hungry and don't choose what to eat, it will be very scary. However, I'm afraid he wouldn't have expected that the effect was so good that it might make people despair. Thinking of this, Chang Feng sneered in his heart. The net moment, Chang Chang Feng walked towards Alice's home. He wanted to explain this matter to Alice. He always felt a little uneasy if he didn't explain it in person. Chang Feng sneaked into Alice's home secretly, then went to his study and waited quietly. Time flies like the wind. After waiting for an hour, Alice's figure appeared. As soon as he opened the study door, he saw Chang Feng sitting on the chair. At this he looked surprised. He quickly approached Chang Feng and then saluted. Chang Feng, "Slaws, my subordinate, I have met Lord Bulletin." Chang Feng nodded directly, and after making a virtual support movement with his hands, he said, "It's just the two of us, don't be so outspoken. I'm here to talk to you about something." When Alice heard this, he looked at Chang Feng and asked, "Master Bulletin, I wonder what you are talking about." There's no rush. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Alice. This time I won a good job for you from the great worshipper. There was no other way. Chang Feng was doing this in the name of offering sacrifices to Qian Douluo just to make Alice accept it happily. He is so considerate to his subordinate, he should be understood by them. Thinking of this, Chang Feng took off his mask and looked at Alice. When Alice heard this, he was ecstatic. "Master Bulletin, I wish you could say a few more kind words to us at the old man's place in Dianzong. I also know that people at Dianzong generally don't give good things to people. Presumably, Master Bulletin, you won't waste any time on this matter. A lot of talk, right? But Mr. Bulletin, I wonder what this beautiful job is for. Could it be that he was being transferred to Wuhan City for another important role? Didn't he say that he was going to be promoted?" Thinking of this, Bishop Alice smiled brightly. Chang Feng looked at Alice's smile and he also smiled. "Well, it's like this. This mission is a secret among secret. You were able to receive this mission because I worked hard to get the opportunity, so you have to make good use of it this time. Also, before I say anything, you swear first that you will never let down the important role of the great worshipper and promise to complete it, and then I will tell you more about this confidential mission." The smile on Alice's face was very strong. He didn't think much and directly patted his chest and said loudly, "I, Alice, will definitely complete the confidential mission assigned by the Grand Priest. I will definitely complete it. If I can't do it, I will be punished by the Grand Priest." In his opinion, since it is a good job, it must not be too difficult. Don't worry about what the good job is. You must have a correct attitude and take a stand immediately. As a matter of life experience gained through so many years, he knew it very well. Chang Feng patted Alice on the shoulder and sighed. "However, the ugly words are ahead. If you can't finish it, don't force yourself. At most I will come forward and go to the big altar to get you a lighter punishment." Alice's smile froze and his heart thumped. A hint of ominous premonition lingered in my mind. It was said that it was a good job, but Lord Bulletin said this. Could it be said that this good job is not actually a good job? Thinking of this, Alice felt uneasy in his heart. He looked at Chang Feng eagerly, his face looking aggrieved. This made Chang Feng feel chilly. Soon Chang Feng said, "Actually, the ultimate purpose of this mission is to eradicate the people of the Blue Lightning Overlord family, solve a long-standing and serious problem in Wuhan Palace. However, the things done are not the same. It will make things difficult for you. It's just that you can deal with someone who is not a soul lord. You should be able to deal with someone who is not a soul lord, right?" Alice felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief quietly. For a person who is not a soul master, isn't that too easy? He still felt incredible. The content of the mission was so simple. "But sir, just now why do you say that? Is it to test my loyalty?" Randomly Alice looked at Chang Feng, his eyes brightening a little. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 223, The Eve of the Battle Against Shrek Academy. Chang Feng quickly turned his eyes a few times and then approached Alice. He leaned close to Alice's ear and said, "So and so." After finishing speaking, Alice opened his mouth wide and his eyes were full of disbelief. It's him, that Yu Xiaogang who is called the Master. I didn't expect it to be that man. This is how to do ah. He knew some inside stories and knew that that man was not involved with the Pope. If he deals with that Yu Xiaogang, who knows whether he will attract the Pope's anger. But this is the task given to him by the great priest. He, an old man, has not been involved in world affairs for so many years, but he never expected that he would be entrusted with important tasks. If you just refuse, then it will be difficult for adults to give in. Moreover, Mr. Bulletin obviously does not know those things about Mr. Pope and Yu Xiaogang that cannot be spread. Thinking about it, Alice frowned and sighed heavily in his heart. What should we do? After pondering for a moment, he thought of the Pope, who was completely dismissive of him, who came and went as soon as he was called upon and showed no respect for him. But Lord Bulletin respects him very much and believes in him in everything. Moreover, he also knows that once Mr. Bulletin takes that position, then he will be the #1 hero. Judging from what Master Bulletin just said, it is obvious that the Great Enshrinement supports Master Bulletin. He has received the support of the Great Priest and he is also a disciple of the Pope. Judging from this, the future Pope will definitely be Mr. Bulletin. If you want to have enough weight in Master Bulletin's heart, you must be able to help him share his worries. Perhaps Perhaps what happened this time was that Lord Bouletin wanted to eradicate the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family and make some achievements for Wuhan Palace, so he asked for this task from the Grand Priest. In an instant these thoughts flashed through Salas' mind. Net moment. Salas took a deep breath. His eyes were full of determination and his expression was determined. Master Bouletin, I've taken it over. I guess you have some detailed plan on how to deal with that person, right? Cheng Feng looked at Salas with satisfaction and replied, yes, I will tell you this plan now. So Cheng Feng said so and so in Salas's ear. After hearing Cheng Feng's plan, Salas' eyes rolled away. Such a ruthless plan was actually designed to deal with someone who was not the Soul Lord. It's just a pity that fairy grass has powerful medicinal properties. It was actually used on a useless person. For a long time he had felt powerless in that matter, heartbroken. If so, diluting the medicinal properties of that fairy herb will surely restore a man's leisure. However, at the moment big things come first. Personal happiness is left for later. Moreover, he didn't believe that Lord Bouletin could even take out one of these precious immortal grasses without caring at all. There won't be more in his place. Thinking of this, a trace of desire flashed in his heart. Master Bouletin, don't you know the fairy grass you are talking about, the desire grass? Cheng Feng did not hesitate when he heard Salas ask about this matter. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he took out a jade bow that had been prepared and handed it to Salas solemnly. Remember, no matter what method you use, you must let him eat this fairy grass. Salas nodded solemnly. Yes, I will remember it. By the way, when doing this you have to protect yourself. Be subtle and don't expose yourself. Salas nodded. With your ability you should be able to quickly find out where Shrek and his group are resting. You will have to figure it out later. In a word, the sooner this matter is done the better. The longer it is delayed, the more likely it is that something else will happen. Misfortune. Subordinate, I promise that this matter will be completed within 3 days. Sir Bouletin, please wait for the good news from this subordinate. A smile appeared on Cheng Feng's face. He patted Salas on the shoulder and said with a smile, Salas, in the entire Wuhan Hall, the only person I trust very much for now. You are the only one. I believe you should understand that if I come here in the future, once you get to that position, it's self-evident what kind of status you will gain. And in addition to these, I will give you a huge opportunity in the future. This opportunity is very important. You should also know that I have received the inheritance of God. I don't want to say too much about this, but in your heart it must be counted. Do you understand? Salas was ecstatic when he heard this. His face immediately showed great respect and piety, and he looked in the direction of Cheng Feng. Master Bouletin, my subordinates will arrange this matter immediately. Within 3 days this matter will be completed perfectly and will not cause you any trouble. Cheng Feng smiled and said, go ahead. I will rest here tonight. In addition, send someone to secretly send a message to Shui Qinghe saying that I will rest here tonight. Salas nodded quickly and then he left the study and hurried away. Looking at Salas's leaving figure, Cheng Feng felt happy in his heart. I'm really looking forward to it. The NET day. Cheng Feng represented the Tiandu Royal Academy team in a competition with a team from the Principality. Cheng Feng directly penetrated 7-1. After winning, Cheng Feng was the first to leave the field because he saw a figure in the audience and gave him an unkind look. That person is none other than Lu Erlong. After another consecutive days, Cheng Feng won every battle. His record was very dazzling. During this period he drew lots and selected those from the Holy Court and the Spiritual Court. However, what he never expected was that both of them actually gave up and admitted defeat. Cheng Feng was confused about this. I can't figure out what the intentions of those in the Holy Court and the Spiritual Court are, and I don't know what they think, but he knew that they must be planning something. What Cheng Feng was particularly concerned about was the battle with Shrek Academy on the 9th day tomorrow. It was finally his turn to fight against Shrek Academy. One can imagine the expectations in Cheng Feng's heart. He would definitely use this fight to trample Tang San under his feet and even cause an accidental death if given the chance. But what Cheng Feng paid more attention to was Tang San's hidden weapon. Cheng Feng was not worried about Tang San's hidden weapon because there is a hair crystal in his soul guide ring, and the thing contained in the hair crystal can be transformed into a golden thread as thin as a hair after injecting soul power. This is the dragon beard needle. He didn't mind at all and put poison on the dragon's beard needle. You know, there are a lot of poisonous fairy grasses in his jade bracelet information, so fight fire with fire. Faced with Tang San's use of poison, he also had ways to deal with it. Tonight he was going to smash the development crystal, then inject soul power and apply more poison. At the same time, one thing that has been widely circulated in Tiandu City these days is that Yu Xiaogang, the tactical instructor of the Shrek Academy group, fought fiercely at the Gulan field for 7 consecutive days. His madness was heard by everyone in Tiandu City. The news spread throughout the city that Yu Xiaogang alone had ravaged the entire Tiandu City Gulan site. His combat power was so powerful that it was rarely seen in the world. Because Yu Xiaogang fought too fiercely alone, all the Gulan stolen Fenjiu places in Tiandu City were suspended for half a month, and this made those who wanted to find a place to vent their anger secretly hate Yu Xiaogang. They all cursed him viciously in their heart. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with joy. Moreover, he also knew from some people that Lu Erlong, the female dean of Lanba College, had made a lot of noise at the romantic place where Yu Xiaogang stayed several times. He heard that she still cried every time when she left. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the VIP seat. He didn't see Lu Erlong's figure, and he understood the reason. He has already won today's competition. He only needs to compete again tomorrow. The promotion competition will be over. Net he will go to Wuhan City. Cheng Feng left quietly. Returning to the prince's mansion on the way to his residence, he had a question hanging in his mind. Bibi Dong, what would she do when she heard about Yu Xiaogang? I am afraid that she will speed up the pace of establishing the Spirit Empire. In a sense, he is still one of the participants in accelerating this process. That night, Cheng Feng smashed open the hair crystal and harvested more than 2 rice grains of light. After injecting soul power, each light point quickly turns into a dragon whisker needle. At the same time, he applied a little poison to the dragon's beard needle with great care throughout the night. This busyness lasted until the NET day. NET, the battle between him and Tang San is about to begin. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 224 Battle with Tang Dynasty 3. The Grand Campus of the Royal Knight. It finally the last game of the promotion round. In these days, everyone present has seen everything that is wonderful. Among them there are 2 geniuses who performed very dazzlingly, making it difficult for them to forget their present. One is Tang San, a boy in blue from Shrek Academy, and the other is a mask boy from Tiandu Royal Academy. They are worthy of being the 2 brightest rising stars in this Soul Master competition. Now the battle between the 2 of them is about to begin. What kind of sparks will arise in the competition between them? What will the battle be like? In their hearts, everyone was looking forward to this moment coming soon. VIP seat. Emperor Shuya looked at Ning Fengzi with a smile on his face. Sect Master Ning, look, in this soul fighting competition, which one do you think will win the final victory between Shrek Academy and Tiandu Royal Academy? Where's the victory? Ning Fengzi's elegant face revealed a smile. He replied calmly, Your Majesty also watched their previous game. I guess you should have the answer in your heart, right? When Emperor Sui heard this, his eyes revealed a trace of thought. Then he continued, if they didn't exert their full strength in the previous competition, then I can't judge the outcome. Although that Tang San is just a soul master, it feels to me that it is not as simple as it seems. Ning Fengzi chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, you may be overly worried. In my opinion, Cheng Feng is much better than that boy in blue Tang San in every aspect. In this match he is basically a sure winner. Yes, I also think that Cheng Feng is definitely much better than the boy in blue. Of course I can say that in a respectable way. Bishop Beijing heard the conversation between Ning Fengzi and Emperor Sui and spoke at the right time, but Sal's words made Ning Fengzi and Emperor Sui feel more vigilant. They all wondered in their hearts, could it be that Salus was eyeing Cheng Feng and wanted to poach Cheng Feng into the spirit hall? Thinking of this, they were thinking about how to stop Salus and how to draw Cheng Feng into their camp. Suddenly Salus shouted, look, Shrek Academy actually sent that young man in blue Tang San to appear first. Could it be that he also knows that quantity has no effect at all on Cheng Feng? After Salus finished speaking, Ning Fengzi and Emperor Sui raised their heads and looked towards the competition venue. At the same time, they secretly thought that after the game they must see Cheng Feng again, and it would be best to draw him into their camp. We can't let Cheng Feng be poached by Wuhan Palace. Even if they can't pull the other party into their camp in the end, in order to avoid being pulled away by the Wuhan Palace, they will try their best to give Cheng Feng some eye drops to make him feel bad about the Wuhan Palace. They glanced at Salus faintly from the corner of their eyes calmly. Cheng Feng was also surprised when he saw Tang San representing Shrek Academy being the first to appear in the competition venue. Many spectators in the venue had the same doubts as Cheng Feng. Why did he appear first in Shrek Academy? They shouted loudly in their heart. Tang San was the first member of Shrek Academy to appear. No matter how strong he was, if he faced a boy wearing a mask, his chances of winning might not be that great. Could it be that he wanted to drag the mask boy as much as possible and let the mask boy consume as much soul power as possible? Then let your team members fight one by one. Thinking of this, the eyes of many spectators present suddenly lit up. They exclaimed in their hearts, this is really a good tactic. However, Cheng Feng didn't think so. He knew that Tang San definitely wanted to earn some face for his teacher. Speaking of this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but admire Tang San a little more. Even though Yu Xiaogang's reputation has become notorious, Tang San still never abandons Yu Xiaogang. He can be called a person who values love and justice. It's just that the two sides have different positions. Moreover, they had shown murderous intent towards him, and they obviously wanted to kill him. For those those who want to kill him he is not generous enough to forgive him. The only thing he can do is to treat others in their own way. If Tang San and his son are not eliminated there will be no guarantee of his happy life in the future. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng looked in Tang San's direction, his eyes a little colder. Tang San and Cheng Feng stood facing each other. The expression on his face looked solemn at this time. He originally thought for this man wearing a mask it should be possible to defeat him, but now after he came to the court he just observed it for a while. He was shocked to find that he could not see the slightest bit of the opponent's strength, especially since the opponent was motionless and not at all nervous like during a competition. He felt a little wary, but Tang San still looked calm. In previous games he did the same when facing opponent. After the referee announced the start of the game he made an invitation gesture to Cheng Feng. This action Tang San made Cheng Feng somewhat unpected. Cheng Feng was not rude, he also returned one to the other party. In his opinion Tang San would definitely regret what he did this time when the competition started. Cheng Feng had some expectations for this. Almost at the same time both of them quickly completed the process of releasing their martial spirit. Neither Cheng Feng nor Tang San had any intention of holding back. Sometimes pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger depends on the situation and the opponent. This is the thought that came to their minds together. If they knew each other's thoughts I'm afraid they would also be surprised. You will also sigh you are worthy of being your opponent. Tang San's right hand suddenly raised in front of him and faint blue-silver grass grew more than 7 inches from the palm, swaying gently. If it weren't for the 3 soul rings on his body which showed his strength no one would be able to believe that it was just the blue-silver grass that was commonly seen, but its power was so amazing that the young man in blue basically used blue-silver grass. The silver grass Wuhan battle goes all the way to the end. Not just the audience in the VIP seats but also the teams from other senior Soul Master Academies. The participating members of the high-level Soul Master Academies from the Kingdom and Principality all set their sights on the battle between Cheng Feng and Tang San. Cheng Feng raised his right hand in front of him and a jet-black death sickle appeared in the palm of his hand, shining with a strange halo making it look full of mystery. The 4 soul rings behind him were yellow, purple and black, which attracted a cry of exclamation. This kind of soul ring configuration impacts their hearts every time it appears. It seems to remind them every time that they are nothing more than useless compared to the boy wearing the mask. Whenever this thought occurs a lemon-like sourness arises deep in their heart. Cheng Feng held the death scythe tightly and looked at Tang San calmly. Cheng Feng originally wanted to take the lead, but what he didn't expect was that Tang San, a control soul master, actually took action first. As soon as Tang San's feet moved he was already floating out. Although it seemed that his movements were not very fast with the illusory steps under Tang San's own feet, he was actually close in a few blinks of an eye. Cheng Feng, the control soul master, is the main attacker. Many spectators present had incredible thoughts in their minds. Cheng Feng on the other hand thought to himself, it's a ghost. The first soul ring on Cheng Feng's body suddenly lit up and then hundreds of blue arcs of thunder and lightning were wrapped around the surface of Cheng Feng's body, crackling around the competition venue as if he was wearing a layer of blue armor. His body didn't move much at this time. His eyes were staring at Tang San who was approaching quickly. But what surprised Cheng Feng was that the entanglement of blue-silver grass he expected did not fall on him, but Tang San was still approaching him and he didn't see any intention of using his soul skills. Want to test yourself? Cheng Feng thought to himself. The net moment Cheng Feng's eyes quickly locked onto Tang San's figure. Holding the death scythe tightly in his hand, the figure flashed and turned into a blue arc of lightning chasing after Tang San. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 225 Abuse of Tang Dynasty 3. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth. I saw that the blue grass in the palm of his right hand suddenly swelled. At a glance I found that there was only one as thick as an adult's arm, quickly spread to a length of more than 4 meters in a snap of the fingers. What surprised Cheng Feng was that Tang San was not entwining with blue-silver, but it was whipped directly towards his body. At the same time a dense clump of blue grass rose up behind Tang San, instantly intertwined into a large net in the air and then fell in the direction of Cheng Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes. But that's all. Net moment Cheng Feng dodged and avoided the past. At the same time I said in my heart, 9 steps of freedom. In an instant his figure floated directly to the right with wind blowing under his feet. In the blink of an eye there was only a shadow left for everyone. The net moment his figure appeared on the left side of Tang San, not far away from him, 10 meters away. This scene made everyone present widen their eyes. They were all dumbfounded by the methods Cheng Feng was using now. Could this be another self-created soul skill? Many people have actually answered this question in their heart. Tang San, who faced Cheng Feng, looked a little more solemn, but Tang San's experimental experience was relatively rich. In an instant instant he realized that the other party was also testing him. However, what is the other party testing him for? Chang Feng was indeed testing Tang San at this time. He wanted to find a chance to end Tang San, but this chance was only once. He knew that in this competition venue, if the opponent died due to an accident, no one would say anything. But if one blow fails and another blow is continued, I'm afraid there will be someone in the field to stop it. After all, the rules of the game do not allow challenges. Otherwise, wouldn't this be a slap in the face of those who make and maintain the rules? At this moment, Tang San fiercely drew the blue-silver grass in Chang Feng's direction. Seeing this, Chang Feng quickly dodged, but just after Chang Feng dodged past, Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass and chased closely behind him. Chang Feng's face tightened. Do you really think you are that easy to bully? Like dog skin plaster? The net moment, Chang Feng shouted directly Yuebu. The direction he chose was in the sky above where Tang San was. In the blink of an eye, a blue lightning flashed across the playing field in mid-air, getting closer and closer to where Tang San was. However, at this moment, Tang San's eyes issued a faint purple aura. Seeing Chang Feng's actions, Tang San's heart froze. Then Tang San moved his feet and his body quickly floated to one side, leaving only an illusory figure to the audience. Looking closely, he found that Tang San was already dozens of meters away from where he originally was. After Chang Feng landed firmly on the ground, he looked at Tang San with a glint in his eyes. I almost forgot that the other party also had purple demon eyes. Thinking of this, Chang Feng narrowed his eyes and the second purple soul ring behind him suddenly lit up and he shouted, Thunder Death Wings. In an instant, Chang Feng was holding the death scythe and a pair of jet black wings sprouted from his back. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, staying steadily in mid-air looking at Tang San as a cold light passed by. Chang Feng raised his right hand holding the death scythe, then swung it fiercely in Tang San's direction several times in succession. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of wind blades shot through the air towards Tang San as fast as flying stars. Tang San's eyes were filled with solemnity and his expression changed. Facing the attack of hundreds of wind blades, he knew that there was no way he could continue. With almost no hesitation, Tang San's heel tapped the ground lightly and then turned into an illusory light and shadow moving towards the right. Just when Tang San left the original place, in an instant many pitted holes appeared on the ground where he was before. The sound of pang pang kept ringing. Tang San was still in shock looking at the entrances of the caves. His eyes were full of indifference. He knew that if he had not escaped just now, he would be greeted by death. Article 3 of the General Outline of Xiantian Bailu of Tang Sect. If you are sure that your opponent is an enemy, as long as he has a way to kill you, do not show mercy, otherwise it will only add trouble to yourself. Net moment, 12 streaks of blue-silver grass suddenly struck in the direction of Chang Feng from behind Tang San. At the same time, he slowly raised his left hand only to hear a clanking sound. Then rays of cold light spurted out from Tang San's sleeve. Chang Feng stared firmly in Tang San's direction. When he saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he couldn't help but use hidden weapons so quickly. Regarding Xiajian, Chang Feng had no intention of being a target. Facing the sleeve arrows that were attacking quickly, Chang Feng looked calm. Then he swayed and quickly moved to the right a few meters away. After standing still, he looked at the sleeve arrows still moving along the original trajectory, but in the end they fell to the ground feebly. Withdrawing his gaze, Chang Feng's lips curved lightly. I also have a hidden weapon, but I don't know if you can take it. He quickly condensed a soul glove on his left hand, then took out 5 rice grains of light from the ring's soul guide and hid it between his fingers. Carefully place your left hand behind your back at the blind spot where Tang San is and use your soul power to inject it into it. In just one breath, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. It done. 5 dragon beard formation is basically stable against Tang San, but we also need to create a good opportunity. Chang Feng rolled his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the death scythe held tightly in his right hand, and instantly he had an idea in his mind. He landed lightly and immediately turned into a shadow approaching Tang San. And Tang San at this moment controlled 7 streaks of blue-silver grass from behind and whipped them in the direction of Chang Feng. But Chang Feng did not choose to dodge this time and still maintained his current speed and rushed forward. With his left hand behind his back, he held the death sickle tightly in his right hand, and when the blue-silver grass approached, he quickly slashed at them. On the spot, the blue-silver grass fell to pieces and fell to the ground. Tang San's expression was dull, and the third spirit ring behind him suddenly lit up, and he shouted calmly, cobweb restraint. In an instant, dozens of blue-silver grasses attacked Chang Feng with a swish. However, Chang Feng still only had one action: chop chop chop. After this soul skill failed, Tang San looked ugly. Seeing that Chang Feng was less than 7 meters away from him, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Immediately afterwards, Tang San turned his eyes and took out the Divine crossbow from his arm, skillfully pointed it in the direction of Chang Feng, and then quickly quickly pulled the trigger. There was a loud explosion and S-18 tailless crossbow arrows flew out instantly, shooting at extremely fast speed heading towards Chang Feng. Seeing this, Chang Feng felt awe-inspiring. He knew that this time he might not be able to block the death scythe in one go. He also knew that the Zhuge divine crossbows used by Tang San were all coated with poison. As long as you are hit by a tailless crossbow arrow, you will probably die on the spot. Net moment, Chang Feng kicked the ground violently, then jumped into the air, turned a somersault in mid-air and narrowly dodged the Zhuge divine crossbow. Just after he dodged away, Chang Feng was soaked in cold sweat. Just now, if something unexpected happened, he might have been tricked. After landing again before he could rest, he estimated with his eyes that the distance between him and Tang San was only 4 meters. Then he raised his right hand and rushed towards Tang San, making a gesture to chop him. At the same time, he knew in his heart that the attack just launched by the opponent's Zhuge divine crossbow could be launched 3 times. But Tang San pulled the trigger on Mo Huang again. This was his chance. Suddenly Chang Feng shouted, "Ice domain open." In an instant, Tang San was instantly locked by the domain. His whole body froze and his movement of clasping the arm in his hand was a little slower. When Chang Feng saw this, he thought to himself, what a good opportunity. He quickly aimed his left hand at Tang San's chest and then threw it in his direction. In an instant, 5 rays of light and shadow formed an arc like flying sword piercing towards Tang San's chest. The net moment, in the competition venue, a scream suddenly sounded. Ah! In an instant, Tang San's eyes turned blood red, his face was ferocious and his veins popped out. His brows were wrinkled, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his face showed pain. He was holding his chest and hunched over, trembling and swaying constantly, as if he was suffering unbearable pain. Dragon beard needle, you actually use such a vicious hidden weapon. Tang San gritted his teeth coldly and looked in the direction of Chang Feng, his eyes filled with murderous intent and his tone of voice was more like coming from the netherworld, making people feel chill. The inside of his chest was twisted into a ball at this moment, which was extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this, Chang Feng glanced at Tang San indifferently and said coldly, "Why, you are allowed to use hidden weapons, but I can't use them. What's the point? The Zhuge divine crossbow you just used against me, it's still a sleeve arrow, it's all coated with poison, aren't you vicious?" Tang San's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. His face was livid. He looked at Chang Feng, zionlessly staring at him. In an instant he quickly made a decision in his mind. He wants to kill the other party. Net moment, Tang San's body suddenly grew 8 spider legs which look very ugly. At this time the faces of the audience changed drastically. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that Tang San is a monster? Many people have doubts in their heart. However, Chang Feng's voice soon answered their doubt. "Tang San, why, you are finally willing to use your eternal soul bone. But under the suppression of my domain, how much more power can your eternal soul bone 8 spider spear still exert?" Listening to Chang Feng's words, Tang San carefully felt his physical condition at this time and his heart felt like an ice cellar. Seeing that Tang San remained silent, Chang Feng looked at Tang San with a trace of pity in his eyes. "Farewell, Tang San." The net moment, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly flashed and countless thunder and lightning wrapped around his entire right arm holding the death scythe. Then he threw the death scythe in the direction of Tang San. A fireball formed by sparks quickly appeared in the air carrying an unmatched momentum and fell in the direction of Tang San. Electromagnetic gun. At the same time, Chang Feng suddenly shouted loudly. A huge blue light pillar half a meter wide like a thunderous dragon tilted down towards Tang San. Looking at it from a distance, I unconsciously feel a little palpitated. Then Tang San, who was facing this blow right now, would he still be alive? Many people poked their head and stretched their necks nervously, looking in the direction of Tang San on the playing field. For a moment the place was silent. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 226 Wuhan City. Bang bang. The playing field was constantly shaking and rocks were flying. This lasted for a long time. At the same time, smoke and dust have been filling the entire competition venue. The situation inside seemed a little unclear. This scene was seen by the audience present and they were all stunned. They could hardly believe that this level of attack power was actually coming from a younger generation of soul masters. There are many high-level soul masters present. Their eyesight is higher, so they naturally understand this attack better. I am afraid that it has already reached at least the power of a soul saint's strike, and this was sent by a young man. How can we not surprise them? At this moment many people present secretly cast their eyes in Chang Feng's direction. In their hearts, in addition to shock, they were more horrified. Especially the teams from the senior soul master academies participating in the competition were dumbfounded. In addition, they secretly felt happy in their heart. Fortunately, they didn't force this perverted young man to do this. Otherwise, whether they would survive or not is still a question. When they thought of this, they thought of another boy in blue who was also a genius, Tang San, the captain of the Shrek Academy team. With that blow just just now they had basically concluded that Tang San would definitely die. It's just that when a person dies, this how to judge a game? You must know that before the Soul Master competition there is a rule that you cannot kill anyone during the competition, otherwise you will have to bear the corresponding consequences. Suddenly they glanced at Cheng Feng, who was still standing there, and each said in their hearts, what a pity. But before they could continue to sigh, suddenly the sound of a hem suddenly sounded in the competition venue. They couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this voice that of Shrek Academy's Tang San? Could it be said that this young man did not die? In an instant they all looked towards the direction filled with smoke and dust. But when Cheng Feng heard Tang San's voice, his eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? He was well aware of the power of his electromagnetic gun. Even if the Soul Saint was hit, he would still have to stop. Tang San, a Soul Master, didn't die. It's really unscientific. Soon Cheng Feng quickly calmed down. Under the gaze of everyone he wanted to make up for it with one more blow. But the sudden change just now caused many referees to immediately fix their eyes on him. They were very worried that if Cheng Feng would really beat the people of Shrek Academy to death, wouldn't they, the referees, fail? When the news spreads, it will also cause certain troubles in their life. Therefore, in the direction of the VIP seats, many people had their eyes fixed on Cheng Feng. As long as he makes any unusual move, I'm afraid he will be subdued immediately. Cheng Feng was mentally sharp, and he naturally sensed the warning in the gazes of many high-level Soul Masters. After a quick weighing in his mind, he decided that as long as Tang San didn't admit defeat, he would beat him to death. This is also in line with the rules. If we say that the moment Tang San was about to be killed he was saved by them, then he can't say anything. But this way the probability of killing Tang San was too low. However, he still had to try to kill Tang San. What if you really kill him? But before killing him, destroy him first. In this way you can relieve your anger by killing. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng squinted his eyes slightly and looked towards the direction where the smoke and dust gradually dispersed in the direction of Tang San. Soon the smoke dispersed. A figure was revealed, Tang San. Unexpectedly, Tang San actually survived. Instantly everyone was shocked. How did he do it? Suddenly someone in the field said, look, what is that thing on Tang San that is emitting a layer of bright light? Many people, they all took a closer look. Cheng Feng naturally noticed something strange about Tang San. He looked at Tang San carefully and his expression changed instantly. Could something like a soul shield be considered a treasure? Then he carefully discovered that there was a diamond-shaped mark between Tang San's eyebrows. Looking at the diamond-shaped mark, Cheng Feng's face turned pale. He could see that what was protecting Tang San was the light emitting from the diamond-shaped mark between his eyebrows. In an instant Cheng Feng made a judgment in his mind. Treasure, and moreover it was a super treasure. But where did Tang San get this treasure? At this time Tang San secretly felt extremely lucky. He knew that he could survive this time thanks to his treasure. And when he thought about how he got this treasure, he felt a little moved in his heart. According to what his father said, he fought hard to snatch this treasure from a palace in the ruins that appeared in Notting City. For this he paid the price of serious injury. Thinking of this, Tang San slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of Cheng Feng, his eyes turning several times. He remained calm and carefully waited again and again. Then he slowly stretched out his right hand, looked towards the direction of the VIP seats and said calmly, Shrek Academy, admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Feng's expression changed drastically. Now that Tang San was about to admit defeat, how could he continue to torture him or even kill him? But before he could continue thinking, a quick sentence came to his ears: Tiando Royal Academy Team vs Shrek Academy. Tiando Royal Academy Team wins. As the referee announced the result of the game, Cheng Feng knew that he had no chance. He stared at the referee, his expression particularly ugly, withdrew his gaze and looked in Tang San's direction, the light in his eyes changing unpredictably. At the end of the game, Emperor Shuya naturally gave another inspiring speech. The NET finals will begin soon, and that is the real battle to decide who is the strongest academy in the mainland. Also at that time, when the transaction with Shui Qinghe was completed, subsequently all teams including Cheng Feng's Tianda Royal Academy team were notified that they would have 3 days of rest. 3 days later, a total of 17 teams plus the escort of 500 Royal Knights soldiers will set off for the venue of the finals, Wuhan City. Starting from Tianda City, it takes almost 20 days to go to Wuhan City. The finals are not very long. According to what was told, since it is a knockout round, it will take less than 10 days to decide the winner. It was night. Shui Qinghe and Cheng Feng met in the study. As soon as Shui Qinghe saw Cheng Feng, he kept a faint smile on his face. Congratulations, you won the first place in the promotion competition. Cheng Feng waved his hand and said, it's nothing, the key is to see the boss final. Shui Qinghe nodded, looked at Cheng Feng and said, I have received news that during your promotion competition, Wuhan Palace has opened a special place as the venue for this elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, the venue for the finals. In addition, Wuhan City has also announced announced a decree during the start of the competition: non-soul masters are not allowed to enter even if they are nobles. Chang Feng nodded and shouted coldly in his heart. Wuhan Palace did not really represent the interests of the common people. With such a grand event, civilians have no right to pay attention or interfere. However, for the common people of Douluo continent today, soul masters are a superior instance to them, and Wuhan Palace is the holy place in their heart. Facing the decree personally issued by the Pope of Wuhan Palace, they dare not speak out even if they dare to get angry, and in the end they will only compromise with reality. Suddenly Chang Feng felt that it would be a long and difficult road to change the minds of civilians in the future. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Xue Qinghe's word brought Chang Feng back to reality from his thought. He smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, it's just that the finals are coming soon, so I will inevitably think about it more." Really? Xue Qinghe did not continue to dwell on this issue and turned to talk to Chang Feng about some topics of national governance. This conversation lasted almost 3 days and 3 nights. The NET day, Chang Feng and students from other participating colleges took 15 luxurious giant carriages specially made by the Tiandu Empire and headed to Wuhan City. Moreover, Chang Feng has been paying attention to the direction of Shrek Academy since the day he set out and found that Shrek Academy was missing a crucial person, Yu Xiaogang. In this regard, Chang Feng had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Yu Xiaogang was the first to go to Wuhan City to meet Bibi Dong, or was it because of Tang San's twin martial souls? However, this Yu Xiaogang's departure may be a bit unlucky. Yu Xiaogang's previous romantic affair may have already reached Bibi Dong's ears at this time, right? When he thought of Bibi Dong's character, a chill suddenly rose in Chang Feng's heart and his body shuddered. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 227. The Interception Team on the road to Wuhan City. Chang Feng sat in the luxurious carriage holding his chin in his hands and thinking deeply. This time on the road to Wuhan City it would definitely not be very peaceful. Something suddenly came to his mind. On the way to Wuhan City this time, Tang San and his party will be chased by Wuhan City. Moreover, it should not be far from this happening. I just don't know if Tang San can survive the interception and killing by Wuhan Palace this time. After all, he has changed a lot of things. The relationship between Tang San and the Kaibao Glay sect has never been as good as described in the original work. In other words, if Tang San was intercepted and killed, the probability that the 7 Treasures Glay sect would help was almost zero. Moreover, Poison Douluo didn't follow him either. His relationship with Tang San was much different and he didn't know where he was now. Therefore, if Wuhan Palace really wanted to intercept and kill Tang San this time, it would be almost impossible for him to survive unless something happened that he didn't know about. But such an accident would not happen so easily, but if it did happen, he would have to accept his fate. Suddenly the car stopped. Suddenly Chang Feng's thoughts were interrupted and he looked outside the car door. Suddenly a familiar figure walked in. Ning Rongrong. A smile appeared on Ning Rongrong's pretty face and she said, "Why are you surprised to see me?" Chang Feng looked away and replied calmly, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to see you, can't I?" "Whatever." Then Ning Rongrong sat directly opposite Chang Feng with a sweet smile on her face. "By the way, how are you considering joining the Kaibao Glay sect?" Ning Rongrong looked at Chang Feng with a smile, a hint of expectation deep in her eyes. However, Chang Feng's word disappointed her. "Did sect leader Ning ask you to come here as a lobbyist?" "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining any forces at the moment. However, it will be hard to say what happens in the future." "Okay, that's what I knew. Before I came here, Dad made a bet with me. He thought you would agree to join, but I said you wouldn't join. It seems that he lost this time and it was me. I won. But even though I won, I hope I lose this time." After listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Chang Feng remained unmoved. He still responded, "I just said that I will not consider joining any force for the time being, and this force certainly includes the 7 Treasures Glay sect." Ning Rongrong gradually put away the smile on her face. She looked at Chang Feng quietly, speechless for a moment. "By the way, I would like to ask you about the self-created soul skill you used in the promotion competition, which is the body soul skill that makes people look a bit illusory. My father asked me to ask you this, a self-created soul skill. Are you willing to sell it to our Kaibao Glay sect?" Chang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. As soon as he heard it, he knew that the self-created soul skill that Ning Rongrong mentioned was the 9 steps of freedom. Such self-created soul skills such as body movements can only be of limited help to me now. If it can be sold to the Kaibao Glay sect at a high price, it might not be impossible. At least you can make yourself some money and you can further help Tianting develop and grow. He weighed it carefully in his mind. After a long time he raised his head, looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "Okay, but what I want to know is at what price will your 7 Treasures Glay sect buy this self-made product of mine?" "Soul skills." A smile suddenly broke out on Ning Rongrong's face. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape with a hint of cunning in her eyes. "In this transaction I will negotiate negotiate with you on behalf of the Kaibao Glaze sect. Chang Feng glanced at her. So, are you going to bargain with me? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chang Feng. I am the NET sect leader of the Kaibao Glaze sect. With my status, how could I do such a boring thing? Then how many gold soul coins are you prepared to offer? Let me explain first that I will not accept a price that is too low. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong stretched out a finger directly towards Chang Feng, keeping a faint smile on her face and looking at him quietly. I don't want to guess, just tell me how much. Ning Rongrong smiled and said 100,000. Before Ning Rongrong could continue, Chang Feng interrupted her and said, it seems that the Kaibao Glaze sect is not sincere in making this deal. Then there is no need to discuss it further. Ning Rongrong's face showed light dissatisfaction. I haven't even finished speaking and you're so eager to steal my words. It's true. Chang Feng remained silent. 20 times 100,000 gold soul coins. What's the price? Regarding this, Chang Feng felt speechless for a while and could only say that it is you, Ning Rongrong. But when the Kaibao Glaze sect offered such a high price, he was both surprised and confused. Such a high price makes me curious. Aren't you afraid of suffering a loss? Ning Rongrong waved her hands and said, you know we are the richest 7 treasures Glaze sect in the entire Douluo continent. For us, using 2 million gold soul coins to buy a good self-created soul skill of the body type, in fact we have already made money. Moreover, if we give more blood when you want to choose to join a force in the future, you will give priority to joining the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Because of this time, generally speaking, my Kaibao Glaze sect made the biggest profit. You are very direct. Tell me all these things. You should be a villain first and then a gentleman. That's good. I agree. These are 2 gold cards. The limit of each gold card is 1 million yuan. Please check carefully. After taking the 2 gold cards from Ning Rongrong, Chang Feng looked at the credit limits of the gold cards without any hesitation. After confirming that the number was correct, he put it into his ring soul guide. After that he said, wait for me. I will write down Xiaoao's 9-step self-created soul skill silently. Did you bring paper and pen over there? As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong took out a stack of white paper, a writing brush and an inkstone from her ring soul guide. Seeing this, Chang Feng directly picked up the pen and wrote quickly on the paper. The voice of Shuisha kept ringing in the car. Not long time, Chang Feng quickly wrote down a copy of the 9 steps of freedom and has just finished writing on this stack of white paper. Afterwards, Chang Feng sorted them out and handed them to Ning Rongrong. These are the cultivation methods of Xiaoao 9 steps. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me during this journey and I will answer it properly. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt happy. She carefully took the stack of white papers and then put them into the ring soul guide she wore in her hand. By the way, I have always had a question to ask you and you must answer me truthfully. Listening to Ning Rongrong's words, he couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. Could it be that she discovered something? Chang Feng nodded stiffly. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, you are Luo Saifu, right? Perhaps the reason why you wear a mask is because you are worried that someone will find out your identity, or do you have any unavoidable reason? Chang Feng's body froze and he suddenly looked at Ning Rongrong. How do you know? Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, based on feeling and the raison you used in one of your self-created soul skills. I think Tang San must have guessed your identity too. What? You said Tang San guessed my identity? I've discovered it all. If Tang San thinks carefully and calmly, he must also discover this. Unless when he thinks of you he can't calm down. After Chang Feng heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. What if Rothford is also a false identity? What? Are you telling the truth? Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly widened with a look of shock on his face. Chang Feng did not answer her question immediately but looked outside the car and then said, you will know in the future. What? That's half of what you said. I wrote down what you just said. If Rothford's identity is fake, then your name is Chang Feng, which must also be fake, right? Then your real name is what? I will find out these carefully. The more Ning Rongrong spoke, the brighter her eyes became. Chang Feng was speechless. Afterward, the two of them spoke intermittently and Ning Rongrong said goodbye and left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, besides meditating on his soul power in the carriage, Chang Feng spent the rest of his time thinking more about issues related to the field. Just when Chang Feng was lost in thought, suddenly the carriage stopped again. Reporting to your lord, a group of soul masters all wrapped in black robes appeared in front of us. Now they are blocking our way. They have bad intentions. His Highness the Crown Prince asked me to tell your lord that if there is any need, you can speak to your subordinates directly and then convey it to His Highness. Chang Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, I understand. Then Chang Feng got out of the carriage. He looked toward the team in front and sure enough he found a black-robed team. Presumably these should be the people from Wuhan Palace who came to intercept and kill Tang San. This time, Tang San, let me see how you can escape. Thinking of this, Chang Feng turned his head and looked in Tang San's direction, his eyes thoughtful. But when the NET scene came into his eyes, Chang Feng's face suddenly changed drastically and he looked very ugly. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 228 Sword Douluo kills the enemy with one sword. Chang Feng couldn't believe that the direction those men in black were looking at was clearly on his side. It turned out that I didn't come here to kill Tang San. Chang Feng almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. How did that happen? Chang Feng couldn't understand. Weren't these people from Wuhan Palace? At this time one of these men in black had 8 soul rings behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and black slowly rising, floating behind him, beating regularly. It turned out to be Contra. Chang Feng's eyes were filled with solemnity. Net moment. The 7th soul ring behind the leader of the black-clothed masked soul Douluo suddenly lit up. The light in his eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy and he let out a scream, soared into the air and headed straight for Chang Feng. As for the other men in black, they rushed towards the direction of the Shrek Academy group. Seeing this, Chang Feng felt stunned. The net moment. A ray of purple light burst out from the black-clothed mask Contra, turning the entire sky above his head into a purple world. The arms of the mask Contra in black vibrated in the air and suddenly turned into a pair of purple wings. A huge purple light and shadow that resembled a snake but had a pair of purple wings behind it suddenly appeared behind him. The one on his body was replaced by purple scales and the lineup of martial spirits was suddenly revealed. What I didn't expect was that it turned out to be a huge purple python. Unlike other pythons, it had a pair of purple wings on its back. The moment the wings formed, strong pressure in the air suddenly hit Chang Feng. When Chang Feng saw this scene, his expression changed. He knew that the other party had obviously planned ahead and planned a quick victory. But how could Chang Feng get what he wanted? The other team members from the Soul Master Academy around them turned pale when they saw the abnormality in Chang Feng's direction. They knew that if nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult for Chang Feng to survive in the hands of a Contra. Run! Facing a Contra that could fly, there was little hope of escaping. Even with his 9 moon steps, he couldn't escape from the hands of this flying Contra. Especially this Contra's soul ring combination is considered good among the Contra rank. At this time Chang Feng knew that he would definitely not be able to escape from this masked black Contra. But besides escaping, he has another way, and that is to hide. At this time he could only save himself. Even if others wanted to save him, they might not be able to save him. The net moment. Just when the masked black soul Douluo was only less than 5 meters away from Chang Feng, in the field there were gasps of cold air. Their eyes widened and they looked here. Could it be that a new star in the soul world that had just attracted worldwide attention would die like this? Suddenly this doubt arose in the minds of many people. In this regard they have no idea, but look closely in the direction of Chang Feng. Many people secretly sweated in their heart for Chang Feng. In such a situation, if it were them, they would probably have to accept their fate. However, at this moment Chang Feng activated his soul power and said in his mind, the god of the void is hidden. Yes, he used soul bone skills to deal with it. With his current strength he is still far behind Contra's strength. Using this soul bone technique is the best method for him. The net moment. Chang Feng's figure emitted layers of blue light flickering and disappearing from the scene, and the black-clothed mass Contra's attack just arrived at the spot where Chang Feng was standing before. Boom! There was an explosion. However, the black-clothed mass Contra was stunned on the spot. He exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? What he never expected was that Chang Feng would disappear so easily. Moreover, he has not been able to catch a trace. Disappearing so suddenly was a situation that he never expected. After he quickly sensed his surroundings, he was completely shocked. There is no breath at all. Unexpectedly it slipped right under his nose like that. Unconsciously he felt a little dazed. However, at this moment an old man suddenly appeared with a sword less than 10 meters opposite him placed. The face of the masked Contra in black changed. He looked warily at the old man who suddenly appeared, but he didn't notice anything unusual about him. His beard and hair are all white and his long silver hair is neatly combed behind his back. He has a simple appearance and his face is as delicate as a baby. His expression is very indifferent and his eyes seem to be unable to see anything around him. He just stands there quietly and does not speak. But just standing there he still gave people a feeling that he was the only one in the universe. How courageous! You actually dare to come and kill a genius that my 7 treasures glaze sect is interested in. It seems that there is no need to keep you. Chen Xin's voice is like a sharp blade cutting into everyone's heart. Suddenly a pink figure appeared not far from Sword Douluo. Chang Feng witnessed everything that happened in the scene. He knew that Sword Douluo's attack this time was probably due to that pink figure Ning Rong Rong. In this regard he was quietly relieved. At the same time a strong doubt arose in his heart. Someone inside Wuhan Palace wants to intercept and kill kill him. Who is it? First he clubbed Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong wanted to kill him at this time there would be no motive at all, and if it was anyone else in Wuhan Palace he wouldn't be able to lock it in for a while. After this incident was over he decided to ask Salas to conduct a secret investigation. For a person who always secretly wants to kill him, Chang Feng would not feel at ease if he did not find out who he was. Whoops! A sound rang out all around. Everyone looked along the sound. He was horrified to find that a sword shadow came from Sword Douluo and flew towards the black-clothed and masked Sword Douluo like a flying star. There was a pop sound. Chang Feng looked closely and found a hole in the chest of the black-clothed masked Contra, and bright red blood was gurgling out from there. The black-clothed masked Contra's eyes revealed a hint of fear and he clutched his chest, his eyes revealing deep reluctance. The net moment the black-clothed and masked Contra fell heavily to the ground making a bang sound. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone present and they all looked horrified. Especially they looked in the direction of Sword Douluo with even more respect. One by one it seems that they dare not take a breath. They all secretly said in their hearts how strong as expected of the long famous Sword Douluo. Killing people is so straightforward. It further proves that Sword Douluo is extremely powerful. At this time the 3 minutes are up. The time has come for Chang Feng's soul skill Void Divine Hiding. In an instant Chang Feng's figure immediately appeared on the scene. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone they were naturally horrified again. Similarly deep down in their hearts they simply want to eat hundreds of millions of citric acid. This person is too strong. I thought that he had already shown his full strength in the previous qualifying matches and promotion matches. As a result what happened this time made them understand that the strength Chang Feng showed in the game was not all. There must be something hidden. This makes many people of the same age feel discouraged. If the gap is not big they are still confident that they can catch up. However, once the gap widens so much that they begin to doubt their lives, they know that they may never catch up with the figure wearing the cat mask. Chang Feng turned his head, looked at Sword Douluo, clasped his fist and saluted. Thank you so much for taking action this time, Sword Douluo. If it hadn't been for Sword Douluo I might have been in danger. Unexpectedly after Chang Feng finished speaking Sword Douluo glared. Don't try to prevaricate me with your words. You have your own trick, but I couldn't help you. If it weren't for a meddlesome person, even if you ask me repeatedly I won't do anything. Chang Feng was non-committal about this. He still saluted Sword Douluo seriously. At this moment Xue Qinghe's figure appeared. He arrived late with worry on his face. How are you? Chang Feng, are you okay? Xue Qinghe asked directly. Chang Feng looked at Xue Qinghe who looked uneasy with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he still quickly replied, it's okay. The person who killed me was killed by Sword Douluo with one sword. As soon as Chang Feng finished speaking, Sword Douluo left with his sword without even saying hello. Seeing this, Chang Feng had an intuitive understanding of Sword Douluo. Then I can rest assured. I have also captured the others. I will find out from them who wants your life. By the way, that Tang San, he actually killed a soul saint just now. This thing surprised me a bit. According to my subordinates it seems that he used a hidden weapon. This hidden weapon is not very powerful. Xiao, you can actually let the soul saint city be attacked. Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm really lucky. If Contra hadn't come to kill me this time, otherwise Tang San would never have had an easy time. When he was thinking this, Chang Feng said, let's continue on our way. Get to Wuhan City as soon as possible so that my mind can settle down. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe nodded. After that the whole team tidied up and got back on the road. The journey was calm, which Chang Feng did not expect. What happened to this woman Bibi Dong? Why didn't she send the chrysanthemum ghost double Douluo to intercept and kill Tang San? It's so strange. After 20 days of journey, just when he was about to arrive at Wuhan City, Chang Feng's soul power level was once again promoted by 1 level, reaching level 50 after 20 days of meditation. He only needs to hunt for 1 more soul ring and he can become the soul king. This is also his biggest gain along the way. Not long time, a city wall with SI doors was reflected in Chang Feng's eyes. Martial Spirit City, here it comes. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 229. Chang Feng kneeling down is impossible. After entering Wuhan City I saw the words that non-soul masters cannot enter. Chang Feng secretly sneered in his heart. On the way to Wuhan City, Xue Qinghe told him that not everyone can enter Wuhan City. Only soul masters, and they must be at least great soul masters, are allowed to enter. Chang Feng couldn't help but sneer at this kind of regulation, but everything has 2 sides. If Wuhan City does this, when it loses the hearts of the people, Heavenly Court will rise up and win the hearts of the people in one fell swoop. The people's wishes will be fulfilled in heaven. Thinking of this, Chang Feng secretly looked at Wuhan City. I discovered that this city, strictly speaking, is actually not big. It is similar to the size of a medium-sized city in the Tiandu Empire. The wall of Wuhan City is about 90 meters high and its thickness can reach 40 meters. If you look closely at the building materials of the city wall, you will find that it is made of blocks of hard granite. But if you observe carefully, you will also find that Wuhan City is still very different from other ordinary cities. Conventional cities are generally shaped like a quadrilateral, but Wuhan City is hexagonal. The shape of hexagon determines that it will have SI wall. He inadvertently raised his head and discovered that on the city wall near him he could vaguely see a group of Wuhan Palace soul masters wearing specially made clothes patrolling. Their presence were cold and serious, and their eyes were extremely sharp. There is a relief carved on the city wall close to him symbolizing a powerful martial spirit. Seeing this, Chang Feng guessed that Tang San and his clear sky hammer spirit should be among them. Looking forward, Chang Feng noticed this scene. In the center of Wuhan City is a hill, and there are two special buildings on the hill that look very unusual. What appears to be the Pope's palace halfway up the mountain is where the supreme ruler of Wuhan Palace, the Pope, live. Before, on the way to Wuhan City, he heard Shui King He say that the Pope's palace was rebuilt and it was very grand. He could clearly see it no matter where he stood in the city. This is also the reason why he can see the Pope's palace at a glance as soon as he enters Wuhan City. On the top of the mountain is the Douluo Palace, which is also the highest level instance in the Wuhan Palace. Chang Feng stared at the three-dimensional building that was only about 1/3 of the Pope's palace from a distance and thought to himself, these Qiandaolio should be in there. What is very different from the glittering golden building of the Pope's palace is that the entire Douluo Palace looks as white as jade from a distance. It looks much simpler and plainer than the Pope's palace. Then the people from Wuhan Palace were dispatched and quickly made arrangements for Chang Feng and his party. Chang Feng was arranged to rest at the Star Hotel in Wuhan City. As for others, they have their own arrangement. Early in the morning, Chang Feng was led to the competition venue by someone from Wuhan Palace. When he arrived at the competition venue, Chang Feng was somewhat surprised. What he didn't expect was that a special competition venue specially opened by Wuhan Palace would be in the center of Wuhan City. Glancing at the huge competition stage, I made a rough estimate and found that the diameter of this huge arena was a full 100 meters. Moreover, the materials used in this competition platform appear to be made of hard granite. Seeing this, Chang Feng could only say that this Wuhan Palace is indeed a wealthy force. How great it would be if in the future all the money from Wuhan Palace and Kaibao Glaze sect went into his pocket. After thinking about it for a while, Chang Feng secretly sorted out his thought, but what he didn't know was that these thoughts also planted a seed in his heart. Not mentioning this, Chang Feng arrived here not long ago. He was called to draw a lot. In this finals, only the top 3 teams can compete in front of the Pope's palace. After Chang Feng finished drawing the lot, he glanced at the 3 words written on it and the corresponding college name attached at the back. Chang Feng had never heard of this academy. Not being famous means that he is basically guaranteed to win this round. Therefore, he has nothing to worry about and is in a particularly relaxed mood. The opening ceremony of the finals was very direct, which suited Chang Feng's taste. There was no unnecessary nonsense. Wuhandian thought that the cardinal had come to the stage and directly announced the start of the finals. Together with this, the match list and bye list were announced. In the first game, the people from Kamikaze Academy appeared and their opponent was the Star Luo Empire Nightshade Academy. Chang Feng was not interested at all. The people from Blazing Fire Academy joined the Divine Wind Academy. They were basically nothing to watch. They were all unilaterally massacring. The second game was between Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Royal Academy team. This one, Chang Feng looked at the scene very seriously. From beginning to end, especially his eyes were firmly on Tang San. As a spectator, he naturally watched this game very excitingly. There was no surprise at all. After Tang San used some hidden weapons, the Star Luo Royal Academy team lost the game, and Tang San's performance also fell into the audience's seat. Chang Feng looked around at the audience seat. At a rough glance, there were only a few thousand people, but Chang Feng did not underestimate them in his heart. He knew that the audience here were all soul masters. The audience seats are very different from those in the Tiandu Empire at that time. When Chang Feng heard his name, he ducked and came to the stage. The way Chang Feng appeared attracted the attention of the audience present and those who did not know Chang Feng. In their view, there was only one person in this academy team that appeared in this way, which undoubtedly surprised them. Tiandu Royal Academy team. As soon as they heard this name, they knew that it was closely related to Tiandu Royal Academy, but this team only sent one person. Could it be that he knew that he would definitely lose, or is he full of confidence? Although their hearts were full of doubts about this, they all patiently continued to look down. Seeing his opponent appear, Chang Feng quickly ended the game after the referee called for start. From the beginning to the end, in less than a minute, the opponents were all lying on the ground wailing in pain. This scene caught the eyes of everyone present and they were all shocked. This person wearing a cat face mask is so strong. Unexpectedly, he did not summon martial spirits or use soul skills, but simply relied on physical fitness to win, which was beyond their expectations. After winning the game, Cheng Feng did not leave immediately. Instead he watched the Wuhandian team's game before leaving. Cheng Feng found that his victory was so smooth all the way. He has never encountered any of Shrek Academy, Holy Academy or Spiritual Academy. In this way 4 rounds were played in a row and Cheng Feng won the 4 rounds. Finally the final 3 teams were sorted out: Wuhandian team, Shrek Academy team and Tiandu Royal Academy team. What surprised Cheng Feng was that the people from the Spiritual Courtyard and the Holy Courtyard seemed to have a tacit understanding. After they won 2 rounds they all abstained from voting later, and this made Cheng Feng very puzzled. But the upcoming finals are waiting for him, leaving him with no extra energy to take care of other things. Time flies like the wind. The sky is slightly bright in the morning. A total of 15 people stood quietly in the square, including the Tiandu Royal Academy team represented by Cheng Feng, the Shrek Academy team represented by Tang San and 7 others, and Hu Lina from the Wuhan Palace. Time passed by minute, but the Pope of Wuhan Palace Bibi Dong has not arrived yet. In response to this, Cheng Feng complained in his heart, the concept of time is really weak. When he thought about standing here stupidly for an hour he couldn't help but feel a little more resentful toward Bibi Dong. Suddenly Bibi Dong arrived late. A group of people just walked out of a side door of the Pope's palace. There were 12 cardinals in the entire group. Until the cardinal and the others walked to the door of the Pope's palace, the team immediately divided into 2 teams with SI people in each team standing on the left and right. Among them one of the leading cardinals shouted loudly, "His Majesty the Pope is here." No surprise, the sound of a landslide and tsunami suddenly sounded in the field. Long live, long live, long live. It has been resounding over Wuhan city for a long time. Not long time. Bibi Dong appeared. Seeing Bibi Dong at this time, Cheng Feng had a strange look in his eyes. Not to mention at this time Bibi Dong was dressed in a golden dress from head to toe, wearing a golden crown on her head, holding a scepter in her hand, and had a solemn look on her face which made people look unreal. It's even more daunting. Cheng Feng secretly thought in his heart, it's a pity this Bibi Dong is really beautiful, she can be considered a beauty. But he already has Xiao Wu in his heart and can no longer tolerate anyone else. Moreover, he had never had any thoughts about Bibi Dong and he only had pure appreciation at this time. He was still very afraid of Bibi Dong. He doesn't want to imagine the protagonist in some books becoming dog lickers or spending time building fish ponds to raise fish. In his entire life it was enough for him to win Xiao Wu's heart. It didn't take long. All the members of Wuhan Palace knelt on the ground at this moment. See His Majesty the Pope. However, there are still some people in the field who have not moved. For example, the Shrek Academy group and Cheng Feng, the representative of Tiandu Royal Academy. The reason why he didn't kneel was that Cheng Feng didn't feel like kneeling, especially he is the Lord of Heaven. With such status, how could he kneel? Not to mention he and Bibi Dong were teachers in name only. It can be said that Bibi Dong didn't take herself seriously at all. She probably used herself as Hu Lina's substitute to make those who targeted the Wuhan Palace turn around and deal with her. When he thought of this, he thought of the assassination sent by Renhun City in Tiandu City not long ago. For this reason Cheng Feng was naturally extremely dissatisfied, and Tang San was even more impossible to kneel. At this time Tang San thought of some things his father had told him about his mother's death. Onet, thinking of this, a trace of hatred flashed deep in his eyes and he would not kneel down. Net moment. How dare you people disrespect the Pope? A cardinal looked at Cheng Feng and others and shouted angrily. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 230 an inapplicable victory in the individual competition. Bibi Dong took a deep look at Cheng Feng. Then she looked in Tang San's direction. When he saw Tang San's body trembling, the pupils in Cheng Feng's eyes suddenly shrank. Not long time. Bibi Dong slowly raised her hand and the cardinal who had just spoken lowered his head respectfully. With a look of awe on his face, he obediently shut his mouth and stopped talking. Then Bibi Dong looked in Tang San's direction with a calm tone. Are you Tang San, the master's disciple? Tang San? Tang San was surprised when he heard this, and with a calm expression he replied, Yes, your majesty, I am the master's disciple. Speaking of this, others could clearly tell that Tang San felt very proud of this. Bibi Dong nodded expressionlessly. You are very good. I seem to see the image of your teacher in you. Regarding the conversation between Bibi Dong and Tang San, everyone else present looked in disbelief. They all speculated in their hearts, could it be that His Majesty the Pope has a closer relationship with Tang San? At this moment Tang San's voice sounded, I dare not compare with my teacher. Teacher, he is much better than me. However, Bibi Dong's eyes were a little more gloomy. Really? Is the same true for Roman? That's really disappointing. As soon as Bibi Dong finished saying these words, she withdrew her gaze, glanced at the entire audience, waved the scepter in her hand, slightly looked at the audience and said, Everyone please be level. All the people who had just knelt on the ground stood up because they all just heard what the Pope and Tang San said. For a moment, looking in the direction of Shrek Academy headed by Tang San, it became a little more complicated. It didn't take long. Cheng Feng listened to Bibi Dong's brief speech before the game. In one sentence, I am very optimistic about you. The winner will get 3 soul bones. These 3 soul bones are a right arm bone, a skull and a left leg bone. They emit light in 3 colors: fiery red, light blue and dark green. When everyone present saw the 3 soul bones floating in the air not far away from Bibi's east side, they immediately became e-sighted. Regarding the preciousness of soul bones, it is difficult to see even one in normal time, but now there are 3 soul bones displayed in front of them, making them feel in a trance for a moment, and they can hardly tell whether this is a dream or reality. But when they saw Bibi Dong's figure, they felt awe-inspiring in their heart. They all extinguished their thoughts that they shouldn't have, so as not to get angry. For a time those who looked at it and became greedy looked at it with serious expressions, as if turning a blind eye, and tried not to look in the direction of the soul bone. They worry that if they continue to watch, will they still be able to bear the greedy thoughts deep in their heart? Cheng Feng stared at the 3 soul bones carefully. With his eyesight he could naturally see at a glance that the 3 soul bones were all from soul bones that were 10,000 years old or above, and a soul bone of this age is a very high quality instance for a soul master. For a time Cheng Feng had a few more thoughts in his mind. He wants to take these 3 soul bones. Even if he doesn't use it, leaving it to the people in his heavenly court is much better than leaving it to Spirit Hall or Tang San and the others. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes became a little more fiery. There is only one winner. Whoever can win the final victory, these 3 soul bones will belong to the championship team. I hope you will all do your best. Then Bibi Dong's voice continued. Originally in the morning each of your 3 teams would compete in individual elimination rounds. However, both the Shrek Academy and Wuhandian teams gave up the individual elimination rounds. In other words, the Tiandu Royal Academy team will directly enter the NET round. In the morning there will be a match between the Wuhandian team and the Shrek Academy team. Whoever wins will advance to the NET round and will compete with the Tiandu Royal Academy team this afternoon. Now Shrek Academy Core and Spirit Hall teams get ready to go on the field. Not long after Bibi Dong finished speaking, everyone in the room felt a sense of astonishment. Even Cheng Feng himself felt strange. His luck was getting better. Unexpectedly the Wuhandian team and Shrek Academy gave up in the individual competition. Didn't this give me an advantage? He can still understand that the Shrek Academy team gave up. After all, he had brutally tortured Tang San before and even injected him with 5 dragon beard needles. Looking at the way he is jumping around now, it is obvious that he took out the 5 dragon beard needles long ago. Presumably he may be afraid that he will use the dragon whisker to deal with him again, right? When he thought of this, he was a little confused about Wuhan Palace giving up. Could it be that it was Bibi Dong's intention? Cheng Feng, who couldn't figure it out, turned his attention to the match between the Shrek Academy and Spirit Hall teams. Regarding their competition, Cheng Feng watched and guessed that this time the Wuhandian team might have a greater chance of victory. History has changed. Seeing Tang San and his entourage gradually falling into a disadvantage, Cheng Feng knew that the winner of this match had basically been decided. People from Shrek Academy were eliminated in just a few minutes. The only Tang San left was simply unable to support himself. No matter how strong Tang San was, he was still a soul master after all. He was only as strong as he could be. Time passed slowly, and as expected, Tang San still lost after a while. Although he used various methods, after all the gap in soul power was still a bit big. But the most important problem Cheng Feng discovered was that the cooperation between Tang San and the team members was almost inconsistent. I don't know what kind of conflict have arisen between them. It seems that they are not in harmony internally. Several times Cheng Feng saw Tang San's livid face and the anger in his eyes seemed to spit out fire, but he endured it in the end. However, the indifference in Tang San's eyes when he looked at his team members was reflected in Cheng Feng's eyes. Regarding this, Cheng Feng was very curious. What happened between Tang San and his team members to cause the current situation? In the end, Tang San looked unwilling, but Hu Lina and Xiaoyu teamed up to shoot him down outside the venue. At this point, the result of the game is self-evident. Soon the referee announced that Wuhandian had won the competition. After the referee made the announcement, Bibi Dong's voice suddenly sounded. In the afternoon there will be a match between the Tiandu Royal team and the Wuhandian team. Between them, the overall champion of this Soul Master competition will be decided. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, a cardinal came up and announced that he could leave. Everyone present left in an orderly manner. The morning passed quickly. In a blink of an eye it was afternoon. After everyone arrived at the venue, many people were looking forward to it. This is the last game. Who will win the final victory of the game? Many people present were not optimistic about Cheng Feng of the Tiandu Royal Academy team, because in their opinion he was the only one competing in the Tiandu Royal Academy team, and the strength of the members of the Wuhandian team is very strong. Who can become the champion this time? For a time it became an unsolvable unresolvable doubt in everyone's mind. Some people support the Tiandi Royal team to win while others support the Wuhandian team to win the final championship. Some people even acted as dealers on the spot. Look at that person's clothes, he is either rich or noble. The ratio he proposed was if you bet on the victory of the Tiandi Royal Academy team you will get 10 times the deposit in return. Those who bet on the victory of the Wuhandian team will receive 3 times the deposit in return. Seeing this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but have a thought in his heart. Before the game started he waved in the direction of Ning Rongrong. Not long after, when Ning Rongrong arrived, Cheng Feng handed her the 2 gold cards in the Ring Soul Guide and asked her to help her win. Ning Rongrong's eyes wandered, and after nodding with a smile she followed her instructions and bet on the victory of the Tiandi Royal Academy team with a deposit of 2 million gold soul coin. As for Ning Rongrong, the total amount of deposits actually amounted to 4 million gold soul coins, and the other 2 gold cards with a limit of 1 million gold soul coins belonged to her. After getting the deposit certificate she carefully put it away and waited quietly for the gold soul coin to increase tenfold. Ning Rongrong believed in Cheng Feng very much, especially after coming into contact with Cheng Feng these few times. It can be seen that he is obsessed with the golden soul coin. A person who is so obsessed with the golden soul coin is willing to bet on his own victory, which shows that his winning rate is extremely high. This is her based on Cheng Feng's personality. He made a decision after careful consideration in his mind. Less than a moment later a cardinal announced, "We invite the Wuhandian team and the Tiandi Royal Academy team to come on stage. The game that everyone here has been looking forward to for a long time is finally here." They all looked towards the field. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 231 The Battle with Wuhan Palace. There is an error in the chapter. Click here to refresh. After refreshing, the editor will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please try again later. At the referee's prompt both sides saluted each other. Hu Lina stood at the front of the Wuhandian team with a faint smile always on her face. Without much hesitation, headed by Hu Lina, the rest of the Wuhandian team summoned their Wuhans and showed their soul rings. When the soul rings behind Hu Lina, Xiaoyu and Yan were all yellow, purple and black. Cheng Feng looked indifferently. Net moment. As Hu Lina released her martial spirit she looked much more beautiful than before, and a big fluffy tail grew out of her back. A pale red light also emerged and his eyes flashed, looking in the direction of Cheng Feng. However, Cheng Feng was unmoved. He knew that Hu Lina wanted to use charm to deal with him, and all the other party could rely on was her vision and hearing. But there is a heavenly world pearl deep in the sea of spiritual consciousness of Cheng Feng. He was not worried at all about Hu Lina's level of mental charm. In his opinion it is simply a fantasy to attack him mentally. However, he would not tell Hu Lina this. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Immediately afterwards he followed the trend and his eyes began to become dull. At the same time he thought to himself, thinking back then, thanks to seeing the actor's self-cultivation, otherwise in this situation he might be seen through at a glance. Yes, what Cheng Feng wants to do is to take advantage of the situation. Wait for Hu Lina to take the initiative to approach and then critically hit her to eliminate her. If she, the core of the Wuhandian team, is eliminated, he doesn't have to be so troublesome in dealing with the others. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng stood there motionless, and seeing this situation in the eyes of the audience, their impressions changed. Before they had watched Cheng Feng's matches and were deeply impressed by his strength. Unexpectedly the competition has just begun, and now I have fallen under the charm of Her Highness the Saint of Wuhan Palace. Isn't this incredible? Could it be that this young man is too strong-blooded to resist this kind of charm? But those who took the wrong approach and pushed for Cheng Feng's victory had livid faces. They saw it in their eyes, but it hurt in their hearts and they deeply regretted it. VIP seat. Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengzi and said, "Dad, look, this guy Cheng Feng is really lacking in determination. Isn't he just a woman? As for this look, looking at him it's obvious that he has been tricked. Is he really that unlucky? Before I thought he was a sure thing, but now he is so shameless. It seems like he was defeated by a woman. My private money may not be guaranteed now." Ning Fengzi's mouth twitched when he heard it, but he always maintained a faint smile on his face. Wrong, you have to think about this from another angle. Do you think it's because Cheng Feng usually has too few contacts with women and has been busy practicing? However, because of this charm, when he met him for the first time he suddenly fell in love with her. Be careful to fall in. You have to know that Cheng Feng is already a vigorous person at this age, but it is only at this time that he has been exposed to very few women. From the side, Cheng Feng is not sentimental. He is very simple and doesn't care about relationships. If he is a life partner, he is very reliable. Bah, Dad, what are you talking about? Why are you talking so inappropriately? You are such a shameless old man. Ning Fengzi's face darkened when he heard this and he entered the parent mode. He said solemnly, wrong. Only then did Ning Rongrong realize that what she had just said was inappropriate, so she stuck out her tongue at Ning Fengzi a few times with a look of apology on her face. Anyway, wrong, Dad will not harm you. Of course this emotional matter is between you young people. As an outsider I can't interfere. Of course if you don't want to just pretend I didn't say it. Ning Rongrong's face turned red and her ears were hot and she couldn't help but nodded shyly. But when out of the corner of her eye she inadvertently saw Chang Feng starting to look like a pig brother on the field. Her face suddenly darkened and her eyes were filled with fire. At this time Chang Feng didn't know that there was such a thing as unintentional planting. His performance made someone take him seriously and he was extremely unhappy. When Hu Lina saw Chang Feng falling under her charm, the corner of her mouth curled up. The net moment, a red light flashed on her body and then she quickly struck in the direction of Chang Feng. Judging from her posture she was going to knock Chang Feng down with one palm, but Xia Yuyan and other people from the spirit hall folded their arms and looked like they were watching a good show. From their point of view they thought they would have a fierce battle, but in the end their opponents were too weak and couldn't even block Nana's charm, so they were not worthy of being their opponent. At this time everyone in the Wuhundian team had this thought in their heart. However, just when Hu Lina's palm was about to fall on Chang Feng's chest, Chang Feng suddenly moved. This time the rest of the Wuhundian team could not sit still. Especially Chang Feng reacted very quickly. I saw that he flashed quickly and came behind Hu Lina so that Hu Lina did not even react. Then in full view of everyone he slashed the back of Hu Lina's neck with a hand knife. Just like that Hu Lina let out a groan and collapsed to the ground. The moment she fell to the ground Chang Feng helped her up, picked her up and threw her outside the competition venue. There was a bang sound on the ground. This scene made everyone's eyes widen. Even Ning Rongrong, who was watching from the VIP table, had her eyes wide open as if she couldn't believe that Chang Feng had done this. She remembered that Chang Feng's behavior just now was really unbearable. Unexpectedly he subdued him in the blink of an eye. The changes happened so fast that she couldn't react for a while. When Bibi Dong looked at it she frowned and the corners of her mouth twitched, thinking this Bulletin Jingyan doesn't even know how to be gentle to Nana. She is a girl and she doesn't know the importance. Then Bibi Dong thought of something and looked in the direction of Chang Feng, her eyes cold and there was even a trace of murderous intent deep in her eyes. Ning Fengzi's prescience was very exciting. He never expected that such things would happen in a short period of time before and after Chang Feng. What he didn't expect even more was that his treatment of the Saint of Wuhan Palace was so ungrateful. At this time Ning Fengzi was a little worried whether the words he said before would really be heard by Rongrong, so out of the corner of his eye he glanced in Ning Rongrong's direction. As a result, after looking at it his heart suddenly sang, "Oops, I dug my own hole," letting Rongrong jump in. This Rongrong, doesn't he really have any thoughts about that boy? For a moment Ning Fengzi felt a little uneasy and regretful. When the members of the Wuhundian team saw Chang Feng treating Hu Lina so roughly their eyes were filled with blazing flames almost burning. Especially Yan, who gritted his teeth and looked at Chang Feng fiercely. Almost instantly the fifth soul ring behind him suddenly lit up and he shouted loudly, "Flying sand Quan Jun!" In an instant flames like flying sand filled the place with violent aura. At the same time these flames quickly struck in the direction of Chang Feng. In response Chang Feng's lips curved into a sneer. The net moment he shouted in a low voice, "Ice domain open." In an instant the entire competition venue was locked by the domain. The other people in the Wuhan hall who were in the competition venue were all stiff and the surrounding area quickly became extremely cold at a speed that could be perceived by the body as if they were facing a once-in-a-million-year winter. Not long time then thousands of snowflakes fell from the sky making their bodies tremble several times. This was not over yet. At this moment they felt to their horror that their strength had suddenly dropped a lot. This unusual situation caused their prescience to change drastically. In an instant they raised their head and looked in the direction of Chang Feng, their eyes filled with horror. And Yan's mood at this time was not much better, almost making him doubt his life. He discovered that just when snowflakes were rapidly appearing around him the soul skill he was performing as if he had encountered something terrible stopped midway and he showed a sense of surrender. He sensed it carefully and over again to make sure that he had not sensed anything wrong and that he had surrendered. His face darkened on the spot. Seeing the situation of the Wuhundian team Chang Feng's eyes flashed. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Therefore Chang Feng seized this opportunity. The net moment Chang Feng swayed and came to Yan's side. When Yan suddenly felt that there was another person net to him and when he looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was Chang Feng, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chang Feng didn't say much. He treated Yan differently from how he treated Hu Lina before. He directly aimed at Yan's butt and kicked him hard, causing him to fall to the ground. That hatred in Yan xin. However, there is no time for him to have any extra thought. Chang Feng quickly came to Yan's side. He quickly squatted down, followed the pattern on the back of Yan's neck and gave him a set meal like Hu Lina's. Net moment Yan fainted on the spot. At this time the other members of the Wuhan Palace had finally gotten rid of the sluggishness of their bodies, but when they saw Yan lying motionless on the ground, their eyes were full of solemnity, especially Xia Yu looking in the direction of Cheng Feng. Her eyes were cold. Xia Yu was like a gust of wind blowing in front of Cheng Feng. When he saw Cheng Feng motionless, his eyes lit up with joy and his fifth soul ring suddenly lit up at this moment, and then he shouted loudly, "Kill!" A ray of light and shadow from the moon blade like a meteor fell onto Cheng Feng's chest. Seeing this, Xia Yu's eyes showed a hint of hope. Chapter 232 Bibi Dong's e-posure. When Cheng Feng faced Xia Yu's move, he did not choose to use his body to resist it. He is not stupid. This move seems to be much more powerful and he is not defensive. Almost at the same time, Cheng Feng just dodged and escaped. Xia Yu was very unwilling to see it. However, no move by Xia Yu could escape Cheng Feng's eyes. Being under the realm of ice with a 360-degree view, you can see the movements of everyone on the Wuhandian team. He took this opportunity to look at the members of the Wuhandian team. The NET moment Cheng Feng's body moved, he tapped the ground with his feet and suddenly moved forward, and a phantom shuttled through the field. Bang bang several times in succession. Then there was a period of silence. Xia Yu heard the sound behind her and turned to look. When he found out that it was his teammate lying on the ground, his face changed completely. Seeing that the other party easily eliminated his teammates, Xia Yu suddenly realized that he was not so confident in defeating the other party. On the contrary, he was a little worried at first. Would he be dealt with by the other party in the same way? Thinking of this, Xia Yu rolled her eyes a few times and shouted, "Full moon!" Suddenly a full moon appeared, beautiful but with a kind of chill, turning into a cold light and shadow, and like a flying sword it enveloped Cheng Feng. Seeing this, Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew that this should be Xia Yu's last resort. There was no hesitation. He shouted in a low voice, "9 moon steps!" In an instant his body seemed to be wandering in the void, drawing a C-shaped arc in the air and falling behind Xia Yu. His speed was so fast that no one could match it. Among everyone present, they only saw a shadow. The NET moment, they suddenly saw Cheng Feng appearing behind Xia Yu. This scene made other spectators in the venue take a breath of cold air, and Xia Yu was sweating profusely at this moment. When he realized that his opponent was behind him, he wanted to quickly distance himself, but before he could make any move, he felt his neck sudden lithe ground hurt. Then the eyes went dark and I didn't know anything anymore. When Cheng Feng eliminated the last member of the Wuhandian team, applause like a landslide and tsunami suddenly erupted in the arena. At the same time, the winner of this Soul Master competition has been determined. It's Cheng Feng, the representative of the Tiandu Royal Academy team. The field was filled with excitement. However, at this moment a cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Wait! Everyone froze and looked in Bibi Dong's direction in confusion. Of course, they only dared to lower their heads and look away with their peripheral vision. They were worried that if they looked directly, they might be accused of being disrespectful to the Pope and not see him tomorrow. Not wanting to miss tomorrow, they all lowered their head. Cheng Feng turned around and looked in Bibi Dong's direction, showing confusion. It's already this time. What does it mean for Bibi Dong to stand up? Bibi Dong slowly said, "Can you take off your mask?" Cheng Feng's face turned gloomy upon hearing this. "Damn it," you asked knowingly, "aren't you messing with me? This woman is really here to cause trouble." "Damn it, you woman, what are you doing? I'm wearing a mask, don't you know? The identity of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace represents the Tiandu Royal Academy team. If this is e-posed from now on, he will definitely have to bear the anger from the Tiandu Empire and also the 7 treasures glaze sect." Thinking of this, Cheng Feng looked at Bibi Dong with a colder look. "I won the competition, right? As for me not taking off my mask, it's because I'm too ugly. Isn't that okay?" Cheng Feng's words were resounding and splashed into everyone's hearts, creating a ripple. Bibi Dong's face was expressionless. She looked at Cheng Feng, a trace of amusement flashing deep in her eyes. "We, the Wuhan Palace, will not recognize people whose identities are unknown." Bibi Dong finished speaking. Cheng Feng's heart suddenly sank. What is going on with this woman? Why target him like this? He really couldn't figure it out. Is this what the spirit hall is like? It's nothing special. As soon as Cheng Feng finished speaking, he immediately aroused overwhelming anger from Wuhan Palace. They looked at Cheng Feng, wanting to kill him quickly. In this regard, Cheng Feng remained expressionless. The reason why he is so confident now is because Hua's Highland's voice just came to his ears. "Cheng Feng, this Bibi Dong, her 7th Rakshasa is related to Yu Xiaogang. She is secretly with Yu Xiaogang. A deal has just been reached. This time you may be considered an outcast by Wuhan Palace. Moreover, if I don't show up, you may be in danger later." Title: Douluo. Their goal may be you. Just communicate with me in your heart, I can hear it. What? Am I not the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace? How could they obey the orders of this woman? Bibi Dong. Douluo is over there, can't he just watch like this? Haha, you the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, do you think this woman is serious? She is using you. Moreover, she should have reached a deal with Douluo. The purpose should be for the secrets that is interest in you. They want to take it for themselves. This is what I heard. But don't worry, no matter what happens I will protect you. Are these all true? Then wouldn't all the efforts you have made be in vain? Do you really think that woman didn't realize that you had other plans? Chang Feng fell silent after hearing this. Then Xiao Wu and her mother's soul ring, don't I have any chance to seize it? It's already this time and you're still thinking about this. The Rakshasa god inherited by that woman can sense your evil thought. If you stay in contact with that woman for a long time I'm afraid you will have died long ago. Oh, I always feel that this happened quite suddenly. Oops, won't the people in my heaven have to be implicated by me? Don't worry, I had a friendly exchange with that man named Luo Jinbao. As a result he listened to my truth and temporarily gathered all the people in your heaven to the location in Notting City. Let me tell you Nyo, there is a powerful titled Douluo in Ding City who is the servant I took in early. It will be easy for him to protect you in heaven. Why do you know so much about my heavenly affairs? Well, you will know this later. In short, you just need to remember that I am here to help you. Chang Feng was silent. By the way, you can yell at this woman later and I'll keep you safe. Besides, I also want to see this woman angry. After hearing what Huaz Highland said, Chang Feng listened. He was thinking about how to confront this woman Bibi Dong later. By the way, that Salas, do you remember? I instigated him to rebel. You have to thank me for this. I only showed my hand a little bit and then he happily joined the heaven. However, for the time being he will continue to stay in Wuhan Palace as Tianting's internal agent and will regularly convey Wuhan Palace's information to Tianting. In addition, he will also generously donate a Tianting guard army of 1000 people to Tianting. Salas smiled happily when he gave it away. However, there seemed to be a little sweat in his eyes. These 1000 people are also waiting for you to use the heavenly palace in Notting City. The world pearl swallows the whole city of Notting. Chang Feng couldn't help but feel a little more grateful that Huaz Highland had done so much for him. He was grateful, but only he and Jinbao knew about the heavenly world pearl. How did Huaz Highland know about it? For a moment Chang Feng was extremely confused. Thank you. In the end Chang Feng suppressed the strangeness and thanked him. Okay, you deal with that woman first. Then the voice disappeared. He and Huaz Highland had talked so much just now, but not much time had actually passed in the outside world, and Chang Feng's appearance would only make everyone present feel that he must be thinking about something. How's it going? Have you thought about it? Can you take off the mask? After listening to Bibi Dong's word he looked at her coldly. Does she know if you do this? Aren't you afraid that she will hate you? She probably doesn't know. She's sleeping right now. Chang Feng's heart sank when he heard this. Even Shui King He Qian Ren Yui was actually controlled by the other party. Plain that Qian Daolio was also involved in this matter. Thinking of this, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to Wuhan Palace. This time the undercover career came to an abrupt end, although he did not effect it. But he has already planted a nail in Wuhan Palace which can be regarded as a success. Then Chang Feng burst out laughing. Finally he no longer had to pretend and smiled extremely wantonly. All this time he has been living with a mask and he can finally stop wearing one. From now on he is Chang Feng. Chang Feng, the Lord of Heaven. Bibi Dong, I didn't expect that our nominal master-disciple relationship would end today. This is something I didn't expect. With that said, Chang Feng immediately took off his mask. Then Chang Feng's appearance suddenly came into the eyes of everyone present. Net moment. Everyone claimed this is Buletin Jingyan, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. It turns out to be the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Then why did the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace represent the Tianda Royal Academy team? For a moment they felt like there was a mystery hanging over their heads that they could not solve no matter how hard they tried. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 233. Please remember I am the Lord of Heaven. But many caring people in the field looked much more solemn. They noticed that just now the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace directly addressed the Pope of Wuhan Palace by his first name and his tone was full of unfriendly meaning. For a while they didn't dare to think further. They each remained silent and quietly observed the progress of the situation. Bibi Dong's eyes turned completely cold. Have you finally taken off your mask? But just based on your disrespect to me just now I have enough reasons to depose you, His Highness the Holy Son of the Pope of Wuhan Palace. I thought you would hold back forever, but now you're starting to lose your temper. It's really beyond my expectation. Chang Feng sneered. You really know how to act. Bibi Dong, ask yourself in your eyes, I the so-called Holy Son of Wuhan Palace is just an ornament. Do you think I really care about Wuhan, the rights and status of the Holy Son of the Temple? I can tell you clearly that since I joined the Wuhan Temple I have been thinking about how to destroy the Wuhan Temple every day. I thought I could plan it secretly and make a long-term plan. At the moment it seems that I have failed. When everyone in the venue heard this they all took a deep breath. They never expected that the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace would actually want to destroy Wuhan Palace. Moreover, he had this plan from the beginning. To be honest, it was the first time they heard heard such a terrifying thing and they all felt incredible. In their opinion, the identity of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace has revealed many things. As a result, someone is now telling them that they don't like that kind of thing at all, and he also wants to destroy it, which really makes people feel crazy. Destroy the spirit hall. That's it. Why do you want to destroy the spirit hall? Bibi Dong asked calmly with no expression on her face. In her opinion, Cheng Feng has been unable to fly and his current behavior is just the last breath of a loser. There is a blood feud between Wu Hundian and I must avenge this revenge. Speaking of this, the figure of Xiao Wu appeared in his mind. Xiao Wu surrendered herself to herself, so her enemy is her enemy. Moreover, Wuhan Palace does not represent the interests of the common people, and he would think so. After the word fell, many people in the venue felt a sense of astonishment, especially Tang San, who squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Cheng Feng thoughtfully. He never expected that Cheng Feng, the person who almost killed him, would have such a huge blood feud with Wuhan Palace. It was really surprising. For a moment his mind was greatly shocked. Not to mention the other people present, especially Ning Rongrong. Her heart was up and down, her eyes were fired in the direction of Cheng Feng. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Really? Can you tell me who your enemy is? Peter Slick and you. The enemies of Jinbei and Xiao are both their enemies. Peter Slick? I can understand him, but there is no impression of you in my memory. How could you regard me as your enemy? Cheng Feng remained silent a long while. He replied, one day you will remember it. Really? But even so, do you think you can still escape? Bibi Dong just said something. After that, many figures suddenly appeared in the field, and these figures all seem to put tremendous pressure on people, and their eyes are full of oppression. They surrounded Cheng Feng into an oval. It could be said that they were completely surrounded. When everyone present saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, they also understood that if nothing unexpected happened, the Holy Son of the original Spirit Hall, who was born out of nowhere, might die today. In this regard, their hearts were filled with sighs. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. She knew that Cheng Feng was already dead, although she didn't know how powerful those people who suddenly appeared were. But she could tell that the aura of these people was vaguely stronger than the aura of the soul Douluo in Kaibao Glaze sect. It probably that titled Douluo. Why, you can't help it so quickly. Do you want to kill me? Do you have any last word? You can say them together. Maybe I will help you fulfill your last wish. After all, we were once masters and apprentices in name only. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Cheng Feng rolled his eyes. I do have a question to ask you. Long story short, the last hope asked you to transform from a girl into a woman. You killed him for this. Don't you hate him in your heart? You also helped him manage the spirit hall. I think this is quite abnormal, no matter how you look at it. Having said this, Cheng Feng had a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He just wants to provoke her. But to Cheng Feng's disappointment, Bibi Dong remained unmoved. That's the problem, nothing else. Okay, you can hit the road. Let's do it. Bibi Dong's face darkened and she spoke coldly. Cheng Feng's words just rubbed salt into her wounds, making her angry and confused at the same time. How did he know? As for other people, she doesn't care whether to believe her words or Cheng Feng's. Everyone else present naturally knew how to choose. Seeing this, Cheng Feng quickly glanced at the audience and said calmly, please remember, my real name is Cheng Feng. I created a force called Heaven and I am the Lord of Heaven. One day Heaven will fight for me in all directions and let Wuhan Palace pay for it with blood. Really? You won't survive that time either. Hearing this voice, Cheng Feng froze, looked at the person who made the voice and asked, are you the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo? I didn't expect that in order to deal with me Bibi Dong actually sent you out. It's really overqualified. I am just a soul sec, but she really thinks highly of me. After hearing this, Douluo just said coldly, after all, you are someone who has received the inheritance of God. No matter how careful you are, you can never be too careful. Seeing the murderous intent in Douluo's eyes, Cheng Feng understood that all the feelings he had in the past had completely disappeared. He knows that there will be no chance of easing the relationship between the two parties in the future. One day you will be abandoned by this woman. You will also die miserably because of it. This is my reward for you. As for whether you are willing to listen to it or not, that has nothing to do with me. I am also saying this to repay you. Your kindness in giving me the book in the past will clear up the grievances between us from now on. No, after today we will be enemies, life and death enemies. You're not old, but your tone is not bad. I'm a titled Douluo and you want to curse me to death. It depends on whether you will survive until that time. I won't waste any more words with you. Just as Douluo finished saying this, the net moment his body flashed and a swift shadow rushed towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng's expression changed and he thought, Huaz Hylan, hurry up, save me. Good. The net moment, right in front of Cheng Feng, a void crack suddenly appeared. A somewhat illusory and misty figure came out of the crack in the void, but the aura she used could make the void tremble faintly. Seeing this, Cheng Feng's eyes suddenly shrank into a black dot. It was the first time he saw Huaz Hylan show off her skills. As a result, the other party gave him a big surprise. surprise. I didn't expect Hua's Highland to be so strong. Now he knew that his safety was guaranteed and he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of Hua's Highland made everyone's eyes almost pop out of their head. The appearance of this figure directly forced most of the people present to bend their knees and kneel down. Others resisted with their soul power, but their prescience did not look so readaloud. For a moment a question popped up in everyone's mind: who is this person? Also, how strong is she? No one dares to look directly at the phantom of Hua Zhilan. A trace of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and there was also a bit of uncertainty. Where are you from? Hua's Highland was silent. Seeing this, Bibi Dong was silent for a while. In this silent atmosphere, Hua's Highland waved her hand and pulled Cheng Feng directly to her side. Then she glanced at the whole audience and said coldly, "Remember this, he is the Lord of Heaven." Cheng Feng also said, "Everyone remember, I am the Lord of Heaven. In the future I will lead the people of heaven to crush the spirit hall." The net moment, Hua's Highland waved her hand, an array of light enveloped Cheng Feng, and then she led Cheng Feng into the void crack. Not long time, the figures of Cheng Feng and the two completely disappeared from everyone's eyes, and the crack in the void had been closed. Bibi Dong looked at all this with a cold face, her eyes full of anger. For Hua's Highland, she couldn't make an effective response and could only let him go. "It seems that I can only speed up the pace of inheriting the throne of God." Thinking of this, Bibi Dong glanced at the audience coldly. "Don't spread today's events everywhere, otherwise if one is found, Wuhan Palace will severely punish you. I hope you will remember it well." After finishing speaking, Bibi Dong took the lead to leave, leaving everyone looking at each other. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 234. Return to Notting City. Watching Bibi Dong and other high-level officials from Wuhan Palace leave one after another, everyone present had solemn prescience. Today they saw something happening inside the Spirit Hall which was an eye-opener. A person who planned to destroy Wuhan Palace could actually achieve the status of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. When they thought about it, only a man like Cheng Feng in the entire Douluo continent could do this. Although he is still a young man now, no one dares to treat him as a young man anymore. After all, they had heard Cheng Feng himself speak before, stating that he was the Lord of Heaven. Upon hearing this, you can tell that at such a young age he is already at the helm of a powerful force. In comparison, everyone could only smile helplessly. Moreover, what is particularly important is that there is an extremely powerful man who dares to call the Pope of Ban Wuhan Temple and still escapes intact. This has to make them re-evaluate the strength of the heavenly court. In their view, this heavenly court that they had just heard about today was at least as powerful as the net sect. Without him, one can make assumptions based on the strength shown by the strong man who escorted Cheng Feng, the Lord of Heaven. As a result, they did not dare to underestimate Cheng Feng, the Lord of Heaven. As for what His Majesty the Pope of Wuhan Palace just said, they could only keep it in their heart. After all, they are still in Wuhan City, which is the headquarters of Wuhan Palace. No matter what they do or what they say, they must pay more attention to all aspects to avoid causing trouble for Wuhan Palace. However, starting from today, Cheng Feng's name will be spread throughout Douluo continent. Both his strength and the legendary stories that happened to him are extremely admirable. Among the crowd, Ning Fengzi frowned. Ning Rongrong on the other hand looked much more readaloud. She was still immersed in the series of events that had happened before and had not yet recovered. Unexpectedly, this Cheng Feng turned out to be the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. What I didn't expect even more was that he became this Holy Son to destroy Wuhan Palace. Moreover, he himself is the controller of the forces in heaven. These are really shocking. Ning Rongrong on the side listened to Ning Fengzi's words and smiled. "Dad, I don't think many people would have expected what you said." "Yes, the main reason is that Cheng Feng hit it too deeply. This sudden revelation, even though I have experienced many storms and waves, is still very surprising. I think that in the entire Douluo continent, I am afraid there will not be anyone better than him." A young man. Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened a lot when she heard this, and suddenly there were a lot of longings and fantasies in her mind. Afterwards, everyone present left in an orderly manner, and some people even went straight to the outside of Wuhan City and left here early. In their opinion, Wuhan City is a place of right and wrong after all. If they leave as soon as possible, their own safety can be relatively guaranteed. The other side, Hua's Highland and Cheng Feng suddenly appeared in an open space near Notting City. Cheng Feng still feels a little dazed. In the blink of an eye, he came from Wuhan City to Notting City, making him yearn for more strength. At the same time, he felt a little more envious of Hua's Highland's strength. "I will send you here. You first go to Notting City to arrange things in heaven. I suggest that you send all the people in heaven to the world inside the Heaven World Pearl. It is best to send the entire Notting City to the world inside the Heaven World Pearl. Include Ding City. In 3 days I will come back to help you include the entire Notting City. After that I will send you to several places to practice." Cheng Feng nodded solemnly. Hua's Highland was unable to refute Hua's Highland's complaint that he was weak. Compared to her I'm afraid it's really too weak. Then Hwa's Hylan nodded slightly and disappeared from the scene. Looking at Hwa's Hylan's magical powers, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would be so chic in the future. A long while he gathered his thoughts again and walked in the direction of Nodding City. Not long time his figure appeared at the gate of Nodding City. This time he was not wearing a mask. Chang Feng's appearance had already been circulated by Luo Jinbei to everyone in heaven. Therefore as soon as he appeared outside the city gate, people from heaven hurriedly went to find Luo Jinbei. Just a few breaths of time, Luo Jinbei and others appeared. This time Chang Feng saw Lu Ruzi, Luo Gang and others. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Haven't seen you for a long time. Chang Feng Iao looked at them and said gently. Lu Ruzi looked Zionless glanced at Chang Feng and said, I didn't expect that we have so many identities as emperors of heaven. The one I know is called Chang Feng, not Buletin Jingyin or Luo Saifu. Hearing Lu Ruzi's words, Chang Feng's lips curved lightly. These are all things of the past. It's a rare occasion, so you don't need to say such words to poke my heart, right? Lu Ruzi's eyes moved and he stared at Chang Feng for a moment. What plans do you have when you come back this time? How did you know? That powerful woman said it. She said that you might be kicked out by the Pope of Wuhan Palace, so let us prepare to escape as soon as possible. After hearing Lu Ruzi's words, Chang Feng's mouth twitched. It's not about being kicked out. It's about breaking up with Wuhandian. Is there any difference? Lu Ruzi asked calmly. As for the others, they looked at this scene in disbelief. What Chang Feng didn't expect was that he also saw Su Yuntao and others. After he glanced at the audience, he walked in front of everyone and said with a smile, everyone, in the NET period of time, Douluo continent will not be peaceful for a long time. By then it may be endless fighting and bloodshed. Even Douluo continent will experience a huge disaster that no one can stop. Therefore I plan to move everyone into the heavenly world Pearl, our headquarters in heaven. Inside everyone's safety can be guaranteed and there is no need to worry about war or anything. Emperor of heaven, what is this heavenly world Pearl? Luo Gang looked at Chang Feng respectfully and asked aloud. Chang Feng smiled and replied in a gentle tone, you can think of this heavenly world Pearl as a huge space. In that space everyone can live well. Moreover, everyone no longer has to worry about moving into this world. Luo Gang's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this and he nodded solemnly. So in the NET 3 days everyone should do a good job in thinking about others. In 3 days we will bring the entire Nodding City into the heavenly world Pearl. I hope that after entering the world of the heavenly world Pearl, after that everyone can practice well. You know, the overall goal of our heavenly court is to become the master of the entire Douluo continent. I am afraid that I alone cannot make the reputation of heavenly court spread throughout the Douluo continent. Everyone needs to work together. Jinbei, you are responsible for helping us. By the way, there is no need to delay the formation of the legion. Although we have Salus Legion in heaven, it is not enough. If something happens, the 4 of you, Lu Ruzi, Luo Gang, Shi Luki and Jin Bao, will be responsible to the end. Wait a minute, Emperor of Heaven, let me introduce you to a great talent. When Chang Feng heard what Shi Luki said, he turned to look. What kind of talent is he? Upon hearing this, Shluok pulled out a person behind him. Chang Feng took a closer look and found that this person was somewhat familiar. As soon as this man saw Chang Feng, he bowed respectfully. My subordinate Wei Hao has met the Emperor of Heaven. Before the Emperor of Heaven had saved my subordinate's life, I always remembered it and never forgot it. I will not forget it. I only do what I can on weekdays, but it makes Hall Master Shi think too highly of me, and my subordinates are quite helpless about this. Chang Feng was not moved by Wei Hao's word. He looked at Shi Luki and asked, Master Shi, why did you recommend Wei Hao? You should give me an explanation. Report to the Emperor of Heaven. Wei Hao is very organized. No matter what difficult matter it is, he can easily solve it. Moreover, he will always find a better way. Especially when it comes to spending money in heaven, he takes care of everyone. Everyone agrees and admires him. Moreover, with his help our heaven has grown larger and larger, and there are more and more talent. Therefore his subordinate think that he is a great talent. Moreover, there are many. Everyone has the same idea as my subordinate. When Chang Feng heard this, his eyes showed surprise. Wei Hao, what Hall Master Shi said are all true? Wei Hao nodded and replied, reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, these are all the duties that subordinates should perform and they are not worth mentioning. Chang Feng smiled and said, it's my fault, the Emperor of Heaven, for such a great talent to let your pearl suffer. Today is the backbone of heavenly court and it's rare that we are all here. It is necessary for me to talk to you about the system of heavenly court. Let's discuss it again. When Luo Jinbei heard this, he said, Brother Feng, tell me. Chang Feng glanced at everyone and said, first of all, the enshrinement hall and elder hall in heaven remain unchanged. From now on, every enshrined person in the enshrinement hall must be a titled Douluo, and their duty is to protect heaven and choose to train the younger generation to inherit my own mantle. I have always believed in this, so I will set up a merit list in the worship hall. If I become a god in the future, I will definitely definitely give priority to my merit. Those who make great contributions will have the opportunity to become God. I must make this clear to everyone in advance." Chang Feng's words made many people present have hot eyes. However, there are still some people whose eyes are dim. Of course, there is a special way to enter the enshrinement hall. It is based on personal contribution, but the person who enters the enshrinement hall must be a person from the elders hall or someone with the title of elder. For example, if a person is if you have made great achievements in the field of martial arts, you can enter the worship hall with everyone's unanimous consent. Of course, there are no restrictions on this field. For example, if someone invents a novel thing that is widely accepted by everyone, there are also opportunities for things. Also, if a person work hard for a long time and has done a lot for heaven, I will also grant him an honorary enshrinement. This will also enjoy some of the great benefits of enshrinement. The status is also extremely honorable. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. From now on, the folk hall will be divided into three, namely the household hall, the business hall, and the work hall. The owner of the household hall is Wei Hao, who has the title of elder and is one of the elders of the elder hall. His responsibility is to be responsible for the expenses of everyone in the heaven, especially the food aspect must be well controlled. During the war, he is responsible for arranging food and other logistical matters to ensure that everyone lives normally. The leader of the merchant hall is Luo Gang, who enjoys the title of elder and is one of the elders of the elder hall. His responsibility is to serve the heaven, increase financial revenue, and reduce expenditure. The leader of the Gongtang hall is Shi Luki, who holds the title of elder and is one of the elders of the elder hall. His responsibility is to build housing buildings for everyone from heaven to ordinary people. Do you three have any objections? Wei Hao and the other three were overjoyed when they heard this, and they all replied, "Thank you, Emperor Tian. I will definitely keep this in mind." Chang Feng nodded and then he looked at Lu Ruzi. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 235 Experience the first stop in the killing city. Lu Ruzi, you will still be the leader of the Hell Hall with the title of elder and one of the elders of the Hall of Elders. Your responsibilities will remain the same as before. In addition, I will establish the Heavenly Academy in the world of the Heavenly World Pearl. All their children can go to school. As for whether they want to choose to be soul masters or conduct research on martial arts and other aspects in the future, they can be arranged accordingly according to their talents and temperament. Therefore, I will let you serve as the Vice President of Tianting Academy. Dean, and the name of the Dean is my name. What do you think? Lu Ruzi rolled his eyes at Chang Feng and then said calmly, "Do you want to get used to being a hands-off shopkeeper?" Chang Feng smiled and said, "I have more important things to accomplish." Lu Ruzi lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then straightened his face and replied, "Okay, but what should we teach our children?" Chang Feng turned his eyes and then replied, "I created a set of core soul skills owned by Tianting. It includes 9 self-created soul skills such as Raise Non Xiao Ao 9 steps and Moon Step. These it will be written down silently in these 3 days and then compiled into a book. From now on it will be unified as a self-created soul skill that our disciples in heaven must practice." After Lu Ruzi heard this, his eyes were extremely shocked. When other people present heard this, their eyes showed extreme horror. No one without a genius can describe the Emperor of Heaven. It can be called a monster. In addition, children can be taught running with weights, climbing trees, treading water, etc. They can even include some theoretical knowledge about martial arts and knowledge that everyone finds useful. For example, you guys, the hall master can talk about his special skills with the children. I think you don't want your skills to be buried here, right? Lu Ruzi and others were moved after hearing this. Then Chang Feng looked at Su Yuntao. He was extremely happy that Su Yuntao could join Tianting. "Su Yuntao, why did you join my heaven?" Su Yuntao immediately replied, respectfully reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, "I feel that the concept of heavenly court is very much recognized by me. Moreover, the relationship between my subordinates and the Emperor of Heaven is tied together. If the Emperor of Heaven is liquidated by Wuhan Palace, then the subordinates I will definitely be liquidated. It is better to follow the Emperor. Compared with before, I feel that I can get something that I have never had before, so I take my family and the entire Noting City Spirit Hall. I'll join the heaven." Chang Feng was very happy to hear this. He took a few steps forward, patted Su Yuntao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm very happy that you think so. About your position arrangement, I just thought of it. The Heavenly Court has established the Wuhan Awakening Hall. The leader is Su Yuntang. He has the title of elder and is one of the elders of the Elder Hall. The awakening of the children of the Heavenly Court is very important. I thought about it and decided that this important task should be left to you. If there is a shortage of manpower, please feel free to discuss it with Jinbei." Su Yuntao's face lit up when he heard this. He saluted Chang Feng respectfully and said, "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." Chang Feng nodded, then he looked at Luo Jinbei, then glanced at the whole place and said, "The Heavenly Court has established the the Elder Hall and Luo Jinbei will be the first hall leader. Jinbei can also be called the Great Elder and he will manage it. All the elders set up a punishment hall at the same time and Luo Jinbei served as the leader. Regarding the laws of heaven, Jinbei led everyone to discuss and formulate them. Brother Feng, I will take good care of it and live up to your trust. Chang Feng walked up to him, gave him a strong hug and then separated. Jinbei, Heavenly Court, please help me and keep an eye on me while I'm away. Luo Jinbei nodded. After arranging these things, Chang Feng discussed many things with Luo Jinbei, including persuading everyone to move to the Pearl World in the Heavenly World. Then he left all the details of the Eakushin to Luo Jinbei while he stayed in a room in Nodding City to practice soul power meditation, quietly waiting for Hua's Highland to appear. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. It was noon on the third day. As soon as Chang Feng walked out of the room, he saw an old man in black robe standing in the courtyard. His face looks older, especially his face, which has many wrinkles, and his pale hair looks a bit older under the reflection of the light, but his eyes were bright and sharp. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "My name is Li Yuanxiang with a soul power level of 96 is a powerful title Douluo. I want to join heaven." Chang Feng was very surprised. He couldn't help blurting out and asked, "Why do you want to join Tianting?" "Because the master gave me freedom, but I don't know where to go. These days after coming into contact with your people, I don't want to leave. Moreover, among these children in heaven I found that there are many geniuses. As long as I will train them vigorously, and I will definitely train them to become masters in heaven. Of course I also like these children. I have no children in my life. These children affectionately call me grandpa, allowing me to find the precious things from my past." Hearing this, Chang Feng understood. He kept a faint smile on his face and replied, "Welcome to join the Heavenly Court. Due to your strength for the time being, you are an elder of the consecration hall, temporarily serving as the consecrator, the third elder of the temple." "Third elder? Are there 2 more in front of me?" Chang Feng smiled and said, "Yes, the 2 of them are extremely powerful and don't show up easily. You will know from now on." Yes, Chang Feng was talking about De Ming and Er Ming. Li Yuan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that heaven would be hidden so deeply. He lowered his head and pondered for a while and thought to himself, the 3 elders should be the 3 elders. So he opened his mouth and replied, "Okay, then from today on I will be the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Court Enshrinement Hall." "Elder Li Yuan, welcome to join Heavenly Court." Li Yuan asked, "Emperor of Heaven, I heard that Master will come to help you incorporate the entire Nodding City into the Heavenly World Pearl, right?" Chang Feng nodded. "That's right. What's wrong? I want to enter the world of the Heavenly World Pearl. From now on I will stay in heaven to retire and I don't want to go anywhere." Chang Feng smiled and said, "That is really an honor for me in heaven. I feel a lot relieved to have Elderly Yuan sitting in heaven. By the way, Elderly Yuan, everyone in heaven please help supervise their cultivation to avoid silence. If they stay in comfortable days for too long, their strength will decline." "That's no problem. With me here I believe they will inspire enthusiasm for cultivation." Hearing this, Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then Li Yuan chatted with Chang Feng for a while and then left. Watching Li Yuan's leaving figure, Chang Feng turned back to the room and began to sort out the exercises that would be used by everyone in heaven. He named it Tianting's Soul Record. It was not until the NET morning that Chang Feng completed the book Tianting Hunlu. This book is divided into volumes 1, 2 and 3. The first volume include basic weight-bearing exercises, climbing trees and treading water, as well as specific methods for practicing 9 self-created soul skills including Raise Non. The second volume is a series of theories and opinions on Wuhan with some questions me-ed in and marked as unresolved, as well as some knowledge appendices about medicinal herbs. The third volume contains some knowledge from his previous life including basic mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, etc. When Chang Feng found Luo Jinbei and Lu Ruzi, he handed them the contents of the 3 volumes of Heavenly Court Soul Record. When they looked through it, they were immersed in it. A long time. Lu Ruzi said, "There are many things in the second and third volumes that I have never heard of and I don't even understand them well." "Brother Feng, I understand the contents of your second and third volumes, but I can't answer the questions you marked in the second volume." Luo Jinbei's words made Lu Ruzi look at him with a hint of surprise. "Well, Jinbei, if you have time, answer Lu Ruzi's questions about the second and third volumes. I hope this book can inspire and discover more talent." "Don't worry, Brother Feng, when I read this book I saw the future of heaven. It must be bright. This book is really well written." Chang Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Suddenly at this moment a figure suddenly appeared in the field, Hua's Highland. When Luo Jinbei saw Hua's Highland's appearance, the corners of his eyes twitched and there was a hint of fear deep in his eyes. "Chang Feng, you should be almost done with it. Now let's start integrating Nodding City into the Heavenly World Pearl." Chang Feng nodded. NET moment. With the help of Hua's Highland, Chang Feng took the entire Nodding City into the Heavenly World Pearl. The city of Nodding has been erased from the map of Fasno province. This incident incident was listed as the biggest suspense incident in the Tiandu Empire this year by the Fasnio province. The memorial they submitted to the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire was full of doubts about life. After completing Nodding City and taking in the heavenly world, Pearl Hua's Highland took him to the first training place. He used to be very familiar with this place, but he didn't expect that he would still come here. This place is the capital of killing. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 236. The first killing. Before entering the killing city, in the blink of an eye, Hua's Highland and Cheng Feng appeared on a deserted ground. Cheng Feng looked at Hua's Highland in confusion. Hua's Highland, with a smile on her face, looked at Cheng Feng and said, 10 miles straight ahead is where the killing city is. As for me, I'd better not go lest I be discovered by some old bastard. After all, this place is still his territory. If you get closer you may be in danger. Wouldn't I be hurting you? Cheng Feng was surprised. He secretly wondered in his heart that the old bastard Hua's Highland was talking about could be that old guy from God Realm Shura. Judging from the name Hua's Highland called him, there must have been a lot of unpleasant things happening between the two of them. Thinking back to what the invincible God of the universe said before, could it be that the God Realm has a deep feud with that God of the universe? After all, Hua's Highland is so powerful, but she is still the girl in the mouth of the invincible God of the universe. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. He was the inheritor who was favored by the invincible God. If the old man in the killing city saw something, wouldn't he be in trouble? With this thought in mind, Cheng Feng turned his gaze to Hua's Highland. Well, from your tone it sounds like you have a deep grudge against the owner of this territory. What if the other party finds out about my relationship with you? Then am I not a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? When Hua's Highland heard this, she slapped her forehead and said with a smile, that's right, I almost forgot about this. Hearing Hua's Highland's words, Cheng Feng's face was full of black lines. When he looked at her, he kept muttering in his heart, I'll go, this is too careless, right? Damn it, I'm glad I asked, otherwise I wouldn't know why I died. Unconsciously, Cheng Feng felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat, soaking the clothes he was wearing. Actually, you need to cover up the mark on your head, otherwise if that old bastard sees it, he will most definitely be whipped to death. Cheng Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. Let me go, God Shura, damn, you are such a great master after all. Why don't you think about the life and death of a mortal like me? This is too careless. You can kill me at any time, God. No wonder the invincible God of the universe said that this girl was unreliable, and he hit the nail on the head. Are you scolding me in your heart? Hua's Highland looked at Cheng Feng with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Cheng Feng shook his head repeatedly and said, how is this possible? You are so powerful, how could I do such a thing? You must be overthinking it. Hua's Highland asked back, really? Cheng Feng replied, of course. Forget it, I'll first cover up the Tai Chi mark between your eyebrows and also cover up your aura. I'm sure you won't be able to see any trace of that old bastard's spiritual clone. In an instant, Hua's Highland waved her hand gently and a ray of purple light rushed towards Cheng Feng. Then Hua's Highland clapped her hands and said, you're done. After you pass through the killing city, recite my name silently in your heart. I will feel the feeling and rush over to take you to the second training place. As soon as the word fell, Hua's Highland suddenly disappeared. In response, Cheng Feng shook his head and said nothing. After looking around, he discovered that this place was actually a wild road in the mountain. Net moment. He then took steps towards the straight path ahead. After walking for nearly an hour, his eyes spotted a small town not far ahead. Seeing this small town, Cheng Feng's lips curled up. It's really a good place for training. These are the gathering places for evil soul masters. In this case, you don't have to hold back when you start killing people. What are the rules? At this point, they are all a joke. Only children believe in the rules here and must abide by them. Cheng Feng will never abide by these rules. However, he must get yum. When I think about it like this, he walked forward for some distance. It turned out that there were many eyes on him near here with a trace of bloodlust in their eyes. At this, Cheng Feng sneered in his heart. It didn't take long. Cheng Feng discovered a tavern in the town, and this tavern seemed particularly lonely in this town. He walked toward the tavern. As soon as he entered the tavern, Cheng Feng found that the air in the tavern smelled very turbid. Moreover, as soon as he entered this tavern, he felt that he was being stared at by many people, which gave him a very cold and dark feeling. Cheng Feng glanced at the tavern with an indifferent expression and found that about 70% of the people were seated in the tavern, but no one spoke. It seemed very quiet and the atmosphere became a bit depressing. Cheng Feng knew that his arrival had attracted the attention of many people. After choosing a corner of the tavern and sitting down, Cheng Feng found that there were far fewer eyes staring at him before. Just then, a waiter wearing black clothes and an indifferent expression walked towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng glanced at the things on the adjacent table. His eyes flashed and he replied coldly, give me a Bloody Mary. As a result, when the waiter heard Cheng Feng's words, his expression changed drastically. You sure? Cheng Feng glanced at him indifferently. The waiter lowered his head and turned away without saying anything else. A while, the waiter held a wooden plate with a glass of turbid liquid on it. Chang Feng looked at the liquid in the cup and found that the liquid was dark red and there was a strong fishy smell coming towards him. It smelled very heady and pungent. After the waiter put down his cup, he left quietly. Chang Feng noticed from the corner of his eyes that there were many gazes on him from all directions. In response, Chang Feng snorted coldly and then took the cup of liquid without looking at it body and poured it into the mouth. In an instant he had already drank the glass of liquid into his stomach. He had drank a lot of the taste of blood in the far north before, but what he drank this time was a little different and he still felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. This discomfort is mainly psychological. Not long time, Chang Feng quickly suppressed the discomfort in his heart and looked around with a calm expression. Then he looked at the people around him with a cold look. If you want to enter the killing city, you must kill all these people first. He still remembers something. This should be some kind of test set by the killing city. Anyway, just now he carefully sensed everyone and they all had an evil aura about them. They are not good people. Especially the highest cultivation level among them is just the Soul Emperor. He is enough to deal with it. Net moment, Chang Feng's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Ice domain open. In an instant the expressions of everyone in the tavern changed. They looked at Chang Feng in horror because they discovered at this time that their strength had been reduced by 30%. What was even more frightening was that they suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. This feeling has been long gone for those of them who have been licking blood all year round. The net moment, Chang Feng directly summoned the martial spirit, the death scythe. He held the death scythe tightly in his right hand and looked at everyone present with a trace of killing intent. In an instant his figure moved, turned into a blue light and shuttled among the people in the tavern. In an instant screams filled the tavern one after another. Blood rained across the sky and head fell to the ground. He looked back around and saw that no one was standing up. His eyes quickly glanced at the previous waiter. He sensed that the waiter was hiding under the bar. Without any hesitation he used his soul power, condensed a spiral pill with his left hand and threw it towards the bar. In the loud noise the bar turned into thousands of fragments flying everywhere and finally fell to the ground. Looking at the huddled black-clothed service staff, Chang Feng looked at him and asked coldly, "The entrance to the killing city is right at your feet, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Feng once again formed a raised non in his left hand and threw it towards where the waiter was standing. There was no accident. The waiter in black died on the spot and there was a big hole where he stood. Walking closer I looked into the big hole. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. Chang Feng just pondered for a while, then jumped into the big hole. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 237 Sins in the Killing City. As soon as Chang Feng jumped down he found that he had only fallen a few meters before landing firmly on the ground. Then he looked around. Although the surrounding light was very dim, he still discovered that this was a very long corridor tending diagonally downward. There was a cold breath in the air. Chang Feng remained unmoved and moved forward. I kept walking along the corridor and not long after I walked out of the corridor, what came into view was a group of people dressed in black armor, their faces completely covered by helmet. Looking closely there were about 100 people holding heavy sword. The only one in the group was the leader sitting under a tall war horse. At this time the leader was looking down at Chang Feng. "You violated the rules of the killing city. You need to be punished." The voice sounded extremely cold and contained no emotion. However, Chang Feng just looked at the opponent secretly and then asked, "Did it violate the rules? I have to kill you to pass?" "Arrogant. If you want to kill me I'll leave you alone. Come on, kill me." In an instant Chang Feng saw the group of people on the opposite side running toward him with heavy swords in their hands and the ground shook. Chang Feng however was holding the soul of the death scythe and looking at this group of people, his eyes filled with indifference and killing. Moreover, he could sense his martial soul which seemed to be telling him that it needed to kill because it could gather more death energy. Although Chang Feng was surprised by this, he quickly accepted it. "The reason why I just said that was because I wanted to kill someone justly." Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all. The net moment his body moved and his figure flashed. In an instant he came to a high ground, stood on a huge stone and looked coldly at the group of people who were coming towards him. He always maintained a calm expression on his face and it seemed that the opponent's large number of people did not make him feel scared at all. The net moment Chang Feng shouted, "Super Raise Non." In an instant his body circulated his soul power and his left hand quickly condensed a large spiral pill which fell towards the group of attacking people. Bang bang! Like thunder on the ground. After the Raise Non fell, many people were blown directly into the sky and then fell heavily to the ground. Then Chang Feng swayed and came to those who had landed. He quickly waved the death sickle in his hand and harvested one head after another, falling into the eyes of the leading man in black armor. His breathing suddenly stagnated and the pupils deep in his eyes suddenly shrank. He saw that Chang Feng was showing off his power at this moment and he he was taking cruel measures. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This, how is it possible that you can still use soul skills and soul power? This, how is it possible? At this moment Chang Feng, who was enjoying the killing, naturally heard what the other party said. With a thought in his mind, he thought for a moment and understood what Hua's Hylan must have done to him before. However, this is very beneficial to him. Net moment, the death sickle in Chang Feng's hand swung faster. Time passes slowly, bit by bit. After a cup of tea, Chang Feng looked with satisfaction at the headless armored corpses scattered around on the ground, admiring the masterpiece in front of him. After that he looked at the only armored man who was still alive. Chang Feng looked at him precisely and approached the armored man step by step. Less than 10 meters away from him, Chang Feng stopped. The armored man's intestines were about to turn green at this moment. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt like crying without tears. You have passed my test. You are qualified to enter the killing city. I hope that you, sir, have a lot of experience and don't be like me. I just acted according to the rules. The knight's tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. Immediately afterwards a black sign appeared in the knight's hand. He dismounted directly and handed the sign to Chang Feng's hand. Chang Feng took the sign from the knight and looked at it. There is a hideous and ugly skull engraved on the sign, and there is a number below it, 7SI24. At this moment the knight said, this sign is proof that you are in the city of killing. You must keep it well. Please enter the city. There will be special people at the city gate to greet you. After Chang Feng heard his words, he strode forward without looking at the other person again. He was afraid that if he couldn't help it, if he took one more look, he would stab him to death. The knight looked at Chang Feng's back with a look of helplessness. He left not long ago. Chang Feng saw a dark city gate. The whole background was a bit depressing and gloomy, and the top of his head seemed to be covered by dark cloud. Looking up, he saw the 4 characters city of killing hanging high above the huge city gate. In front of the city gate 2 rows of black armored warriors stood quietly. Chang Feng directly showed the identity card in his hand. Just when he was about to go in, a woman with a black gauze mask walked out from inside. Welcome to the city of killing. The woman's voice is very charming and it is easy to think too much. After seeing the woman making an inviting gesture, Chang Feng walked in without looking at her with a cold face. Just entered the city, Chang Feng came to a world of blue and purple. The streets here are very similar to the street he had in Soto City. If it weren't for the darkness surrounding it, he would have almost thought it was an ordinary city. Suddenly the woman with a black veil said, I am your guide. This is your first time here. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me questions. Within 24 hours I will help you for free. You answer all the questions, but in 24 hours this is where you will live net and you will officially become a member of the killing city. Do you have any questions now? I want to ask how to get a 100 victory as soon as possible. The woman in black gauze replied, this requires you to go to the inner city, survive in the killing fields of hell and constantly defeat your opponent, and this is just the outer city. Chang Feng looked at the girl in black gauze and said coldly, then what nonsense are you talking about? Take me to the killing fields of hell. A hint of anger rose in the black gauze girl's eyes, but she restrained it well. Then the girl in black gauze walked in front without saying a word. Seeing this, Chang Feng didn't say much and followed closely behind her. When he arrived at the inner city, Chang Feng's eyes widened, especially the fierce battle between men and women around him, selflessly changing physiological knowledge. This scene made him furious. Let me go, they are all real people. They are all uncoded, which is too luxurious. As a man looking at this scene for a long time, I can't help but feel thirsty. Suddenly he remembered the peerless treasure stored on one of his discs in his previous life, which was enough for him to appreciate for a lifetime. It's a pity that the disc was borrowed by a thief who wanted to kill the Sky Sword. After borrowing it, there was no return date. At that time it made him feel very distressed for a while. Moreover, if it was stolen, he didn't dare to disturb Shushu. I can only say goodbye with tears to the many teachers who have accompanied him over the years. At this moment Chang Feng suddenly saw a man who was just getting excited. Suddenly the woman beneath him spit out a sharp blade and shot it at the man's neck. In an instant the man's artery was cut and his blood was like flying pillars. At this scene all the fire in Chang Feng was completely extinguished. At this time he thought to himself, he almost looked somewhere here. A place that eat people without spitting out their bones is like a knife in the head of se. Not long time Chang Feng regained his composure and looked at the surroundings again with an expressionless face. When he saw various killings happening everywhere, Chang Feng's heart completely turned cold. When he looked at those women again, the vigilance in his eyes reached its highest level. Then Chang Feng looked at the woman wearing a black gauze mask and said, you don't have to follow me anymore. The woman in black gauze replied, Mr. 7624, then I wish you all your wishes come true. After saying this, the woman in black gauze left directly. Chang Feng looked at a black building in front of him. After a while and he walked in, because he saw that the location of this building was in the center of the killing city and it must be the place where he could sign up. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 238 The Road to Hell opens. After signing up and leaving the building, Chang Feng walked on the street. Suddenly there was a whoosh sound behind him. Subconsciously Chang Feng quickly moved to the side and quickly turned his head to look. Chang Feng's eyes turned cold when he found out that it was a burly man with Scarface attacking him from a sneak attack. He looked at the burly man who sneaked up on him, his eyes showing a hint of murderous intent. The burly man looked at Chang Feng with a sarcastic look in his eyes. Are you new here? I know all the people on this street. I haven't seen you before. Boy grandpa, I want to take your life. If you know who you are, I'll kill you. Obey your neck and accept the killing, otherwise grandpa will treat you very gently and let you taste the sweet taste that is worse than death. How delicious it is. Chang Feng had no intention of talking nonsense to the burly man in front of him. At this time he had already seen that the other party was just a soul king. Net moment Chang Feng moved and a series of phantoms appeared in the field, instantly falling into the eyes of the burly man. Suddenly the burly man felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt that it might be inappropriate to provoke this kid. Moreover, this boy looked obviously not a soft persimmon that he could manipulate at will. At this moment the burly man looked at Chang Feng's phantom in the field. His eyes widened as big as bells, but he still could not see Chang Feng's figure clearly. Thinking of this, a bad premonition quietly arose in the heart of the burly man. Without any hesitation he quickly and suddenly retreated. When he thinks about it, if he distances himself from the other party and gives him enough time, he will definitely detect some clues about the other party. However, what disappointed him was that as his body continued to retreat, he still could not see Chang Feng clearly. At this time he suddenly realized that he was afraid of hitting an iron plate this time, and it was still a very thick and hard iron plate. In an instant the burly man understood the situation at the scene, but before he could make any move, Chang Feng suddenly quickly ducked behind the burly man. Then Chang Feng violently kicked the burly man in the neck. The burly man's expression changed and he quickly lowered his head and rolled towards the ground a few times, avoiding the fate of being kicked in the neck. How could Chang Feng miss such a good opportunity? Just when the burly man stood up again, Chang Feng had already arrived to his left side and a raised non had already condensed in Chang Feng's right hand. The net moment Chang Feng hit the raised non on the chest of the burly man. The speed was as fast as lightning, giving the burly man no chance to react. There was a sound of shishi accompanied by a scream from the burly man. Soon the smell of roasted meat filled the air. Seeing the burly man lying motionless on the ground with his eyes open, Chang Feng felt no burden in his heart. He knelt down and searched the burly man's body with his right hand. When he found that there was nothing, he secretly said something bad and left. Not long after Chang Feng left, suddenly a figure in black robe appeared in the field. He looked in the direction of Chang Feng thoughtfully. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days Chang Feng hardly closed his eyes, because in these 3 days he was attacked and assassinated no less than 30 times. He realized that if he stayed in this place for too long he might have a nervous breakdown. Fortunately, it will be his turn to fight tomorrow. A month has passed. During this period of time Chang Feng almost never suffered any sneak attack, and even if he did, they were rare. Moreover, during this period the number of games he won in the hell killing fields increased to 15. In the process of continuous killing, Chang Feng's actual combat ability continued to increase. Moreover, during the battle he intentionally did not use soul skills and only fought against them with his physical body. After a month of fighting, his fighting consciousness has become extremely strong. Half-year later, an extremely cold breath made everyone around feel suffocated. A total of 30 people stepped into the hell killing field. Chang Feng is the 7th among the 30 individuals, but at this time he has attracted the attention of everyone else. 99 victories, a myth created in half a year, broke the previous record in the killing city. At the same time he also gained the name of Demon God Shura in the constant killing. This title was earned by Chang Feng all the way. Demon God Shura, the synthesis of the Demon Shura and the God Shura, because Chang Feng behaved like a demon and a god in this murderous city. If you don't provoke him, everyone else will be safe, but if anyone provokes him, even if someone from the killing city intervenes, it will not work. Moreover, with its strong strength it was able to kill in the killing field with chilling force. Therefore the other 29 people reached a common goal in an instant. They wanted to kill Chang Feng together first, because Chang Feng is too much of a threat to them. Chang Feng naturally noticed the situation in the field, but his expression remained unchanged and he just looked at them quietly with indifferent kill. In an instant the other 29 people rushed towards Chang Feng one by one. The light is fierce like a hungry wolf hunting for prey. Chang Feng inadvertently looked up, his eyes unchanged. Net moment Chang Feng's body quickly flashed and came to a person. Immediately afterwards he hit the person's chest with a palm, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. But Chang Feng had no intention of letting him go, and then he clenched his right right hand into a fist and struck the man hard on the temple. In an instant the brain matter burst out and blood flowed to the ground. Chang Feng's face was stained with blood. He looked at the others again, and the people he looked at took a step back unconsciously with a hint of fear on their faces. Seeing this, Chang Feng's lips curved lightly. Soon his figure turned into phantoms shuttling back and forth among the crowd. Bang bang, the sound kept ringing. After a cup of tea, Chang Feng stood quietly, tore off a piece of the clothes he was wearing and wiped the blood on his body. Then he looked calmly at the group of unrecognizable people lying on the ground and thought to himself, I have finally completed 100 victories. At this moment a black shadow suddenly appeared on the scene. I, the King of Slaughter. Are you willing to be my subordinate? Chang Feng stared at him fiercely and said coldly, I have completed 100 victories in the Hell Killing Field and I want to challenge the Hell Road. Knowing that Chang Feng was not willing to do anything for him, the Slaughter King's eyes were a little gloomy. Killing Beyond stared at Chang Feng for a while and said coldly, as you wish. In an instant an extremely evil aura was released from the King of Slaughter. As Chang Feng got closer, he felt the slightest bit of coldness deep in his bone. In an instant Chang Feng's eyes changed when he looked at the King of Slaughter. Suddenly evil and cold red ripples slowly spread out in the field, spreading to the entire place almost instantly. What frightened Chang Feng was that the depraved people in the audience began to commit collective suicide. Seeing this, Chang Feng's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at the King of Slaughter with fear. It is an honor for these people to become the sacrifices for the opening of the Hell Road. Net, the Hell Road will be opened. I wish you good luck. As soon as the Slaughter King finished speaking, the creature with a big bird pattern condensed from blood suddenly brightened its eyes and a huge red light rose into the sky. In an instant Chang Feng's body was swept away. Net moment. When Chang Feng looked around, he found himself standing on a round platform. He looked around, especially the pool of blood below, and his eyes suddenly froze. Chang Feng quickly looked away. He looked straight ahead and thought to himself, all my soul skills can be put to use here. Wouldn't it be very easy to break through this hell? Thinking of this, he shouted in a low voice, 9 moon steps. Soon Chang Feng passed directly over the blood pool and slid forward. However, just when he was halfway through, suddenly many bats suddenly flew from the left and right, flying towards him. Chang Feng couldn't help but frown and he subconsciously said, ice domain open. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment when all the bats' bodies were frozen, he instantly bypassed them and turned into a bolt of lightning. At this moment 3 creatures with head and small eyes appeared. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng quickly condensed a super raise non in his right hand. Then in a flash he quickly came to the unknown creature and threw it towards it. Then it quickly flashed forward and continued to move forward. At the same time the creature plotted into pieces with a bang. Soon Chang Feng came to a narrow road on Hell Road. The careful Chang Feng also discovered that this Hell Road rises in a spiral and is not a straight line. Although the surrounding temperature was very high, it had little impact on Chang Feng. He ignored it and continued to stride forward. Suddenly, as he was walking, he found a big snake circling and squatting on the roadside directly in front of him with a sinister look in his eyes. Seeing this creature, Chang Feng suddenly remembered its name in his mind, 10-headed fierce sun snake. Seeing it, Chang Feng's eyes were full of solemnity. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 239. Shura God appears. Facing the 10-headed blazing sun snakes, Chang Feng looked plain. Although the aura on its body fluctuates, it looks very strong. At this moment the 10-headed blazing sun snakes made a croaking sound like the sound of a baby crying. At the same time, the 9 sarcomas behind it are emitting a golden red brilliance at this moment, which is dazzling. Net moment. The 10-headed blazing sun snakes took the lead in launching the attack. I saw a fiery red light spurting out from its mouth in an instant, carrying a strong fishy smell, and quickly rushed towards Chang Feng's direction. Chang Feng couldn't help but frown and shouted in a low voice, Yuebu. In an instant Chang Feng's body was walking in mid-air, looking down at the 10 blazing sun snake. Without any hesitation he quickly condensed a raise non with his right hand and then threw it in the direction of the 10-headed blazing sun snake. What I didn't expect was that these 10 blazing sun snakes look quite confident. Not only did it not dodge, but it once again sprayed out a fiery red light from its mouth heading towards Chang Feng. But how could Chang Feng do what it wanted? Chang Feng immediately, for more novels, 195,629, joined sideways and then landed again 20 meters away from the 10-headed blazing sun snake. Looking at the 10-headed sun snake, after being hit by the raise non, its body was curling up and constantly slapping on the ground. Especially the fiery red light spitting out of its mouth corroded a large area of the ground. At this point Chang Feng discovered that the fiery red light emitted from the mouths of the 10-headed blazing sun snakes actually contained very strong poison. Chang Feng was secretly worried about this. He considered that it might be a bit difficult to get close to this strange snake. Only long-distance attacks are possible. Thinking of this, he instantly thought of several methods in his mind. He didn't think much, and in just a moment he had a countermeasure in his mind. I saw that Chang Feng directly summoned the martial spirit, the death scythe. Then he held the death scythe tightly in his right hand and looked at the 10-headed blazing sun snake with a look full of killing. This kind of look made the 10-headed blazing sun snake feel chilled, but it was obviously getting angrier, and then it was seen rushing towards Chang Feng at high speed with a hint of viciousness in its eyes. At this time Chang Feng was also using his soul power. Net moment, tens of thousands of blue thunder arc lightnings were seen on his right arm, and the crackling sound never stopped. Then Chang Feng quickly shouted loudly, "Electromagnetic gun!" At the same time he quickly threw the death scythe at the 10-headed sun snake that were attacking him. The speed was like a meteor. A fireball streak was wiped out in the air, and sonic booms were heard all around. When the 10-headed blazing sun snakes saw this, their eyes and pupils suddenly shrank into small dots, their eyes filled with fear. It watched helplessly as the fireball-like thing fell towards it as fast as lightning. Bang bang, quack, a rapid voice sounded. Then there was a sudden tremor, and the ground around the 10 blazing sun snakes was quickly damaged, corroded by the fiery red light spitting out of its mouth. Many potholes appeared on the ground. Watching the 10-headed sun snakes gradually stop moving and their limbs falling to the ground like pieces, Chang Feng felt relieved. He carefully sensed the aura of the 10-headed blazing sun snake and found that it was indeed lifeless, and his Zion was overjoyed. He remembered that there was a very important treasure in the 10-headed fierce sun snake, which was its inner Elir. The direct benefit of this inner Elir is that it can invalidate any snake venom and restrain all snake. In this way it will be quite easy for me to face a spirit master with a snake spirit in the future. Thinking of this, he approached the 10-headed blazing sun snake, and after some investigation he found the inner Elir. After putting away the inner Elir, Chang Feng continued to move towards the Hell Road, feeling quietly relieved in his heart. But when he walked a certain distance, found that there was no way ahead but a blood-red ocean, a full 1,000 meters apart. Seeing this, the corners of Chang Feng's mouth curled up. 9 flashes of moon steps. Immediately Chang Feng's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, passing directly over the blood-red ocean and arriving at the end of the land. Then he saw the it and felt happy. However, at this moment Chang Feng's Zion changed. He suddenly discovered that the murderous aura within 100 meters of his body was controlled by some special force and quickly surged towards Chang Feng. Not long time, Chang Feng carefully discovered that there was an white line on his Wuhan death sickle, and this white pattern was exactly the same as the blood pattern he had witnessed when the Hell Road opened. A long time, when Chang Feng tried to feel the white lines, suddenly a surging white light quietly filled the surroundings, and this white light was released from the death sickle. In the blink of an eye he saw that the white light turned colorless. At this moment Chang Feng suddenly discovered that his perception of the world around him was completely different from before. Suddenly Chang Feng's pupils shrank. Suddenly he found that the place he was in had changed. The surrounding area was completely white and there was no one around. Chang Feng looked around warily and stood still, not moving. Facing the sudden changes, he always felt that this matter was not that simple. Logically speaking, after he obtained the killing god realm, he should be able to leave the killing city directly. However, what is going on with me now? Suddenly a voice suddenly rang in his ears and Chang Feng froze. He raised his head and looked into the void ahead. Suddenly a shadow appeared, making Chang Feng's heart tremble. He looked closely and found a strange shadow. His whole body was wrapped in a dark red magic pattern. To be precise, it should be dark red light surrounding his body. More importantly, he was also wearing an armor covered with dark red magic pattern and has a pair of blood red eyes. Seeing this, Chang Feng's heart suddenly stopped. Let me go, Shura God. Quickly Chang Feng gathered his thought, thinking that the other party would never notice anything unusual. Young man, you are very good. Over the years you are the most outstanding young man I have ever seen. It is rare to see you go through hell so easily. But why do you still have the aura of that guy in you? Young man, tell me, have you seen a tall and burly man? The voice was cold, the tone was serious, and the eyes were filled with great oppression. Chang Feng is neither humble nor arrogant, he replied. That's right. That man told me that he was the god of the sea. Moreover, he asked me to go to the island of the sea god to accept his inheritance. However, I was still considering it and did not agree to it. When God Shura heard this, his eyes were stunned for a while. He then looked at Chang Feng again. This glance made Chang Feng's scalp numb and he couldn't move his body at all. It seems that this guy Poseidon made a mistake and didn't leave his mark on you. Presumably he thinks you are not qualified to inherit his Poseidon. Young man, let me introduce myself first. I am Shura, god of the god realm. Are you willing to accept my divine inheritance? Chang Feng's heart was filled with turmoil. He asked back, I'm so ordinary, how could you like me? God Shura's face darkened. Young man, although it is good to be modest, it is inappropriate if you are too modest. Chang Feng continued to ask, then why did you fall in love with me? God Shura replied, first of all, your talent is very good, rarely seen in 10,000 years, and you have also passed through the road to hell. This city of killing was originally my territory. It was originally to select the inheritors of the divine throne who passed the test. However, after thousands of years no one has caught my eye. Although there have been a few people who have passed the hell road before you, they are still a little worse than you. Moreover, your martial spirit is very suitable. Accept my divine inheritance. Secondly, I am afraid that if I don't decide, I will have to wait for a long time in the world. This is not what I want to see. Do you understand? Chang Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. But when God Shura saw this, he was dumbfounded. Is his Shura status so unattractive? Not hearing the expected answer from the other party, God Shura's eyes moved and a smile appeared on his face. Young man, let's do this. Maybe you don't know how strong I am. In the world of gods I am also ranked high, and there are many gods under my command who obey my orders. Think about how majestic it would look if you inherited my divine position and ordered them to do things. Chang Feng looked calm and still didn't press anything. He remembered that Hua's Highland had some issues with the Shura god in front of him. He did not want to inherit the Shura god throne. He always felt that the succession of the Douluo continent was a trap. This was what he had thought of before when he was watching the plot of the original work. Therefore Chang Feng looked at God Shura again and said, thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I still want to think about it again. Besides, I think I can become a god on my own. God Shura's eyes flashed and his tone became a bit colder. Young man, confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident is stupid. Do you know that if Douluo continent wants to become a god in the divine world, we can only inherit our, otherwise you won't be able to enter the divine realm. Chang Feng rolled his eyes and said, look, this is the first time we meet. As a god, can you give me a gift? Maybe after you gave me a gift. Maybe I agreed after seeing the extraordinary power of God. After all this is coming from your mouth, it's really hard to believe. God Shura pondered for a while. Young man, you are really vigilant. Anyway, I will give you a gift for now. A ray of red light quickly shrouded Chang Feng. Your soul power has reached level 50. This God-given soul ring is my gift to you. Young man, you can bear it to the limit as much as possible. This will be of great benefit to you. I will watching from the sideline. Chang Feng was overjoyed, so he did not hesitate to use the words in his mouth and said thank you. Afterwards Chang Feng sat down cross-legged. The NET moment, an extremely powerful soul power was continuously injected into Chang Feng's death scythe martial soul. The soul power was full of violence and killing. Chang Feng quickly calmed down, and after feeling the soul power circulating in his veins, he quickly injected it into the sickle spirit. However, this wave of soul power is extremely violent and he always wants to break free from Chang Feng's mental control. Therefore it kept hitting Chang Feng's meridians, but strangely the NET moment it suddenly calmed down. In this regard, Chang Feng attributed it to the fact that this soul ring was a god-given soul ring. Time passes by minute by minute. 3 hours passed. Chang Feng's tightly closed eyes opened at this moment and he looked at Shura Shinto. Thank you. This thank you is sincere. All this is just because his fifth soul ring turned out to be a 100,000-year soul ring. What's even more shocking is that he can actually absorb it. In the process of just absorbing it, he almost went crazy and faced the danger of his body plotting at any time. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, a ray of red light was injected into him, directly suppressing the riot. Chang Feng knew that this was God Shura's move. Now that you have absorbed the soul ring, young man, let me ask you again, are you willing to accept my divine inheritance? Chang Feng quickly calculated in his mind it was not the right time to eat clean and wipe his mouth without acknowledging the debt. In front of a god he did not dare to do this, and Hua's Highland was not here, so he did not think for long before he replied, I do. God Shura glanced at him with satisfaction. Very good. There are 9 tests in total for God Azura. You have passed the first test of Azura. You have passed the Hell Road. Now I will give you the reward. If you pass the first test of God Azura, the lifespan of each soul ring will be increased by 1,000 years. Shura God affinity increased by 20%. A ray of red light headed towards Chang Feng. NET moment. Behind Chang Feng slowly 5 soul rings rose up, purple, black, and red, beating regularly. At the same time, Chang Feng always felt that he was full of intimacy with the murderous aura around him. This feeling was very real and made Chang Feng quite happy. Then God Shura said, God Shura's second test is to reach the Soul Emperor within 1 year. In addition, young man, I will give you a task. If this task is completed, you can directly take the 9th test. Hearing this, Chang Feng secretly guessed, could it be that Tang Chen had already completed the 8 Azura God test, and he only needs to absorb the Shura demonic sword on top of this? After all, he already possesses the God of Killing domain. However, he remembered that one person could not inherit 2 divine positions. He has already inherited the invincible God of the universe. If he inherits the Azura God again, will something happen? Chang Feng was a little worried at this time, but soon he threw this emotion aside. Because of this kind of problem he could consult Hua's Highland. She must have the answer right. These were just flashing through his mind and there was no sign of any abnormality on his face. Please tell me. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 240 The Great Enemy of the God Realm is actually myself. After God Shura glanced at Cheng Feng, many images quickly flashed through his mind. Immediately afterwards his face became serious. Our God Realm has always had a formidable enemy. If this enemy is immortal, our God Realm may be in danger of destruction sooner or later. What? Cheng Feng was really shocked. He was extremely surprised. Could it be said that they are those people from the Abyss Plane? Just when Cheng Feng was thinking this, God Shura said with a complicated expression, he is a god who relied on his own ability. He is different from our God Realm. Moreover, he stole a very important thing from the God Realm. If this thing appears in this world, it will probably be a disaster for our world of God. Cheng Feng felt puzzled when he heard this. Moreover, he admired the big man who relied on his own ability to become a god. It takes a lot of evildoers to reach this stage. However, what exactly did this boss steal from the God Realm? It actually made Shura Shenyuza very angry. However, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Just listen quietly. What's more important is that this person's ability is very weird. He can travel through time and space at will, causing all our clues to find him to be interrupted. What? Traveling through time and space at will? Let me go. Who is this boss? God Shura looked at Cheng Feng expressionlessly. I mean, who is this enemy? This is too powerful. He can travel through time and space. Wouldn't it be very troublesome to find this person? You are not giving this task to me, are you? Cheng Feng looked at Shura God with solemnity in his eyes. Don't worry, let us deal with that person in the God Realm. You just need to help me investigate one thing. Cheng Feng nodded. There is a strange mark on that man's head. It's like this, take a look. Then when Shura God was a little bit in the void, a picture appeared. In that picture a figure appeared. Especially the face of that figure made Cheng Feng's expression change drastically. But soon Cheng Feng gathered his thought, because Cheng Feng suddenly discovered that the person in the picture turned out to be himself. Especially the Tai Chi marks on the forehead and between the eyebrows are absolutely perfect. How could he not be shocked by this? Although Cheng Feng concealed it very well, the changes on his face did not escape God Shura's eyes at all. Have you seen this person? Cheng Feng knew that the time had come to test his acting skills, so he said without any hesitation, I saw this person before when I was a child. At that time I just glanced at it from a distance. He seemed to just wave his hand casually and a crack in the void appeared in front of him. Then he walked in, and then he disappeared. I will never forget this scene. When he said this, Cheng Feng appropriately showed a look of reminiscence. This scene fell into the eyes of Shura God in every detail. God Shura just thought for a while and then said, fortunately you didn't come into contact with this person, otherwise you wouldn't be alive today. I tell you, you must remember this person's appearance. However, Cheng Feng was stunned when he heard this. It doesn't make sense. Isn't this appearance the same as myself? How could God Shura not see it? Fortunately he didn't notice, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stand properly here and would probably have to lie down. Net moment. Cheng Feng suppressed the strangeness in his heart and continued to listen. This person is very slippery, but he is extremely powerful. The task given to you this time is also very simple. It is to investigate what happened in this place. As he spoke, God Shura directly performed a map in the void which looked lifelike. It's like watching a live broadcast. Cheng Feng was stunned at this scene, but when his eyes stayed on that still picture, a trace of doubt arose in his heart, but his expression did not show any abnormality. God Shura pointed at the picture and said, before I sensed this place in the God Realm and that person's aura fluctuated. Moreover, some gods from our God Realm went there to investigate but found nothing. So what you have to do is try to investigate what happened there, preferably something that happened within a year before or after. If you find anything special, you can come to the Killing City and tell me. I will reward you accordingly. Cheng Feng replied, yes, I remember. God Shura finally said, I hope you find something and I hope you can find out this matter as soon as possible. I still have things to do in the God Realm, so I won't stay here. Remember, that person is the enemy of our God Realm. As soon as you find any clues about him, come to the Killing City immediately and never act recklessly. Cheng Feng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this, God Shura breathed a sigh of relief. Then he disappeared directly on the spot. Immediately afterward the scene changed again. Cheng Feng looked around and found himself on a small road and couldn't help but be stunned. But he didn't dare to stay here for too long and left in a hurry. It was far away from the Killing City, beside a river, that Cheng Feng was able to stop and take a breath. At the same time he stretched his head towards the river and looked at the reflection in the river. Cheng Feng's expression changed. Go Hua's Highland, this guy really changed his appearance into his ordinary appearance now. How did he do this? It's really amazing. But in this case, according to God Shura's wishes, wouldn't he want to investigate himself? After all, the portrait spirit of the person God Shura showed him was him. By the way, is that person really you? Even God Shura must be treated with caution, and he still relies on his own ability to become a god. None of this is what he can do now. What's more important is that that person actually has the ability to travel through time and space. This kind of incredible ability is completely lacking here. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the person Shura God talks about is probably not him. It's just that he look very much like me. But if I return to my true self, God Shura probably won't believe it. When the time comes, will he slap himself to death as soon as he meets her? Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose deep in Chang Feng's heart. The more he thought about it, the less Chang Feng dared to think further. He always felt as if he was trapped in a huge whirlpool. After walking some distance, it's already 9 hours later. At this time, Chang Feng unknowingly walked to a waterfall, and there happened to be a thatched house net to the waterfall. Seeing this, Chang Feng looked strange for a while, but he checked around and found that there was no one else, so he felt relieved a little. Then Chang Feng shouted in his heart, "Huaz Hilan, are you there?" Hua Zhilan. Net moment. Huaz Hilan's figure walked out of the void on the right side of Chang Feng. This way of appearing shocked Chang Feng. "It seems that you have obtained the realm of the god of killing." But Chang Feng pointed at his face and asked, "You changed my appearance. Why don't you give me an explanation?" Huaz Hilan asked back, "Have you seen that old guy?" Chang Feng nodded, then looked at Huaz Hilan with a serious face and asked, "I want to ask you a question. Why did that guy Shura God tell me about the great enemy of the god realm? That person looked very similar to me. If it's not that he told me that person has become a god, I'm afraid I really thought that person was me. What's going on?" Unexpectedly, after listening to Chang Feng's words, Huaz Hilan sighed quietly. After she glanced at Chang Feng, she replied calmly, "What I can tell you is that that person is indeed you. You are the enemy of the god realm. As for more, I don't want to tell you for the time being because you're too weak now. It's not good for you to know too much." "What? I am the enemy of the god realm? How is this possible?" Seeing Chang Feng's disbelief, Huaz Hilan still said calmly, "I can tell you responsibly, there is no doubt about this matter. As for the ins and outs of the matter, one day you will definitely know." Chang Feng's mind was in a mess and his thoughts were racing. No matter what, he could not believe that the great enemy of the god realm mentioned by God Shura was actually himself. Could this be a joke God played on him? Also, what on earth is going on? Thinking of this, Chang Feng's eyes became a little gloomy. No matter who this kind of thing happens to, I'm afraid they won't be happy. Being cared about by people from the god realm is really heart-wrenching. Let me calm down first. I'll rest here for the night today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. What do you think? Huaz Hilan nodded. Looking at Chang Feng's appearance at this time, she knew that it was difficult for him to accept the news. Afterwards, Chang Feng walked alone to a huge rock in front of the waterfall and sat down, staring at the gravel in the water and saying nothing. He maintained this posture motionless until early the net morning. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 241 Thunder Abyss. Chang Feng couldn't tell what kind of mood he was feeling at this time. It's anger and helplessness. It was a mist that blocked his sight, preventing him from seeing the farther scenery. For a long time he couldn't calm down in his heart. He carefully reviewed everything that happened before and after he came to Douluo continent, and he couldn't connect it to the god realm. After all, he has only just been promoted to Soul King. If you let him to fight against the gods of the divine world, would be to die without rebirth. Not to mention, even if he wanted to fight, he had no confidence at all. But the most fundamental reason is that he doesn't know anything and has become the enemy of the god realm in a daze. Although Douluo continent is very large, it has a vast territory. But from now on, I am afraid that there will no longer be a land where he can stay in peace in this Douluo continent. When he knew that the enemies he was facing turned out to be those terrifying people in the god realm, Chang Feng really felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, there is Huaz Hilan by his side who is willing to help him. Now for me, the goal is to become a god as soon as possible. All other things must be left behind and you must concentrate on your god. Only in this way can we have the confidence to fight against those people in the god realm. Otherwise, if one day he is discovered by those in the god realm, he will definitely be like a rat crossing the street in Douluo continent. Thinking of this, Chang Feng calmed down. I raised my head and found that the sky above my head was bright. After getting up, Chang Feng approached the thatched house where Huaz Hilan was. When I saw Huaz Hilan looking into the distance in ecstasy, her eyes seemed a little wistful. Seeing this, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. It is really rare for this kind of look to appear on Huaz Hilan's face. Have you figured it out? Huaz Hilan's voice rang in Chang Feng's ears. Well, I figured it out. I want to become stronger. Do you have any good places to recommend here? Huaz Hilan turned to look at Chang Feng, waved her hand, and a purple light shrouded Chang Feng. That's it. Your appearance has returned to its original appearance. Also, the mark left by that old guy on your body has been removed by me. Chang Feng nodded. Where are you going? Net Hua's Highland was about to speak, but suddenly she looked in the direction of the waterfall and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, before that I'm afraid we have to see a good thing here. Presumably having this thing will be of great help to your strength growth. After hearing Hua's Highland's words, doubts arose in Cheng Feng's heart. What do you mean? Hua's Highland smiled and said nothing. Not long time. She smiled and said, I just discovered something very interesting. Net to her, there is a soul bone, and this soul bone is 100,000 years old. Do you think it is useful to you? What, 100,000-year-old soul bone? Is this true? Hua's Highland nodded. Follow me. Then Hua's Highland walked in front, followed closely by Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng was a little surprised when he saw Hua's Highland leaping into the waterfall, but he didn't think too much, and at the net moment he shouted 9 flashes of moon steps. A blue electric light quickly rushed behind the waterfall. After entering the waterfall, Cheng Feng discovered that there was a cave inside. For a moment he thought he had arrived at Huguo Mountain. As a result, to his disappointment, there was no comparison with Huguo Mountain here. Seeing Hua's Highland standing silently in front of a grass, Cheng Feng walked directly toward her. Blue-silver grass? Cheng Feng looked at Hua's Highland and asked doubtfully. No, it is the blue-silver emperor, but now it is just a seed. In an instant Hua's Highland's words reminded him of something. That is, Tang Hao seemed to have hidden the blue-silver emperor's seeds net to a waterfall. Unexpectedly he accidentally encountered them. This kind of thing, if he actually touched it, then the 100,000-year soul bone must belong to him. As for that seed, he wondered whether he should imitate the protagonist in a certain novel he had read before and swallow it in one gulp. See if you can be lucky enough to get an extra martial spirit. However, Hua's Highland's words rang out at this moment. You have to keep this blue-silver emperor's seed. I erased its consciousness. If you want to make breakthroughs in the field in the future, you can use it to observe it and maybe gain some insight. Cheng Feng was even more curious about Hua's Highland. Who is she? Why do you seem so familiar to yourself? The net moment Cheng Feng saw Hua's Highland waving her hand towards the blue-silver emperor. In an instant the leaves of the blue-silver emperor withered and fell without any exception. At the same time, a remote village. A man in black robes holding a cane with both hands was looking attentively at the blue sky above his head. Suddenly his heart felt a little empty, as if he had lost something important. At this time he thought in his heart, Xiao San must be a soul sect at this time, right? Cheng Feng looked at the dried blue-silver emperor seed in front of him. He knew that from this moment on Ayan would no longer exist in this world. He has nothing to feel guilty about. There is no distinction between good and evil. Moreover, his position also determined that if Ayan recovered, he would definitely turn to Tang San's side, which he did not want to see. Rather than doing this, it would be better to let her disappear early. Cheng Feng's eyes were calm. After collecting the blue-silver emperor seed, Hua's Highland pointed to a black iron bow net to her and said, there is 100,000-year-old soul bone inside. Inside is 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. I'll break the seal on it first. In Cheng Feng's shocked eyes he saw Hua's Highland wave her hand lightly and a purple light flashed on the iron bow. Then he heard done sentence, I have removed the seal on the bow. You can open the bow now and take a look. Cheng Feng stepped forward and did as he was told. Opening the iron bow, looking at it, I found that it was exactly what Hua's Highland said. It was a 100,000-year-old right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. Seeing this, Cheng Feng glanced at Hua's Highland. Use the soul bone now. Its soul bone skills are of great significance to you now and in the future. When Cheng Feng heard this, his eyes were thoughtful. He only hesitated for a moment, then said that the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone fit into his right leg. Soon the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone had integrated into his right leg. Moreover, it also brought him a very good soul bone skill. Wildfire cannot burn out and spring breeze blows to revive it. The skill attached to this soul bone can make the body repair itself, and even broken limbs can grow back on their own. In the blue-silver field and in places full of blue-silver grass, this soul skill is extremely beneficial to the performance. It's just a pity that I am not in the blue-silver realm, otherwise I should be able to maximize the value of this soul skill. Hua's Highland saw the look in Cheng Feng's eyes and seemed to understand what he was thinking. Actually, if you understand the realm of life, then this soul bone can also bring out its maximum value. Cheng Feng was shocked and he stared at Hua's Highland closely. However, Hua's Highland's expression was calm and did not change at all. Cheng Feng was filled with doubts about Hua's Highland's identity. A person who knows himself so well and is so powerful. Fortunately, she had no ill intentions towards him, otherwise he would really be worried about his own life. Net, let me take you to another place for training. Where? Thunder Abyss. Thunder Abyss, can you tell me a little bit about this place? This is the first time I've heard of this place. When Hua's Highland heard this, she glanced at Cheng Feng and said, I will take you to this place and you will understand it naturally. Okay, let's go to Thunder Abyss now. Chang Feng could only nod helplessly. Net moment. Hua's Hylan waved her hand and a purple light instantly enveloped Chang Feng. Then a crack appeared in the void in front of Hua's Hylan, and then Hua's Hylan led Chang Feng into the crack. Not long time, the cracks healed again. It was as if nothing had happened. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 242 Thunder Abyss E Perian. Thunder Abyss, an abyss transformed by countless thunders. However, when Hua's Hylan brought Chang Feng to a place, Chang Feng was surprised. There was no trace of thunder at all in this place, and there was no sign of the abyss. So he looked at Hua's Hylan and asked, "Is this the Thunder Abyss?" There was uncertainty in the tone of the question. Hua's Hylan rolled her eyes at him angrily and said, "It's not here yet. Here you can think of it as the outside of Thunder Abyss. Did you see it? Go straight along this road until you reach the end. You will reach the Thunder Abyss. Then I won't be here with you. After all, this is your Iperian." As soon as she finished speaking, Hua's Hylan's figure disappeared in front of Chang Feng. Seeing Hua's Hylan disappearing like a ghost, Chang Feng could only helplessly stare ahead. As far as the eye can see, the road ends at the end as if it has no edge. But he thought that Hua's Hylan would not joke with him about such a thing. After gathering his thoughts, Chang Feng strode forward. On both sides of the road there are trees and lush grass. From time to time there is a burst of floral fragrance. 3 hours later, Chang Feng looked at the road under his feet and towards the end filled with many doubt. He has been walking for 3 hours, but he still has not seen the shadow of Thunder Abyss. This made him wonder in his heart, could this Thunder Abyss still be ahead? Holding back the distracting thoughts in his heart, Chang Feng continued to move forward. However, 5 hours passed. Chang Feng found that he still didn't see the Thunder Abyss. Looking at the vast white surroundings at this moment, he was already numb. Before, he could still see some trees on both sides of the road. However, since he continued to move forward, he came to such an endless white wilderness. There is not a trace of human habitation, not a living creature. The only thing left in the whole world is silence. But Chang Feng did not give up. In his opinion, the Thunder Abyss is definitely still ahead. I can't see it now because he hasn't reached the vicinity of Thunder Abyss yet. Continue to immerse yourself in your journey. Another 3 hours passed. Chang Feng noticed that there was a slight difference in the world where he was at this time. There is a hint of violence in this world. Moreover, he could vaguely feel this violent thunderous aura. It seems that this time it should be here soon. Then Chang Feng quickened his pace and ran forward. When he had walked less than 10 miles, he found that there were more thunder and lightning in the whole sky and earth. The crackling thunder and lightning began to spread all around. But before Chang Feng could continue walking forward, suddenly a lightning-like shadow quickly struck Chang Feng. This scene happened too fast and Chang Feng was not prepared at all. Seeing that the attack was about to fall on him, Chang Feng quickly dodged to the right in an attempt to avoid the attack. However, what Chang Feng never expected was that the lightning-like shadow would follow him relentlessly. Just as Chang Feng dodged to the right, the lightning also quickly struck him to the right. Chang Feng tapped his foot a few times, quickly circulated his soul power and randomly turned into an afterimage, immediately distanced himself from the lightning of unknown origin. At this moment, what made Chang Feng quite strange was that the lightning actually stopped in mid-air. At this time, Chang Feng looked towards it. When he found that the opponent's body was covered with thunder and lightning, he secretly guessed that the sudden attack on him was a thunder spirit beast. As for the more specific appearance, he couldn't see clearly due to the obstruction of thunder and lightning, but this does not affect Chang Feng's judgment on its strength at all. Just one glance, Chang Feng then saw that the opponent was at most a soul beast that was less than 10,000 years old. Dealing with it can be said to be easy, but in a place like this, what needs to be considered is whether this soul beast will have any tribe. If you accidentally kill it and then a large group of people appears, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Furthermore, he was not sure whether there were any beings in the other group that he could not handle at all. Therefore, Chang Feng stood there motionless. Maintain a confrontational situation with the other party. Net moment, the other party moved. It opened its mouth slightly and a violent thunder shot out of its mouth in an instant, turning into a blue thunder dragon and spreading towards Chang Feng like it was baring its teeth and claws. There was a palpitating aura surrounding him. It was precisely because of this terrifying aura that Chang Feng put away his bad thoughts towards the other party. He doubted that if he really killed the other party, whether he could get out of here was a question. That's right, that palpitating aura, according to Chang Feng's judgment, should be that of the other party's elder. Moreover, the aura that made him feel palpitating and the spirit beast confronting him in front of him had the same aura. In an instant he judged that the situation in front of him was not good for him, and he also directly extinguished his intention to attack the other party. So all he can do is avoid. Chang Feng swayed and moved away from the direction of the Thunder Dragon's attack, and just because the direction deviated, the Thunder Dragon was unable to lock onto Chang Feng and finally fell to the ground with a thumping sound which caused a burst of thunder on the ground. Seeing that the other party was still reluctant to let go, Chang Feng suddenly felt a headache. If the other party's elders weren't secretly watching here, he would have given this little guy a good beating. As for killing, he didn't dare to think about it at the moment. In this way, after Chang Feng dodged dozens of thunder dragon attacks from the opposing spirit beast, the opposing spirit beasts were able to stop. The fluctuations of thunder and lightning aura attached to its body seemed to have weakened. Gradually it showed its appearance. The first time Chang Feng saw it, his eyes were particularly strange. This is actually an elk, and it's still a mini one with a body shape that looks like it's about the size of two fists. The only difference from an elk is that its body is white and the two horns on its forehead make crackling sounds of lightning from time to time. As for the other parts, it is exactly the same as the elk. When he saw the other person rolling his eyes and looking at him, Chang Feng's vigilance suddenly became much higher, because the other person gave him the impression that he was very clever and ghostly. If one of them fails, he may overturn. So he looked around with wary eyes. The more important thing to pay attention to is to check the direction of the aura that made him feel palpitating before, because he knew that the other party was watching it all the time. But the other party never showed up, which made Chang Feng feel troubled. He was still thinking about rushing towards the thunder abyss, but he didn't want to waste time in this meaningless fight. Time is passing slowly, bit by bit. The elk didn't move much at this moment and kept looking at Chang Feng with lively eyes, and Chang Feng was sensing the one watching him secretly. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain and he gained nothing. Where the other party's traces are is a complete mystery. Net moment, an amazing scene happened. What did he see? An elk spirit beast actually bowed to a certain place with a respectful presence on its face, but when Chang Feng looked up at that place, it was completely white and he couldn't see anything. When he looked at the elk soul beast again, he found that the other party had already disappeared. After being stunned for a while, Chang Feng stopped where he was for a long time. After thinking for a while, he became wary and began to move forward slowly. As he walked forward, his eyes were always looking around. What made him relieved was that after 2 hours passed, the attack by the soul beast that happened before never happened again. The journey seemed calm, except for more thunder and lightning filling the surroundings. There were no other changes. Suddenly Chang Feng came to a place where he found that the thunder and lightning here were all around, full of destruction, which also made him feel frightened, and he did not get close. Especially when he looked up, the seemingly dark clouds were filled with crackling thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Chang Feng's eyes and pupils shrank suddenly. How can we move forward? Or is it that he has reached the thunder abyss? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 243, Understanding the Nature of the Domain. He stood there looking up at the terrifying thunder gathering in the clouds ahead. After thinking for a long time, Chang Feng did not try the method himself. In this situation, it is basically moving forward and there will be no chance of death. Therefore he maintained a distance of 15 meters from the front boundary and made no other movement. But the blue arcs of thunder and lightning swimming around made his eyes look thoughtful for a while. He came to Thunder Abyss for training. As for whether the place he was in now was Thunder Abyss, he was not sure. However, the thunder and lightning around him gave him some ideas. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly is the field. In his understanding, there are both innate and acquired field. For example, Tang San's Blue Silver Realm and Qian Ren Yui's Angel Realm belong to the innate realm, and the God of Death domain that he just obtained not long ago belongs to the acquired domain. But having said that, what exactly is this field? Before thinking about this issue, Chang Feng planned to reorganize what he had gained during this period. In the more than half a year from Nodding City to the Killing City, it can be said that he has gained a lot. First of all, his physical fitness has reached an astonishing level. As for how strong he is, according to his guess, his physical fitness is at least comparable to that of a soul saint or even a strong contra warrior. And these are the result of what he deliberately honed in the Killing City, plus the jelly grass he took a long time ago. Secondly, he obtained the inner Elir of the 10-headed blazing sun snake. This inner Elir can be said to be a treasure. It can restrain the spirit masters whose martial spirits are snakes in the world, so that he is no longer afraid of the snake venom possessed by such spirit masters. Such soul skills, and he remembered that this inner Elir contained a lot of energy. Perhaps at some point in the future it will be of great use. Then he successfully passed the road to hell and obtained the realm of the God of Death. The newly acquired domain made his strength a little stronger. In addition, he also received some benefits from God Shura. The age of the 1st to 4th soul rings were increased by 1000 years, and the 5th soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. After counting it all, his gains were astonishing. Regarding his 5th soul ring, he has not yet had time to understand what soul skills he has acquired. At this time I just have free time to experience it. After thinking this, he sat down cross-legged and directly summoned the martial spirit, the death side. At the same time, 5 soul rings floated slowly behind him, purple black and red beating regularly. Then he began to close his eyes and sense the fifth soul ring. Not long time, Chang Feng's eyes were full of surprise. The soul skill brought to him by the fifth soul ring turned out to be the 9 slashes of death. The meaning of the death god's 9 slashes is to enter the death god mode. In the death god mode, all the body's abilities are increased by 50%. If you wield the death god sickle and perform 9 cuts in an instant, you can counter-attack opponents who are stronger than you, but at most you will not, crossing 2 big realms. But being able to do this also surprised him, because the death god's 9 slashes actually consume very little soul power, even negligible. But before he could be happy for long, the shadow of the invincible god of the universe suddenly began to appear in his mind. He remembered that at the beginning the so-called invincible god of the universe used the 9 slashes of the death god to deal with the Poseidon phantom, but now the fifth soul skill he had obtained was the 9 slashes of the death god. So what is his situation like? He vaguely felt there was some connection between the two, but he couldn't figure it out. After discarding these distracting thoughts in his mind, Chang Feng began to think about the nature of the field, but in order to avoid abstract thinking, he thought of first referring to the realm of ice and the realm of fire, then observing the seeds of the blue-silver emperor, and finally observing the surrounding thunder and lightning. Just do what you say. Net moment, Chang Feng shouted in a low voice. Ice realm open. In an instant, the ice domain with Chang Feng as the center was under domain lock within a radius of 1 kilometer. At the same time, Chang Feng could observe any disturbance within a radius of 1 kilometer from 360 degrees without blind spot. He closed his eyes and quietly comprehended the state of the realm. When he opened it, hoping to find out something from it. Time flies as fast as lightning. Soon 3 hours passed. 1 day has passed. 2 days have passed. Half a month later, Chang Feng opened his eyes leisurely. His eyes were very bright, emitting dazzling starlight. Afterwards, Chang Feng laughed and said, so that's it. Domains are the product of rules, or in other words, from domains you can get a glimpse of the rules of this world. This is his biggest gain in half a month. In the NET time, Chang Feng plans to study the realm of ice, the realm of fire, and the realm of the god of death. He hopes that with the help of research in these 3 fields he can develop the realm of life, realm of domain, and thunder. There was no surprise at all. This place has become an experimental place for Chang Feng to study the realm of ice, the realm of fire, and the realm of the god of death. Time passed quickly day by day, and Chang Feng was immersed in it, not feeling the passage of time at all. Half-year later, a young man dressed in white with his hands behind his back slowly raised his head and looked at the thunder and lightning gathering in the clouds not far away, his eyes indifferent. Emperor Tian pays off his conscientious people. After half a year of hard work, Chang Feng finally researched the realm of life and the realm of thunder. The reason why the field of life can be researched is thanks to the blue-silver emperor seed. That's right, the blue-silver emperor's seeds indeed helped him develop the life domain. The field of life is like a wet nurse. When fighting the enemy, if he opens the life domain, he can plunder the vitality of all things for his own use and can maintain a steady stream of soul power to continue fighting the enemy. In other words, he is already in an invincible position to a certain extent. Moreover, in addition to plundering vitality for its own use, the life domain can also ripen some plants to grow quickly. For example, if the fairy grass in his jade bracelet is planted, it can be used multiple times under the ripening of his life field. This effect is similar to releasing vitality. It has an effect on the target whether it is a human or a spirit beast. It can be said that it is very outrageous. Of course, in addition to the field of life, we have to talk about another researched field, the field of thunder. The strength of the thunder domain is that it has an absolutely suppressive effect on thunder attribute soul masters. It can be said that if a thunder attribute soul master is under his thunder domain, his life and death are basically controlled by himself, which is equivalent to bloodline distinguishing high and low. For soul masters with other attributes, it can weaken the opponent's strength by 40%. Finally, there is the most heaven-defying method in the thunder domain. In the thunder domain, he can attract the destructive thunder, but this method can only be used as the last super trump card, because the price of attracting the destruction sky thunder is to drain all the soul power from his body. It can be said that he only has one chance. If the opponent does not die under the destructive thunder, then he is the one who is in danger. Chang Feng knew that it was possible for God not to die under such a destructive thunder. If you want a god to die under such a destructive thunder, you must become a god. Otherwise, this kind of method is still not suitable for dealing with God. Thinking of this, Chang Feng looked deeply at the thunder and lightning gathering in the clouds not far away, turned around and prepared to leave. But just when he took the first step, a word rang in his ears: "Are you willing to be my disciple?" When Chang Feng heard this, his Zion changed, his body froze. He looked around alertly and quickly and remained silent. Not long time, Chang Feng said calmly, "Who are you?" Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL Chapter 244 The number 1 thunder dragon Douluo in the world. Haha, who am I? I am the master of this place. Who do you think I am? When Chang Feng heard this, he asked the owner of this place, can people live in this kind of place? He glanced at the thunder all around again and then said, don't lie to me. There is no way anyone can live here. Short-sighted and foolish. A loud voice resounded all around like thunder on the ground, directly blowing up a tornado in Chang Feng's heart, making Chang Feng unable to calm down for a long time. Chang Feng controlled his body shape, looked around coldly and did not respond. At this moment a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chang Feng. This person looked like he has snow-like hair on his temples which is tied up with a wooden hairpin. He has a ruddy camel eye on a tall figure and is dressed in white linen clothes. His face was very calm and his expression was cold, but it is undeniable that his whole body is full of extremely strong momentum, giving people a great sense of oppression, and this was observed from the fact that the other party had restrained himself and put away his momentum. If this person lets go of his momentum, Chang Feng cannot imagine how strong he is. Therefore Chang Feng looked very solemn at the moment. He didn't know what the other party's intentions were. I forgot to introduce you. I have lived in seclusion in Thunder Abyss for a long time. Hundreds of years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I have almost no idea what is happening in the outside world. Perhaps this continent has forgotten me. Chang Feng listened to these words and did not take the initiative to speak. It won't be long. Chang Feng couldn't help but ask, what's your name? The number 1 thunder dragon Douluo in the world, Li Yunfen. Number 1 in the world? Chang Feng asked uncertainly. As for the other party saying that he was a titled Douluo, he had no doubt. The aura faintly transmitted from him alone was stronger than the average titled Douluo. Li Yunfen nodded lightly. That happened a long time ago. It took me decades from a commoner to become a titled Douluo. After that I challenged others everywhere and won every one of them. This title, perhaps there is no such rumor anymore. People of my generation are probably dead. Chang Feng listened to the other party's simple story and roughly sketched the other party's life in his mind. Chang Feng looked at each other and for a moment he didn't speak. The other party didn't seem to be in a hurry to speak and just looked into the distance quietly. A long while Chang Feng said, now there are peerless Douluo eperts in the Douluo continent, and as far as I know there are 3 of them. I would like to ask, how does your strength compare to them? What? Now there are actually 3 powerful Douluo continent peerless warriors? Li Yunfen's eyes were a little stunned as if he couldn't believe it. Chang Feng secretly remembered his reaction. That's right, there are 3 peerless Douluo warriors in Douluo continent that I know of. Moreover, there will soon be instances stronger than peerless Douluo warriors in Douluo continent. That kind of instance, it's really exciting. Li Yunfen's eyes were surprised, but his heart was filled with turmoil. He was shocked that the Douluo continent, which he had ignored for hundreds of years, had undergone such a big change. The reason why he once lived in seclusion here was firstly to pursue further progress and hope to reach the legendary realm. Secondly, it was also to avoid the disputes between right and wrong in Douluo continent and avoid being involved in the void of power struggle. But what he didn't expect was that 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye, but his strength had remained stagnant and he was still unable to touch that realm, and his once passionate blood gradually cooled down and solidified. Now he heard that there were not only 3 outstanding Douluo eperts in the Douluo continent, but there might also be people of that level in the near future, which was really unacceptable. This is like what you have been pursuing so hard but you still can't get it. However, this kind of thing was obtained by his descendant. This kind of loss, no matter how high his mood, was always raised a haze in his heart. After all, he has been pursuing this for hundreds of years. And how many hundred years does life last? He felt that the end of his life was not far away. This feeling was very strong and it made him feel quite uneasy. Looking at the strong man in front of him standing motionless with a far-reaching gaze, his expression seemed to be lost in memories. Chang Feng remained silent and did not disturb him. A long time now in Douluo continent, Wuhan Palace should be the only one, right? Before I entered here I visited Qian Feng, the Pope of Wuhan Palace. At that time that junior was extremely intelligent and had reached the title of Douluo at a young age. He is a strong man and he is very good at winning people's heart. If you ask me, he is as cunning as a FO. Under his management, Wuhan Palace should become the most powerful force in this continent, right? Chang Feng, however, had no memory of the name Qian Feng at all, so he was filled with doubt. So he looked at Li Yunfen and said, Qian Feng? I have never heard of this person. Maybe I am ignorant. Li Yunfen's eyes narrowed and then he asked, who is the Pope of Wuhan Palace now? Chang Feng replied, Bibi Dong. Li Yunfen's eyes suddenly shrank. How is this possible? The position of Pope of Wuhan Palace can only be filled by someone from the Qian family. When Bibi Dong heard this name, he didn't seem to belong to the Qian family. Could it be that the Qian family has declined? This makes no sense. Bibi Dong is the disciple of the previous Pope and a saint of Wuhan Palace, because the previous Pope Qian Sunji gave her to her and then she became pregnant with Qinji's flesh and blood. Then Qian Sunji was given to her by the current pope killed, but because she gave birth to a granddaughter with the highest talent in Douluo continent, the previous pope Qian Douluo must have reached an agreement and took the position of pope of Wuhan Palace. What? Master-disciple love, and such an unethical thing happened. The apprentice killed the master. This is really unpected. But is this still the Qinjia I have contacted before? By the way, you just mentioned a name, Qian Douluo. I have some impressions of this person. I remember that he was Qian Feng's grandson. It happened to be that when I visited Qian Feng, his grandson happened to be named Qian Douluo not long ago. Feng's grandsons are all grandfathers, which is really sad. Chang Feng was secretly speechless after hearing this. Living for such a long time is also a skill. Moreover, he could see that the other party was really young and not old, which made Chang Feng wonder in his heart, had the Li Yunfen in front of him already touched that level? Senior, I don't know, what state are you in now? Chang Feng looked at the other person respectfully. After all, the person in front of him was an old man, an out-and-out old man. It was only natural that he should be respected. After Li Yunfen glanced at Chang Feng, he replied, as for my current strength, my soul power is probably only level 99. Only level 99? These words made Chang Feng want to hit someone. However, Li Yunfen's words made Chang Feng realize that if the person in front of him was brought into his heavenly court, then his heavenly court would surely become one of the top forces in the entire Douluo continent. But the person in front of me was able to live in seclusion here for hundreds of years, which shows that he disdains the pursuit of worldly rights and other things. For people of their level, they must be able to reach a higher level. When he thought of this, Chang Feng's eyes quickly rolled a few times, and then he said, Senior, you said before that you wanted to accept me as your disciple. Are you serious about this? When Li Yunfen heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, with my level of strength, am I not qualified? Chang Feng smiled apologetically and said, that's not true, but I already have a master, and his strength very strong. You are much stronger than your predecessors. Li Yunfen frowned. Much stronger than me? Is he a new strong man? Tell me his name and I will challenge him to see who is stronger than whom. When Chang Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. By the way, after living in seclusion in the Thunder Abyss for hundreds of years, has this competitive temper still not been smoothed out? I have to say that this character is so strong that not even time can erode it. Senior, let me tell you the truth. My master, he is a god. I say this, do you understand? What god? You said your master is a god? Li Yunfen looked at Chang Feng with wide eyes. His eyes were indescribably complicated and he felt a little sour in his heart. More than anything, I'm still full of doubt. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 245. Become Li Yunfen as your teacher. Senior, you heard it right. My master, he is a god. You really didn't lie to me? How could I lie to you in front of seniors? That's not easy to say. After all, I have come across a lot of people as young as you but clever and cunning in the past. Chang Feng looked at Li Yunfen with a dark look on his face. If senior doesn't believe it, then there's nothing I can do about it. It seems that what you said is true. Li Yunfen sighed while looking at Chang Feng's depressed expression. He never expected that a god would appear in Douluo continent, and this at that time was something he couldn't even think about. At that time he was still thinking about whether there was a way to become a god. However, over the past few hundred years it has been proved that the road to becoming a god on his own was simply not feasible for him. Unknowingly, Li Yunfen looked at Chang Feng in trance. For so many years I have been wanting to reach that realm. However, no matter how hard I try, that realm, although only one step away, is actually out of reach. After hundreds of years, after thinking about it, it seems that this world does not allow us to become God. Maybe there is something missing and the opportunity to become God seems to have been cut off. Chang Feng felt a burst of emotion in his heart. He really admired Li Yunfen for having such an understanding. Before Chang Feng could speak, Li Yunfen's voice sounded in Chang Feng's ears again later. The only thing I thought about was whether such an extremely precious thing as a divine throne would be like the Emperor of Douluo Continent Empire or the Pope of Wuhan Palace. There can only be one. The key to becoming a god is whether a god is willing to give up taking Wuhan Palace as an example. The person who becomes the Pope will give up his position to the NET1, but if the god does not, if you are willing to give in, then there will never be a chance. Otherwise, why will I not make much progress after searching for 100 years? He could think so much about Li Yunfen, and from the bottom of his heart he still admired Li Yunfen very much. Senior, you are really amazing. You have thought of so many things. Are you powerful? I'm not as powerful as you. I am. After all, I have never been in God's eyes, but you are. When he said this, Li Yunfen felt a little bitter in his heart, but soon Li Yunfen adjusted his mentality and thought gods are just powerful people. I don't believe it. Peerless Douluo can't compete with God. Then he thought that he had a move that could stand up to the god. This move was something he had successfully studied over the past hundreds of years. It can be said that the power of this move is much stronger than the power exerted by the peerless Douluo. After thinking about this, his Feng's eyes returned to calmness and he looked at Chang Feng and said, since you have a god as your master, it seems that it is not appropriate for me to be your master anymore. After seeing that the other party seemed to be willing to give up the idea of accepting a disciple, Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief deep in his heart. But it didn't take long. He then said, actually senior, I can worship you as my teacher. After all, with your experience you must have a lot to teach me. I am willing to respect your senior as my teacher, but I don't know if your senior is willing. Woolen cloth, will your master agree? Senior, my master, although he asked me to accept the inheritance of his divine throne, there has been no news from him since then. I don't know exactly what his attitude was. When Li Yunfen heard this, his eyes flashed. So if I were your teacher, I would be the first one? Hearing Li Yunfen ask this question, Chang Feng knew that the other party's competitive temper was acting like a monster again. You can also say that. After receiving Chang Feng's affirmative answer, Li Yunfen laughed. After that he looked at Chang Feng and said with a smile, from today on you, by the way, what is your name? Chang Feng. Okay, from today on you Chang Feng will be my first apprentice. My martial spirit is Thunder Dragon, very strong in thunder attribute attainment. 4 ample in terms of domains, I have the domain of thunder, domination of the world, and the domain of killing. As for the self-created soul skills, there are 9 elements of killing: thunder, prison, space, tyrant, blade, cutting, thunderous thunder, and thunder destroying needle. My suggestion is to first teach you the other 2 areas in which I am best at, and then teach you the self-created soul skills that I am good at. What do you think? Chang Feng nodded and said okay. Li Yunfen couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Afterwards Chang Feng stayed here and accepted Li Yunfen's teachings. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Today is the day he is leaving Thunder Abyss. Li Yunfen sent Chang Feng off. Fortunately, Li Yunfen had agreed to join the Heavenly Court Enshrinement Hall under Chang Feng's lobbying. However, he has a request, that is, after staying in Thunder Abyss for 1 year he will leave Thunder Abyss to find him. In this regard Chang Feng did not force it. After all, the other party has agreed to join the Heavenly Court Enshrinement Hall, so he is basically from Heavenly Court. In the past months Chang Feng has learned a lot from studying with Li Yunfen. Among them, during his studies he was shocked that the teacher he recognized now, Li Yunfen, turned out to be the legendary twin martial souls. One of the martial souls was called the Killing Sword, and the Killing Field came from the Killing Sword and was a natural of its own field. When he learned about this, Chang Feng began to have some doubts about Li Yunfen's previous identity as a civilian, but he didn't delve deeper. In terms of domains, Chang Feng has now mastered the domain of ice, domain of fire, domain of god of death, domain of life, domain of thunder, domain of killing, and domination of the world. In terms of self-created soul skills, he has added the 9 elements of killing and thunder, prison, space, tyrant, blade, cutting, thunderbolt, thunder destroying needle, etc. It can be said that his strength has undergone huge changes again. Now he is strong enough to compete with Contra. This is what Li Yunfen told him, but Chang Feng was full of doubts about this. After all, he had not yet had a good fight with Contra. He would only know if he was stronger than Contra. After bidding farewell to Li Yunfen, Chang Feng followed the original path out of the Thunder Abyss. When he returned to the outside of Thunder Abyss, Chang Feng suddenly realized that Huaz Hylan didn't seem to tell him how to contact her if he came out of Thunder Abyss. He called Huaz Hylan in his heart no less than 100 times, but when there was no response, Chang Feng knew that maybe Huaz Hylan had gone somewhere to play again. Chang Feng stopped and thought for a while, thinking about going to the Star Forest to visit Xiao Wu. At the same time, he was ready to go and take Xiao Wu into the Heavenly World Pearl. Only in this way could he feel more at ease. With this thought in mind, Chang Feng slept in the open and rushed all the way to the Star Forest. The other side, the city of killing. In a small town, a man in blue was walking into a tavern with a calm presence. Before coming here, his father told him that here his strength could be transformed. In order to become stronger, he is here. Tang San always kept his father's words in his heart, and he cherished this opportunity to become stronger. After choosing a spot in a corner, Tang San glanced at the black-clothed waiter and said coldly, "Have a glass of Bloody Mary." It took Chang Feng half a month to get out of the Thunder Abyss. Fortunately, he finally came out of there. When Chang Feng came out and asked about the location of this place in nearby towns, Chang Feng was completely confused. What he didn't expect was that this was the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Without thinking much, he bought a map in a nearby town and followed the map towards the Star Do Forest. The journey was calm and no one took the initiative to cause trouble, which made him feel at ease. While practicing, he was on the road. Unknowingly, his soul power level increased by 1 level, reaching level 58. By the time his 5th soul ring had absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, he had already reached level 53. After absorbing a 100,000-year-old blue-silver right leg bone, his soul power increased by 2 levels. He stayed in Thunder Abyss for another half year, during which his soul power increased by 2 levels. The 58th level Soul King is is not far from the realm of Soul Emperor. 1 month later, Chang Feng's figure appeared on the street of a small town near the Stardow Forest. Looking up at the sky, I found that it was already dark, so I planned to rest at the town hotel for the night and then go to the Star Forest after dawn tomorrow. 1 night passed quickly. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 246. The righteous trio of Wuhan Palace are frightened away. The sky was dim and bright and Chang Feng got up. After walking out of the hotel, we went to the street, had some breakfast and then headed straight towards the Star Forest. This time Chang Feng plans to continue using the Vasi Universe cover to enter the Stardow Forest. But before Chang Feng could let the Vasi Universe shield fly out from between his eyebrows, his attention was attracted by the sound of fierce fighting not far away. Judging from the sounds coming from the battle, it was obviously quite intense. There was still some distance from where the battle was, but Chang Feng could hear the constant banging sound very clearly in his ears. Chang Feng, who didn't intend to pay attention, suddenly stiffened when he heard the words Netherworld / Zhu Zuking's figure instantly appeared in his mind. She was kidnapped by the evil soul master and there has been no news about her. Right now there may be news about her, and no matter what, he will not sit idly by. After all, Zhu Zuking is a member of his heavenly family. Thinking of this, Chang Feng rushed towards the direction of the battle without any hesitation. A blue electric light flashed across the Star Forest in an instant. Not long time. When Chang Feng came to the scene of the battle, what he saw made him feel angry. An angry scene. He never expected that it was really Zhu Zuking. But at this time Zhu Zuking's condition didn't look so good, especially since there were bloody wounds everywhere on her body. Seeing this, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly became much darker. He looked at the 3 people who were besieging Zhu Zuking. A tall and thin middle-aged man with dry hair and a ferocious face holding a hammer in his hand. A young woman in her 20s with a slim figure, a charming face and endless charm. There is also a young man in purple attire holding a sword tightly in his hand. 3 people surrounded Zhu Zuking in the middle. What surprised Chang Feng was that these 3 people were all extremely powerful. There are 7 soul rings behind the young woman, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black and black, floating up and down behind her. The tall and thin middle-aged man's soul ring configuration was exactly the same as that of the young woman. The only thing that Chang Feng paid close attention to was the young man dressed in purple. The 8 eye-catching soul rings behind him were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black and black, beating regularly. Of course, what surprised Chang Feng was the SI soul rings behind Zhu Zuking, yellow, yellow, purple, black and black. After not seeing each other for a short period of time, Zhu Zuking actually came ahead of him in soul power cultivation, which had to shock him. However, Chang Feng observed Zhu Zuking carefully and found that her aura was obviously disordered when she was using her soul power. After staring at this disorder for a while, Chang Feng realized that it was the evil aura on her body that was causing the trouble. Seeing this, Chang Feng looked at the 3 people besieging Zhu Zuking unhurriedly and said in a deep voice, "Where are you from? Why are you attacking her?" The young man in purple attire looked at Chang Feng, who suddenly appeared in the field, frowned subconsciously and said coldly, "You don't have the aura of an evil soul master on your body, but why are you questioning us about attacking her? Don't you know that she is an evil soul master? Do you know how much sinful blood she has on her hands?" Chang Feng's face immediately darkened after listening to the words of the young man dressed in purple. "In my heart, she is not an evil soul master." "Haha, young man, I advise you to mind your own business. Didn't you see that the disgusting smell emanating from her body is the breath of the evil soul master? And the evil soul master, all of them, he is a very vicious person and everyone is shouting to kill him. I'll say it again, she is not an evil soul master." "You said her hands were stained with the blood of a lot of sins, but have you seen her kill people herself?" "No, right? She was once my companion. For her, of course, I know her nature clearly. She is just controlled by the evil soul master, and since I discovered her this time, I naturally have a way to remove the evil aura from her body." When the young man in purple attire heard this, his eyes instantly became much colder. "It seems that you and her are companions. Knowing that she is an evil soul master, you still want to prevent us from doing justice. It is really disturbing." "Disdainful. If you want to organize us, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The 3 of us are soul sane. What can you do to stop us from doing things in Wuhan Palace?" "Little brother, I suggest you leave, but don't hinder us from carrying out our mission here. Otherwise your life will be in danger," said the young woman in a red dress on the side. Listening to the words of the 2 of them, Chang Feng's eyes were extremely firm. He glanced at Zhu Zuking, who was surrounded in the field, and said, "She is my companion. You can find other evil soul masters to perform tasks, but she can't do it. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'll let you go in vain this time. No penalty for toasting." The tall, thin, middle-aged man muttered dissatisfiedly. The young man in purple attire had a gloomy face. He looked at Chang Feng and said, "It seems that although you are not an evil soul master, your heart is towards the evil soul master. In other words, you are an evil evil person and you are not the same as the evil soul master. People who work together indiscriminately and don't know right from wrong are a nuisance if they are kept, so eradicating them as soon as possible is the right way. Chang Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard the righteous words of the young man in purple clothes. He could see that the three people in front of him were not bad people. After all, their mission to clean up the evil soul masters showed that they had a very strong sense of justice. He was not willing to conflict with them if it was not necessary, but there were only two choices before him. First, choose not to save Zhu Zuqing and let them practice the so-called justice. Second, the second choice is to save Zhu Zuqing and fight with them. With almost no hesitation, Chang Feng quickly made a choice in his mind. He chose to save Zhu Zuqing. Perhaps a fight with the other party cannot be avoided, but there is no other choice at the moment. Thinking of this, Chang Feng looked at the three young men in purple suits and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, she is from my heaven, I have to save her. Moreover, her nature is not bad and the sinful things you said are, I believe she didn't do it. I also know that you can't listen to what I said, so let's go to the bottom of it. It's just you want to fight the three of us?" A sarcastic look appeared on the face of the tall and thin middle-aged man. Chang Feng was indifferent to this. He looked at the people in front of him and his heart moved. Domination of the world. As Chang Feng uttered these words, the young man in purple attire and the other three people's bodies froze involuntarily. Then they felt in shock that an extremely overbearing and heart-stopping aura was directly acting on them. When they looked at Chang Feng, they obviously had a conscious and instinctive mentality of surrender. What frightened them even more was that at this moment they saw the young man in front of them. 5 soul rings suddenly appeared behind him, purple, black, black and red, especially the bright red of the 5th soul ring, which made them. Their eyes widened. They originally thought that this kind of soul ring configuration might be a deception, but the net moment they were quickly slapped in the face, because they saw that the red soul ring of Chang Feng's 5th soul ring suddenly lit up, and that terrifying and compelling aura was extremely powerful. Especially the young man in purple clothes. Seeing this, his face changed drastically and he claimed, "Senior, as a titled Douluo, you use force to make people surrender. Isn't it a bit disgraceful?" In the view of the young man in purple clothes, Chang Feng is probably an old monster, and an old monster with special habits such as pretending to be a young man. After all, in his knowledge he had never heard of anyone whose 5th soul ring was 100,000 years old. Even in the traditional soul master education concept he had received, there was no such exception at all. Therefore he took the young man in purple clothing as the leader, and the other two people also considered this direction. In an instant the three of them looked at Chang Feng with fear in their eyes. Chang Feng didn't expect that they mistook him for a titled Douluo, and it actually came true. That's right, what he wanted to do just now was to gain a head start on others by dominating the world, making them feel a sense of surrender, and then showing off his 100,000-year-old soul ring that was completely inconsistent with common sense. The combination of the two would make them go astray. The direction tiled Douluo pondered. At the same time, Chang Feng also secretly felt lucky in his heart. These people should have been performing tasks outside for a long time and they might not know much about his rumors. He also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. So Chang Feng looked at the three of them with a calm face and said calmly, "Now do you still want to deal with my companions?" The young man in purple attire and the three others looked extremely ugly. Chang Feng ignored them and immediately entered the circle surrounded by the three of them in a flash, standing with Zhu Zuqing. Looking into Zhu Zuqing's lifeless eyes, the unstoppable murderous intention in Chang Feng's heart was instantly revealed. This murderous intention was naturally aimed at those hateful evil soul masters. As the murderous news leaked out, the prescience of the three men, including the young man in purple attire, changed drastically. They felt this murderous intent clearly. It can be said that in their eyes Chang Feng was a ruthless man who was killed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The young men in purple attire were very lucky that a powerful titled Douluo like Chang Feng didn't kill them in anger, so naturally they wouldn't take advantage of them. The net moment a young man dressed in purple attire saluted Chang Feng with clasped fists and said, "Thank you, senior, for not killing me. Let's leave now." Before leaving, the unwilling look in the eyes of the young man in purple clothing and the other three people still fell into Chang Feng's eyes. Watching the three of them leave, Chang Feng quickly withdrew his eyes. It is a good thing for him to avoid fighting with the three of them. Looking at Zhu Zuqing in front of him, Chang Feng couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw her indifferent appearance like a stranger and asked tentatively, "Do you still remember me?" Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 247 Conversation with Daming. However, Zhu Zuqing's quiet pupils remained unchanged, still glowing with cold light. Seeing this, Chang Feng understood that the other party had forgotten about him. Moreover, seeing Zhu Zuqing like this made him feel a little sad. However, the subsequent arrangements for Zhu Zuqing made him temporarily in trouble. Looking at Zhu Zuqing, Chang Feng rolled his eyes when he noticed the disgusting aura of an evil soul master coming from him. Then Chang Feng began to think about how to get rid of Zhu Zuking's disgusting aura. He was quickly recalling in his mind whether there was any solution. Not long time, but it really made Chang Feng think of a way. This method may have to be implemented with the help of tyrant blade cutting, but the prerequisite for implementation is that the other party must remain motionless. Then Chang Feng looked at Zhu Zuking, thinking about whether to knock him out directly. At this time Zhu Zuking said quietly, "Thank you for your help. If nothing happens then I will leave." Hearing Zhu Zuking's words, Chang Feng knew that the other party had decided to leave. Without any hesitation he shouted in a low voice, "Dominate the world." In an instant Zhu Zuking froze. Chang Feng seized this opportunity. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and he quickly rushed in front of Zhu Zuking. Then he made a machete gesture with his hand and struck Zhu Zuking hard on the neck. Net moment Zhu Zuking's eyes darkened. He closed his eyes and looked at Chang Feng in astonishment. Seeing Zhu Zuking paralyzed on the ground, Chang Feng stepped forward to straighten her up and took her into his arms. Looking at Zhu Zuking's tightly closed eyes, Chang Feng felt somewhat relieved. Without any hesitation Chang Feng carried Zhu Zuking on his back and reached an abandoned cave where he could hide. Afterwards Chang Feng put Zhu Zuking into a cross-legged position, keeping half a meter away from Zhu Zuking. Chang Feng sat cross-legged behind her. Then Chang Feng circulated his soul power. After special stimulation, this soul power yielding an extremely domineering aura. Suddenly this extremely domineering aura turned into blades of soul power with the domineering aura attached to them, increasing their power and dominating the blade. Putting his hand on Zhu Zuking's back, Chang Feng used all his soul power to control this domineering blade flowing along Zhu Zuking's meridians, forcing out the evil aura hidden inside her body. Time passes by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye 5 hours passed. Chang Feng's forehead unknowingly dripped with sweat. At this moment Chang Feng's eyes suddenly opened with joy on his face. At the same time Zhu Zuking groaned and spit out a mouthful of thick black blood. When he sent Zhu Zuking again, Chang Feng found that her aura had finally returned to her normal aura. Seeing this, Chang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Zhu Zuking would not be able to wake up for a while, Chang Feng looked up at the sky and found that it was already noon. Thinking of meeting Xiao Wu, Chang Feng decided to put Zhu Zuking in the world of Tianting World Pearl and his mother Wang Hui would help take care of him. Just do what you say. It took another hour before Chang Feng came out of the world of the Heavenly World Pearl. After much talking, Zhu Zuking's matter was explained clearly to Jinbei and the others. Otherwise they would act like gossips and almost make it impossible for him to escape. Exhaling heavily, Chang Feng took a look at the star forest and his heart was suddenly filled with excitement and longing because he would soon see Xiao Wu, who he had been missing so much. Looking at the vast forest of stars as far as the eye could see, Chang Feng's mind moved. Suddenly the vast universe cover flew out from between his eyebrows. Then the vast universe cover soared into the sky and flew into the air in an instant. In the net moment it rapidly expanded until it was magnified hundreds of times. After a burst of blue light flashed, it directly enveloped Chang Feng. At this moment, under Chang Feng's gaze, the star forest has turned into a blue world. Just like that, Chang Feng once again relied on the vast body protector skill of the vast universe cover and strode forward, heading deep into the star dough forest. 2 hours later, Chang Feng finally arrived near the Lake of Life, relying on his memory from last time. At this time he could see the water of the Lake of Life from a distance sparkling under the scorching sun. After walking several hundred steps forward, Chang Feng was already standing by the Lake of Life, and net to him was a row of small wooden houses. Chang Feng was very excited. Seeing that he was about to see Xiao Wu, he couldn't wait to remove the vast universe cover and reveal his figure. Just as Chang Feng's figure was revealed, the water of the Lake of Life suddenly splashed with water. Looking towards the lake, a big head poked out of the lake. It was Daming, who had not seen him for many days. Daming, long time no see. With a smile on his face, Chang Feng waved toward Daming and greeted him warmly. When Daming saw Chang Feng, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Chang Feng, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Over the past year we have all been worried about you. We all know about you. You have been included in the wanted list of Wuhan Palace by the Pope of Wuhan Palace. At that time when Sister Xiao found out, she clamored to find you. Fortunately I stopped her. However, as time passed you never showed up, which made Sister Xiao even more worried about you. But now you are finally here. If you don't come, I guess Sister Xiao won't even be able to listen to a word of mine." Chang Feng felt warm in his heart after listening to Daming's word. Looking at Daming, Chang Feng asked, "Xiao Wu, where is she? I didn't sense her aura." After listening to Chang Feng's question, Daming's eyes flashed. "Chang Feng, before I answer this question I have to tell you some news. Don't get excited." Regarding Daming's words, Chang Feng felt doubtful from the bottom of his heart, so he asked directly, "What news?" Daming leisurely replied, "Based on human relations, Ming and I should have a nephew or niece." Chang Feng stiffened. "Daming, what what you are saying is that Yao Wu. Daming nodded, followed Cheng Feng's words and continued, you are right, Sister Xiao Wu is pregnant. In the few months after she left a year ago, her belly became bigger day by day. As of now I'm about to give birth. Cheng Feng was ecstatic. Unexpectedly Xiao Wu would become pregnant that time. It was too unexpected. Since coming to this world and knowing that Xiao Wu was pregnant, he felt bound to this world for the first time. From now on all he can do is to protect Xiao Wu and the upcoming child. This is his child. It's not as miserable as he was in his previous life. When a dog licks his head, the green grassland is endlessly miserable. Fortunately in this life he already has Xiao Wu. What about Xiao Wu? Where is she now? After all, she is pregnant now. You can't run around here, you have to be kind to raise the baby. Deming glanced at Cheng Feng and said, Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast that is 100,000 years old. Her body is not as weak as you humans who give birth to children. Besides, there are two Mings watching from the side. Something happened. By the way, Xiao Wu said she wanted to eat something sour and sweet, so she asked Ming to take her to a fruit forest in the Star Dough Forest to pick fruits at sunset. Only then will I return. Bring it on. After hearing Daming's words, Cheng Feng quietly relaxed a little. At this moment Daming looked at Cheng Feng and said, I heard Sister Xiao Wu mention that you have obtained the inheritance of God. Why did those people in Wuhan Palace expel you from Wuhan Palace? That's right, I have indeed obtained the inheritance of God, but now for some reasons it is inappropriate for me to reveal my identity. You can understand that the inheritance of the God I inherited is in conflict with other gods. Just it's like there are many hostile camps within the same force among humans. When Daming heard this, his eyes were full of wisdom. I never thought God something like this would happen. I really don't know what to say. Listening to Daming's side, Cheng Feng felt complicated. The reason why those people from Wuhan Palace expelled me from Wuhan Palace should have something to do with Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace. As far as I know, she reached some kind of deal with a man named Master Yu Xiaogang, and that Master Yu Xiaogang, you have a problem with me. You should understand it right. It seems that this human being named Yu Xiaogang has a close relationship with Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace. Otherwise the value of the Holy Son, especially the Holy Son who has inherited the divine status, will be pushed to the hostile camp, or there will be extreme consequences. The big conspiracy is that this woman is definitely a madman who cannot be understood. Deming, maybe you are right, Bibi Dong, she should be considered a madman, and a madman that is incomprehensible. By the way, Cheng Feng, what human name do you plan to give the child who is about to be born? Also, if the child is born, how will you arrange it for her? Hearing Daming's words, Cheng Feng's eyes showed a thoughtful look and he lowered his head, thinking about what name to give to the child who was about to be born. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 248 Reunion. Cheng Feng lowered his head and thought for a while. Immediately afterwards his eyes suddenly became much brighter. Deming, I just thought of the name of the child. Seeing Cheng Feng's excited expression, Daming looked a little lost. What's the name? Tell me. I just thought about it. If Xiao Wu gives birth to a boy, then I will name him Cheng Wu, but if it is a girl, I will name her Cheng Feng Wu. After hearing this, Ming Dynasty was thoughtful. Now that you have thought about the name, let's talk about the training system in which soul masters no longer need to hunt soul bees. After so many years on this matter, Cheng Feng, do you have any idea what progress has been made? When Cheng Feng heard this question, his eyes flashed. Deming, regarding this matter, I plan to take advantage of this time to accompany Xiao Wu to get it out. Believe me, I will succeed this time. I hope you won't disappoint me. As for me, I believe in you very much. After all, you can obtain the inheritance of God. From this point of view, it has exceeded my original expectations. Cheng Feng nodded seriously. Deming, I want to tell you something. Say it. Knowing Cheng Feng's expression, Daming knew that there must be something important that he wanted to tell him. What Cheng Feng wanted to say was to get Daming to join the Heavenly Court Enshrinement Hall. He spoke without any hesitation. Deming, it's like this. I created a force myself, and the name of this force is Tianting. In the Heavenly Court there is a worship hall, and every worshipper in the worship hall has a title. Douluo's strength. I want to invite you and Ming to join the Heavenly Court. After all, you are Xiao Wu's relatives. Moreover, I hope that Xiao Wu and I will continue to be in charge of this Heavenly Court. Ming helps protect our children for a while, because in the future many big things will happen on this continent, and I have to join in such big things, otherwise this continent may be destroyed. Daming fell silent. Cheng Feng knew that this was a bit difficult, but he could only continue to bite the bullet and said, in addition, our heaven currently has two strong men with the title of Douluo. One of them is my teacher, and his strength has reached the level of peerless Douluo. However, even a peerless Douluo may not be able to prevent what will happen in the future. If you want to prevent big events in the future, you must be at least as powerful as a god. The thing I am more worried about is that in the future I may not be able to take care of Xiao Wu and the upcoming child. I hope you and Ming can help protect her. Daming did not immediately nod in agreement but asked, you said before that the god who is hostile to the god who accepted the inheritance with you wants to take action against you, right? Cheng Feng nodded helplessly. Besides, they are already looking for me everywhere. Net, what I want to tell you, Daming, is that I plan to send Xiao Wu and the upcoming child to the Heavenly World Pearl into the world. The Heavenly World Pearl? This is a treasure given to me by the god I inherited. There is a vast space inside. Of course, this is not the main thing. The key thing is that it can withstand strong divine attack. Taking advantage of this, I moved all the people in heaven into the world of Heaven World Pearl. This way I can ensure that they will not be targeted by those gods. Therefore Xiao Wu and the upcoming child will live their talent. You will feel much more at ease. Of course, there is De Ming Yu and Er Ming. If possible, I suggest you live in the same place because the big events that are about to happen in this continent will probably involve the soul beast. A family. Cheng Feng, is everything you said true? Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. Of course it's true. If my current strength wasn't as strong as those gods, I'm afraid I wouldn't think about protecting the people around me. Then continue to hide, avoiding being discovered by those gods. Then can we let some of the soul beasts from our soul beast clan move in? I can guarantee that they will never attack humans. They just want a peaceful habitat to live. After listening to Daming's words, Cheng Feng pondered for a while and replied, Daming, what you said is also acceptable. The world in the Heavenly World Pearl is very vast. I can arrange you very far away from human life. Far away. We won't disturb each other and I will restrain them from attacking you at will. When Daming heard Cheng Feng's assurance, he felt even more relieved. Daming looked at Cheng Feng with a little more appreciation and kindness. At this point, the friendship between Daming and Cheng Feng deepened even more with this conversation. Cheng Feng, I thank you on behalf of our soul beast land. However, I can't leave the Stardow Forest now. In this way, Er Ming will be allowed to enter the Heavenly World Pearl, and at the same time our soul beast clan will have many soul beasts to follow. Go. Hearing the firmness in Daming's words and seeing the fear in his eyes, Cheng Feng understood that Daming should have been ordered by that person. But shouldn't that person be sleeping? Moreover, the person who is currently hiding in a certain plane in the Stardow Forest cannot even be found by the gods in the god realm unless she comes out on her own. Cheng Feng thought if Daming encounters danger in the future, there is nothing he can do to leave Daming here alone. In an instant these thoughts came to Cheng Feng's mind. Daming, then you should be more careful in the Lake of Life in the future, especially Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace. Now she has reached some kind of deal with that master Yu Xiaogang, and Yu Xiaogang knows that you have been staying in the Lake of Life. If Bibi Dong herself wants to hunt the soul beast for her soul ring under the guidance of Yu Xiaogang, once she sets her sights on you, Daming, remember my word. If possible, we must enlist the help of powerful people from the soul beast clan or hide it. Bibi Dong is not an easy person. Daming listened carefully to Cheng Feng's words and asked doubtfully, is there anything special about Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace that makes you so afraid? After hearing this, Cheng Feng thought to himself, Daming, isn't it obvious that the gap in realm is there? You only live once. Who knows how strong that woman is? Quickly Cheng Feng gathered his thoughts and replied to Daming, according to my guess, that woman will soon become a god. What? Becoming a god? Daming's eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right, she is about to become a god. The throne she inherited is that of the Rakshasa god. I'm afraid she has almost completed the Rakshasa 9th emanation by now. The big thing I mentioned before is that there will be an outbreak of gods in the future. The battle. Daming frowned and felt a little heavy inside. He never expected that the Pope of Wuhan Palace Sister Xiao's enemy would soon become a god. Cheng Feng's sincere warning and concern for him made his heart feel warm. This time Daming nodded seriously and said, don't worry, that woman is likely to become a god. I won't confront her head on. Cheng Feng quietly read a lot. At this moment suddenly a sentence came from a distance. Daming, Er Ming and I are back. Hearing this familiar voice, Cheng Feng immediately became excited. It's Yao Wu. The long-lost voice made him feel energetic immediately. Net moment. A pink figure standing on Er Ming's tall shoulders immediately caught Cheng Feng's eyes. Looking at the familiar figure, Cheng Feng smiled, waved excitedly towards Xiao Wu and shouted loudly, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was lowering his head to eat some green and plum fruits which were 30% sour and 70% sweet, and he was eating them with gusto. Suddenly Cheng Feng's voice floated into her ears, causing her body to tremble, and she looked in Cheng Feng's direction. In an instant Xiao Wu's eyes widened. That's right, brother is back. Tears burst out of Xiao Wu's eyes in an instant. She cried with joy. Seeing her brother again, Xiao Wu felt a little more at ease and a little bit sweeter. Brother, I have not forgotten her. Brother, I finally came to see her. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu waved her hand and responded, brother. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 249. Thinking about the new cultivation system by the lake. When Er Ming heard Xiao Wu's voice, he lowered his head and looked. Sure enough, he also saw Cheng Feng. Ming was naturally happy for Chang Feng's arrival, and the grin on his face proved that he was in a good mood when he saw Chang Feng. Ming knew that Sister Xiao on his shoulder was in a particularly uplifting mood, so he slowly stretched out his huge left palm without any hesitation. After Xiao Wu jumped up, Ming immediately supported Xiao Wu, squatted down and slowly lowered himself to the ground. Xiao Wu jumped directly from Ming's palm to the ground, and then like a gust of wind she threw herself into Chang Feng's arms. Seeing Xiao Wu's furious presence at this moment, Chang Feng's heart tightened. He remembered that Xiao Wu was pregnant now. Being so reckless is probably not a good thing. After feeling the beauty of having a beautiful woman in his arms, Chang Feng wanted to let go of Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu hugged her too tightly and couldn't break free for a while. In fact, the fundamental reason is that he doesn't want to use any strength lest he hurt Xiao Wu. That's what he was thinking. Xiao Wu buried her head in Chang Feng's arms for a few minutes before she said, "Brother, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Xiao Wu misses you." Chang Feng nodded absently, but the corner of his eyes was fixed on Xiao Wu's swollen belly. It seems that what Daming said is true. He is about to become a new father. Being a father for the first time, for some reason he was a little uneasy. In this way Xiao Wu kept telling her thoughts about herself while Chang Feng listened silently. As for Daming, seeing Chang Feng and Xiao Wu looking so disgusted, they sank directly to the bottom of the lake of life. And when Ming saw Xiao Wu and Chang Feng talking and laughing, he obediently walked to a tree not far away, hugged his knees with his hands, sat down with his back against the tree and looked at Xiao Wu and Chang Feng. Chang Feng grinned happily. An hour later, seeing that Xiao Wu seemed to be talking without stopping, Chang Feng knew in his heart that Xiao Wu was thinking too much about him, which also meant that Xiao Wu had deep affection for him. In response to this, Chang Feng naturally felt warm in his heart. Just then Xiao Wu raised her head and looked at Chang Feng with a motherly smile on her face. She pointed at her swollen belly and said, "Brother, look, this is the child of the two of us. You left last time, then after a few months my belly became pregnant and I could feel that the baby would be born soon." Chang Feng carefully placed his hand on Xiao Wu's bulging belly, then lowered his head and put his ear close to Xiao Wu's belly. He kicked it. Chang Feng said excitedly to Xiao Wu, "Brother, I feel it too." Chang Feng raised his head naturally, took Xiao Wu's hand, looked at her tenderly and said, "Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work during this time." Xiao Wu smiled and replied, "Brother, I don't have anything to do, mainly because you're not around, so I feel bored alone in the Star Forest." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Chang Feng felt a little guilty in his heart. "Xiao Wu, I plan to send you to the world of the Heavenly World Pearl to live with your mother. In this case your mother can still take care of you." "Xiao Wu, what do you think?" Xiao Wu's face was full of confusion. "Heavenly World Pearl? What is this?" Chang Feng then explained it to Xiao Wu, and then Xiao Wu understood that this was equivalent to another Douluo continent and finally dispelled her doubt. "Brother, I want to wait until our child is born and then go to live in the Pearl World of the Heavenly World you mentioned. Right now I just want to live well with you for a while. Xiao is worried that you will be busy in the future. I have important things to do and I don't have time to accompany Xiao Wu. So brother, will you agree to Xiao Wu's request?" Chang Feng did not hesitate at all and replied with a smile, "Xiao Wu, I agree to your request. And in the NETSI month, brother will stay here and accompany you well." Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu heard Chang Feng's words, she immediately smiled, but she immediately thought about whether this would disturb Chang Feng's practice, so she frowned and said, "Brother, this will disturb your practice." Xiao Wu thought about it. "Brother, just practice well during the day. Just spend the night with Xiao Wu, okay?" Chang Feng stretched out his right hand, touched Xiao Wu's cheek and said softly, "Xiao Wu, in the NET 3 days, no matter day or night, I will stay with you." When Xiao Wu heard this, she was filled with joy. "Brother, I want to hear you tell me a story." When Chang Feng heard this request, he immediately agreed on the spot. Then Chang Feng took Xiao Wu's hand and came to Ming. They both leaned against Ming's body. Under Ming's warm greeting, they began to tell all kinds of weird stories for 3 days and 3 nights, which made Xiao Wu, Ming and the others hooked. Considering that Xiao Wu was pregnant now, Chang Feng did not dare to let her work too much. After telling her story, he asked her to go back to the house to rest. After that, Chang Feng walked to the shore of the Lake of Life. As for Ming, he hadn't slept much in the past 3 days and felt a little tired mentally, so he leaned against the big tree and fell asleep. Sit cross-legged. A series of things that happened since he entered the Soul Master world flashed through Chang Feng's mind. Close your eyes and think deeply about the new cultivation system. In his mind, he has the following general directions regarding a new cultivation system without hunting soul bees. First, focus on cultivating the body. Don't worry about martial arts or anything like that, just take the path of body training. As for how to explore this road, he doesn't have any specific ideas in his mind yet, but he thought of a good way, that is to establish a physical training research Research Institute in the Heavenly Soul Master Academy and then adopt a voluntary principle from students with less talent to join the experiment specializing in physical training. Before joining Heaven promised to give huge benefit for ample practicing resources and some overhead fully amplified as compensation. He thought of letting Jin Bao serve as the director of the Physical Training Institute and implemented it. Second, specialize in spiritual power, but focusing on spiritual training also requires physical exercise. The body is a container. The stronger the body, the higher the limit it can carry. The stronger the mental power, the corresponding physical body should also be strengthened. Otherwise the weak body cannot support the strong mental power and will easily die. This kind of experiment is quite dangerous. Cheng Feng did not intend to use people from the heavenly court to conduct the experiment. He thought of better candidate for the experiment, which were disciples of the Haoshan sect or the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and other forces. He considered whether to steal some people for experiments, but considering that these sects were guarded by powerful people, he gave up the idea. To obtain such experimental materials he could only wait for a good opportunity and wait for the opportunity. The third is to specialize in martial art, but specializing in martial arts will face a very real problem. That is, every time you advance to a higher realm you must absorb a soul ring to advance. The soul ring comes from the soul beast and will inevitably be obtained from the soul beast. In this case, if this road is to go in a new direction, then we should consider starting from 3 directions. First, it breaks the rule that soul masters in Douluo continent must absorb soul rings to advance to the great realm. This method can only be done when you are truly invincible, but it is out of reach now. Secondly, the method of producing soul rings depends on artificial creation. Perhaps science that is artificial soul rings can be used to reduce the killing of soul beasts. Before this method is realized, you can also use the God-given soul ring yourself by understanding the essence of the God-given soul ring. These are all feasible and need to be put into practice. Third, the soul. This road is beneficial to the soul beast clan or humans, no matter which side. It can solve an urgent need, but the serious problem in reality is that the soul masters and the humans do not trust each other, and I am afraid that no one is willing to try. And this method can only wait until the heavenly court unifies Douluo continent in the future and then slowly influence the thoughts of the residents of Douluo continent through the ideological level. Among the 3 directions of specializing in the martial art system, Cheng Feng knew that the second direction was the one that could be practiced at present. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng sighed in his heart, the road is long and long, I will search up and down. Of course he understands that the current technological conditions for man-made soul rings are not available, so it is impossible to talk about it. The only feasible thing to do is to comprehend the God-given soul ring. Perhaps after understanding the essence of the God-given soul ring he can get a glimpse of the technological power of the artificial soul ring. At this moment several big questions suddenly flashed in Cheng Feng's mind. For example, what is the essence of a soul ring? How are soul rings formed? Isn't it something that God can do by granting soul rings? At the same time several new questions emerged in his mind. The net moment. Understand the nature of the soul ring, what conditions I need and what I need to do. How is the soul ring formed? Can it be observed? If you want to achieve a method like a God-given soul ring, what conditions do you need to meet? All kinds of questions instantly filled Cheng Feng's brain. At this moment Cheng Feng's brain seemed to be brainstorming. Time is passing quickly. In the blink of an eye the red sun rises, the sky is stained with red cloud, and then the night falls on the earth. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 250. Cheng Feng's request. Cheng Feng withdrew from his thought. He raised his head and exhaled heavily. He thought a lot about the new cultivation system. After a night of thinking about how to research a new cultivation system, he had a feasible direction. Moreover, it has been demonstrated through certain deductive reasoning. After standing up and stretching, Cheng Feng walked straight to Xiao Wu's room. After coming in, he found that Xiao Wu was sleeping sweetly, and Cheng Feng's heart calmed down unconsciously. This girl lying down is the woman and wife that he must take good care of throughout his life. Walking to the bed, Cheng Feng suddenly felt a little tired. After not sleeping for several days, no matter how strong his will, he would still feel tired. He lay on his side net to Xiao Wu and fell asleep side by side. After a while Cheng Feng's eyes drooped and he fell into sleep. When Cheng Feng woke up he found that it was already dark. Xiao Wu on the other hand was looking at him quietly with her beautiful eyes open. There was no concealment of the affection hidden in her eyes. Brother, this is the fruit I picked. You must be hungry, you can try it and eat it. Cheng Feng looked at the green fruit as big as a pear beside the bed that Xiao Wu pointed to with a smile on his face. This fruit is so full it must taste very good. Xiao Wu, thank you. Xiao Wu waved her hand and said with a smile, brother, can you accompany Xiao Wu to watch the stars later? Cheng Feng smiled and agreed. Xiao Wu smiled happily. My stomach was really unsatisfactory and at this moment it started gurgling. smiling. Chang Feng's face turned red when he saw the smile on Xiao Wu's face. Net moment, Chang Feng's hand directly grabbed the green fruit beside the bed and then put it directly into his mouth. However, when Chang Feng took his first bite, his expression changed drastically. But soon he gathered his thoughts and still maintained a faint smile in front of Xiao Wu. Go, it's so sore, my teeth are going to be sore, I'm afraid it could kill me. This is Chang Feng's psychological portrayal at this time. However, when he saw the expectant look in Xiao Wu's eyes, Chang Feng gritted his teeth and reluctantly swallowed the fruit. He felt the sour water in his stomach making waves. Brother, is it delicious? Chang Feng nodded and replied decisively, it's very delicious. But Xiao Wu's net words made his expression change. There are 10 left here, so I'll leave them all for brother to eat. Since brother also likes to eat this, Xiao Wu will pick more tomorrow. Chang Feng rolled his eyes a few times and then said, Xiao Wu, you won't gain weight just by eating fruit. Look, I haven't seen you for more than a year and you have lost a lot of weight. You are still pregnant. You need to take good care of yourself. Just make up for it. So I will go to the lake to catch some fish and cook them for you. What do you think? Xiao Wu didn't object. She was deeply moved that Chang Feng cared about her so much and her eyes turned red. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, Chang Feng did not hesitate, hugged Xiao Wu into his arms and said softly, Xiao Wu, I am very satisfied to have you by my side in this life. In this life, brother, there will always be only you, Xiao Wu, in my heart. Xiao Wu's eyes were smiling, filled with a bit of happiness. Brother Xiao Wu is the same. Xiao Wu is lucky to meet brother. Otherwise, if he misses brother, he will be snatched away by other 6 ends. Hearing Xiao Wu's affectionate words, Chang Feng felt infinite joy in his heart. If he could, he really hoped that time would stay at this moment and never move forward. A long while, Chang Feng let go of Xiao Wu, supported Xiao Wu and came outside the wooden house. He sat in front of the wooden house with his back against the wooden house, hugged Xiao Wu and watched the moon and stars together. The net morning, Chang Feng opened his eyes and saw Xiao Wu leaning quietly on his chest. He gently let go of her, covered Xiao Wu with the quilt, kissed her forehead lightly and walked outside the house. He walked close to the shore of the lake and said towards the lake of life, Deming, come out and see me. Net moment, the water from the lake of life splashed into the air, revealing Deming's head. Chang Feng, what can you do? Deming, I thought about it all night last night until dawn yesterday. I have made some progress regarding the new cultivation system. Moreover, I have some conjectures. If these conjectures are confirmed, then in the future humans will not have to hunt soul bees. Being able to advance smoothly and become stronger is no longer a fantasy. Deming's eyes flashed. Chang Feng, are you looking for me because you encountered some trouble? Chang Feng nodded and replied, yes. Deming, I need to observe the formation process of the soul ring after the death of the soul beast. This kind of matter needs to be discussed with you. When Deming heard this, he didn't say much. Leave this matter to me. Chang Feng was delighted when he heard this and quickly continued, Deming, if possible you only need to observe 3 times a day. However, I suggest that it is better for the soul beast to die naturally. Deming nodded solemnly. I understand. I will give you an answer to this matter tonight. Deming, I leave this matter to you. Deming nodded and then his body sank into the depths of the lake. Seeing Deming sinking into the water, Chang Feng became more curious about the bottom of the lake of life, but he suppressed the thought of wanting to find out. Going to the bottom of the lake to check without Deming's permission, no matter what, it's not good. For this kind of thing, it's better to wait until the time is right before looking for an opportunity to enter the bottom of the lake to check it out. Deming has already begun to take action, so he must make some preparations for the net thing. If you want to accurately observe the specific formation process of the soul ring after the death of the soul beast, then the stronger the ability of the eyes, the better. Therefore, he immediately thought of the fairy grass to see through the autumn dew. His current physical quality has reached an extremely high level, and it is more than enough to withstand one more fairy grass. He knows the effect of seeing through autumn dew. If you take the looking through autumn water dew, you will gain the ability of piercing eyes. Then, to understand the process of creating a soul ring, one must understand the essence of the soul ring. Thinking of this, Chang Feng sat down cross-legged, replenished some dry food at will, and then took out a jade wooden bow from the jade bracelet soul guide. After opening the wooden bow, an inconspicuous-looking herb was revealed. The whole herb was green. What was strange was that in the center of the herb there were 3 snow-white leaves. There were a few drops of water in the center of the leaves, as if they were left in the early morning dew, shining with crystal clear light. Seeing this, Chang Feng didn't hesitate at all and immediately took it, and it instantly turned into a stream of body fluid and flowed into his abdomen for digestion. 3 hours later, Chang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, but at this time Chang Feng's eyes seemed to be shining with golden light. He looked around and found that under his eyes there was nothing to hide in everything around him. Food can help you practice your fiery eyes, see through all kinds of strange things and see through the dew of autumn. It really deserves its reputation. Fortunately, he left its root. If there is time in the future relying on his own life field, he will definitely grow grow a fairy grass that can see through the autumn dew. With a thought in his mind, Chang Feng put away his fiery eyes and golden eyes and began to think about what the invincible god said to him at the beginning, that is, Tai Chi gives birth to two forms give rise to 4 images, and 4 images give birth to Bagua, which is the capital to fight against the gods in the future. This sentence has always puzzled him. Since that time there has been no news about the great god of the universe. Huajilan, every time when I stayed with him there seemed to be a hint of sadness hidden deep in his eyes. Based on her relationship with the invincible god of the universe, he couldn't help but guess that nothing would happen to the invincible god of the universe, right? When I think about the countless masters in the god realm, but there is only one primordial god of the universe, this is really hard to say. Moreover, the biggest question in his mind is why he has become the greatest enemy of the god realm. When he thought of what God Shura said to him at the beginning and the portrait he showed him, it all showed that the biggest enemy of the god realm was him. He was thinking about such an unbelievable thing, but he didn't have a clue. Oh, let's just take it one step at a time. Chang Feng looked at the lake in front of him and murmured to himself, suddenly feeling some heavy and huge pressure in his heart. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL.